All the participants and attendees are requested to kindly come inside the hall and be seated. I repeat, all the attendees, participants, and the dignitaries on the outside are requested to kindly come inside and take your respective seats as we'll be starting off with the conference in the next 10 minutes. All the attendees and participants are requested to kindly come inside the hall and be seated. Kindly take your respective seats as we'll be starting off with the conference in the next 5 minutes. I repeat, all the participants, attendees, and dignitaries are requested to kindly come inside and be seated in your respective places as we'll be starting off with the conference in the next 5 minutes. Thank you.
There are three exits from the main entrance of the hall, which leads you to the main lobby and out of the hotel premises to the main portico. Another exit is from the pre-function 2, which will lead you towards the out gate of the hotel. All routes are marked with fire exit signage. The assembly points are the entrance and exit gates of the hotel. We thank you for your attention and wish you a pleasant event. Thank you. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to take you through our safety instructions for this venue. In the event of an unlikely emergency, you will be intimated by the banquet manager handling this event. In case of an evacuation, the hotel security and the banquet staff will coordinate the entire movement. The grand ballroom is located on the ground floor of the hotel. The hall has 4 exits to ensure smooth evacuation stated by the running man sign. There are 3 exits from the main you to the main lobby and out of the hotel premises to the main portico. Another exit is from the pre-function 2, which will lead you towards the out gate of the hotel. Signages. The assembly points are the end. Thank you for your attention and wish you
Once again, all the attendees and participants are requested to come inside the hall and take your respective seats as we'll be starting off conference in the next few minutes. I repeat, all the attendees, participants, and dignitaries on the outside are requested to please be seated in your respective seats inside the hall as we'll be starting off with the first session in the next few minutes. Thank you so much. so that I know I have all of your attention. Can I hear a good morning? It's a very pleasant morning after a wonderful day one. I think the energy has to be a little better than yesterday. Can I hear a louder good morning? It's fantastic, fantastic. I hope all of you had a great day one. Yes or no? Okay, I either need to hear a loud yes or at least a thumbs up to know that the day was good. Yes? It was a great day one. Fantastic. So we're going to be having a better day two. On that note, myself, MC Nitya, and I'm going to be your host for the day. And after a successful day one, as I mentioned to all of you, which was an utterly illuminating and a thought-provoking session today, we have a brilliant set of speakers once again. All right, so if all of you are set, can I see all of your hands up in the air and give a big round of applause? Big round of applause. Kickstart Vigilance Conclave 2023 Day 2. All right, so let's start off with this first session of the day, inviting the moderator, Director of Finance, MSTC, Mr. Subrata Sarkar, to kindly come and join me on the dais, please. Can I please request the Director of Finance, MSTC, Mr. Subrata Sarkar, to kindly come onto the dais. Please give a big round of applause to be inviting our moderator for the very first session of Vigilance Conclave 2023. Let me take the honor of introducing the first speaker for the day, Shri P. Shatkumar. And speaking of him, LLB, CFE, CFPA, FCA, Chartered Accountant, and a senior partner of MS Sharath Associates. He has a degree in law, a certified fraud examiner, a certified forensic accounting professional, former civil servant for over 41 years of professional experience, and specialized in financial strategy, personal finance management, red flag studies, forensic investigations, and preventive fraud risk management. Ladies and gentlemen, with a big, big round of applause, may we please invite to stage our very first speaker of the day, Shri P. Sharath Kumar. Can I request our moderator, Mr. Subrata Sarkar, to kindly present a bouquet as a token of gratitude to welcome our speaker. So before we head any further, audience, I would like to keep you informed about the feedback form that is on everybody's desk. It's a kind request to please provide your humble and honest opinions and feedbacks on this paper, and you can please submit it by evening. I repeat, there is a feedback form on everybody's table. All of you are kindly requested to give your honest feedbacks, and you can submit it in the end of the evening. Thank you so much, and over to you, sir. No, sir. Screen.
Okay. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a pleasure and the privilege is mine to have the initial session of the day. I would like to, when Sri Vishnathan requested me to address this august gathering, you are all past masters of the game. What do I share with you? What do I teach you? Then I thought, though it is a bit ad hoc, I thought I'll share certain thought processes and one or two, three live cases which are in the public domain, which I personally handled. Some I have not handled, but part of CVC I examined. I thought of sharing them in sequential order, but when I was looking at it in the morning, I thought it is ad hoc. Still, let me attempt to share with you the thought process. The basic issue today is vigilance underlying adverse attributes, stages of corresponding modes of fraud. I'm not going to go into the details of procurement, this thing. Vigilance with respect to public contracts, common trends in procurement. This is another area I request. We initiated this in CVC some time back when Shri K.V. Chaudhary sir was there. I had the privilege of working under him. That there should be a mapping of the trends of procurement frauds. There are three elements in procurement fraud: the fraudster, the process of fraud, and the actual entity prone to the protocols prone to frauds. If you map them and share with entities, each entity can learn from the other and strengthen the process. But again, like all good practices, it also fizzled away. I don't know where it is standing now. And useful red flags with reference to procurement as well as employee behavior. Ultimately, procurement is handled by individuals. It is not a process, automated process. Am I right, sir? Employees are a critical part. How they are connected, what red flags can be observed. You can't doubt everybody and every contract. I always joke on myself, I'm happily married for 41 years. My wife can't doubt me every day I'm going out of house. But after 41 years, yesterday I'm good doesn't mean that I am good tomorrow. If I'm getting up in the middle of the night and seeing my messages and suddenly switching off the phone when she sleepily questions me on a continuous basis, she has to doubt me. That's a red flag. So we have to go into the procurement employee behavioral red flags also to enable us to concentrate better. E-vigilance, of course, as Sri Vishnath suggested, reshaping the process. I'll share with you my thoughts within the time given. Of course, adverse attributes attracting. You have a caller mic, sir, in case it is available. No problem. So, lack of integrity, lack of devotion to duty, misuse of official position, causing wrongful gain, a history of bribing allegations, blatant violation instances. These are all theoretical in portion. I mentioned so that it will be part of the PPT which I'll be sharing with you in case whoever wants. The most important point of, I believe, in case of fraud prevention, procurement fraud prevention, prevention is cheapest. An empirical study done by a US certified fraud examiner proved that the cost of prevention is hardly 3 to 5% than the cost of handling the fraud post occurrence. 95% difference. So it is cheaper to have prevention than, yeah. Is it okay? Thank you. I think it is more comfortable. Thank you. So basically, periodical surprise checks, inspection audits, you all know I need not. Identifying system loopholes and measures to plug, that is also old. Surveillance and open source intelligence. What is open source intelligence? I'll give you in one slide. That is the most important source to you to identify the fraud prone areas, fraud prone contractors, and fraud prone processes, which is available in the public domain, which we are not identifying. It is open to you all, including the vigilance preference. Entire fraud prevention cannot be done by vigilance department itself. It should be done first by the owner, department owner. So open source intelligence, if possible, I'll throw a little light. Simplification, developing checks and balances, of course, clear accountability, strengthening departmental mechanism, action mechanism. Yeah. Extensive forensic audit techniques, mostly preventive, are being used. Involves thorough review of entire purchases to ensure they meet the procurement requirements. We are doing a lot in large PSUs, private sector entities, particularly entities controlled by the foreign equity funds. Foreign equity funds, they invest in Indian company. They don't be, except on the board, they don't be involved in day-to-day management. They are putting pre-audit into system. Where did they copy pre-audits from, sir? They copied the pre-audit from none other than our own PSUs. But pre-audit, like all good practices, has become a routine matter rather than serving tool. So the pre-audit involves forensic audit. I'll give a live case. Used to detect potential violations, could be initiated internally by entity itself or internal pre-audit by outside inputs. Thus, pre-audit, pre-forensic audit I'm talking about is very important tool. I'll give one example of this. Though we handled in CBI, this is an integral part of pre-audit. You had a red flag. There is a concept in preventive vigilance called what to look for, where to look for, how to look for. Many a times in vigilance, we know we have a job to do. We don't know what to look for. We are fortunate to know what to look for. We don't know where to look for. You are fortunate to know what to look for and where to look for. How to look for, you don't know. If you know this concept of what to look for, where to look for, and how to look for, which I explain in this slide, your efficiency and efficacy will be very, very increasing manifold. This is a case of PEP. What is PEP, sir? Any idea? All vigilance officers should know politically exposed person or entity. The probability of manipulations are more. No offense meant to the system, sir. I am not here to cast any aspersions. PEP entities, your job will be much more difficult. You should be much more vigilant. Always. Traditionally proved. In 80% of the cases, 85. Empirical. So this is a PEP case. CVC referred to CBI. And because a important PEP is involved, if preliminary inquiry is initiated and nothing is found, heads will roll. There is a cause of concern. Then what we have done, we examined, I requested, do we have access to data? One of the senior colleague from CBI, they said, yes, we have access to data thanks to the banker. The banker took us and gave access to the data in the company, claiming that we are from the banking institution. If they tell that the PE is yet to be filed and CBI is coming, nobody will share the data. Am I right, sir? Data sharing to vigilance department is a big challenge. There will be reluctance, resistance. So when the data is given, the preliminary analysis indicated strong suspicion of inflated purchases. What to look for? I know within my experience, the allegation given to CVC against this entity is money diverted from bank loan funds heavily. That is a petition. Okay, sir. As a forensic auditor, I know how money is diverted out of entity in normal cases. How bogus purchase of raw material, bogus acquisition of assets, bogus booking of expenses, falana. There are 7-8 modules are there. Am I right, sir? Generally. So when I sat on the system, I know what I am looking for. What I am looking for, bogus purchases. Any purchase presupposes transport. Transport presupposes a lorry. Am I right, sir? And lorry data is captured through LR. The company is maintaining data in SAP, ERP. Non-financial data is more important to vigilance officers many times than the financial data. We concentrate more on financial data. So I went and asked, set on the ERP system, I gave a question to the ERP, give me the lorry numbers which are sequential or same numbers, 555, 111, 2, 3, 4. Why did I ask this question? Any idea, sir? Why did I ask lorry numbers 555, 111, 999 and all that? Any idea, sir? Exactly, they are all called fancy numbers. For example, in Hyderabad, 999 is auctioned for 10 lakhs. 496 is auctioned for 15 lakhs. A lorry can't afford to have a fancy number. Am I right, sir? There is another concept which is useful to vigilance professionals is fraud comfort zone. A fraudster, if he commits fraud once in a year, he'll be very careful. If I'm committing fraud every day, I'll be someday or other in comfort zone. Somebody who is preparing bogus invoices round the year, someday the clerk or supervisor in charge, without applying mind and putting lorry number 3892, it is easy for him to tap 1, 2, 3, 4. Or wherever the finger goes, 555, 999. Am I right? The concept is called fraud comfort zone. The fraudster leaving traces in the comfort zone is useful to the vigilance professional. So when I gave this command, all this happened within 15 minutes, sir. What is the concept for the benefit of madam? I am telling what to look for, where to look for, how to look for. I know I am looking for bogus purchases. Where to look for? I think PPT is gone, sir. Can you help me in the... Yeah, no. So when I gave this command, I got about 40-50 lorry numbers, which are fancy numbers like this. 111, 999, 555, sequential numbers. Did I copy them? Did I take a printout? No. I simply took the phone and photograph. In half an hour, job is over. We came back, a PE is filed, and a regular charge is made. And when we started investigation with this, we found about 190 crores of bogus purchase of raw materials. How to prove? How to prove, sir? Go to e-Vahan website and verify that these lorry numbers which allegedly transported the material and download them and prove the point. And we proved the point, many of the lorries which are supposed to have transported 10 tons of steel happen to be autos. Or in one particular case, it happened to be a milk truck, milk tanker. A milk tanker is shown that it transported 10 tons of steel. So, this is part of preventive vigilance. Before settling a bill, in case of allegation, in case of a doubt, in case of a behavioral red flag on account of the employee who is handling this, what can you do? Can't you do this on the system, sir? Vigilance professional, byte, you can have remote access also on the data. Ensuring that safe atmosphere, sorry, I went to, I think, yeah, can you go back please, if you don't mind? Computer is not here. Yeah, thank you. Yes. So, based on the above evidences, case was preliminarily established and further investigation. Why I am mentioning in this vigilance conclave? In vigilance arena, we are unable to ask the data what questions to ask. Data is impersonal. If you ask data a dumb question, it will give dumb answer. If you ask data right question, it will give right answer. If you ask the data intelligent question, it will give intelligent answer. So we have to train our vigilance officers and procurement staff to ask right questions about the data. Excel training should be imparted. It will take only 1 hour, sir. Not more than that. Small improvement in skills will enable the vigilance department and procurement department to be much more effectively functional. The cost of boring, I am telling. Now, e-vigilance, of course, verifying the authority, credibility, generation of so and so, artificial intelligence, predictive analysis, they're all being used in the private sector trending process. Okay, IP location tracing is one important case we are handling in large PSU in CBI. I'm not quoting the name because the PE is going on. But the allegation is there is a cartelization of the tender and tender committee allotted to an entity. Okay. Where did we start the investigation, sir? Which you can do also. It was not done. It's such a very large organization. What did we do? We first went and saw from which IP address. There are 9 to 10 tenders, sir. 9 to 10 tenders. Okay. Less than 10. When we went and verified the IP addresses from which the tender is uploaded into the portal, we found 3 tenders are uploaded from same IP address. How much time it took, sir? How much time? 2 minutes? 3 minutes? Not more than that. This could have been done by the entity themselves. Why wait for CBI to come after a petition given by a competitor that the tenders are fudged and managed and all that? Allegation is always easy, sir. You will get a lot of allegations. Do you believe all allegations? In e-vigilance process, you can verify the allegations and the veracity also easily. That's the point I'm trying to tell you about the IP location. IP location, is it difficult to verify, sir? It's a permanent record. Can it be changed incidentally? Can the IP address can be changed also? Confidentiality, data integrity, e-procurement is there. Sorry, again I'm missing. Detecting suspicious activities, preventing proxy bidding. So many a time, suppose there is another way. Many a time, there is a system of changing the IP within the same system and give. That also can be located. Those of you who are interested in this, it will take little time to explain. I'll share with you. You can send a message to me. I'll share with you a beautiful treatise on mapping the tendering process and other correspondence with IP addresses. In some of the cases, we found the bills raised on the entity against supplies made are coming from the IP address of the one of the senior officers of the procurement department themselves within the entity. Ma'am, yes, ma'am. I am telling all negative things. Yeah. Exactly.
So, sir, it is first we have to identify when do I need to
Yeah,
be
yeah.
suspicious. If somebody sees 10 particular bids coming,
Absolutely.
why will he get into
Naturally.
IPM? So first, sir, what you are teaching today, if I may say with due respect,
Yeah.
is investigation. We'll come to investigation later. A lot of people here are technology experts. First, tell us when do they need to be suspicious?
Okay.
What are the red flags?
That means I should have covered the red flags first.
Yes.
Precisely. I'll do that and come back. So sequential order, I went ahead, John Buchke.
Sir, because we are from investigating it,
Yeah.
you are a chartered accountant, I'm from the IRS, we
Yeah.
tend to investigate post facto.
Yes.
So post
Agreed.
facto is
Well, point
not
well
the issue.
taken. Point well taken. Ma'am's point is, I should cover the red flags first and come to, I'm not telling you exactly investigation, ma'am, for information. I'm telling you small tricks, how in case of suspicion, but suspicion should be established first. Exactly. I agree. I'll go to that and come back. For example, sir, these are all the open source data available to you at your fingertips, which you can verify. You can go through later. So, most of them are open. Some of them are need to be registered and all that. I'll go to red flags. Yeah. Shall I cover cases, ma'am, and go to red flags, or come back to cases later?
The cases are interesting storytelling.
Yeah.
So I would, so we'll come to those later. Let's first look at
Red flags.
red flags.
Yeah. Precisely. Good. They are there. Yes. Normally, these are the red flags. Why? As I mentioned in lighter vein about my own case, don't suspect anything, everything, except when there is a red flag. What are the red flags? Red flags are two types. One, behavioral red flags by the employees. Two, system loopholes. And continuous mentioning of audit about the system loopholes which were not rectified in spite of repeated mention. Okay. Weak controls, of course. Evidence of changes to bids. Otherwise, qualified bidder disqualified. Accepting late bids. This is another thing. What is happening? Bid ending time is 5 o'clock. Okay. There are bids accepted at 5:05. Is it captured or not? It is captured. Sometimes the simple verification whether the bid came within the time, it is a job of the bidding agency where you are engaging a technical agency for that. In case you are handling it yourself, the timing should be clearly mapped. And we have seen, as again at the cost of diverting, we observed that the 5 minutes, 10 minutes delays were accepted. Reasons not recorded. Reasons not recorded. Reasons can be recorded also in case. Bid deadlines are changed. Invitation for bids sent to unqualified persons. These are all winning bid just under next lowest. 2 or more similar identical procurements from same supplier in amount just under the level of review of competitive bidding. Identical. Typing identical. If you see deed duping system, Vigilance can do, procurement can do, capture the data. In one of the World Bank projects, when we captured as a part of vigilance, not part of investigation, as a part of vigilance, we found the serving officer of the department who is telephone number mapping. It's all data is available to you. You have to give one query to that, that's all. Is this email matching with any of the officials of the company? That is enough. It will take only 2 minutes, system will give. Again, ma'am, not investigation. It is a sort of, today, forensic audit and audit has become one and same. more or less. Here, the process of red flag observation and verification should become normal process. Behavioral red flag, corrupt officials oftentimes demonstrate behavior that may serve. Some may exhibit behavior warning signs. Anti-corruption agencies, forensic investigators should be made aware. This is more theory. Yeah. Now, you go to any organization, sir. Let us not talk about investigation. Let us talk about vigilance only. When you are observing, it is open secret in the particular organization. People will tell you somebody is very honest, somebody is not very honest, somebody is very dishonest and all that. People will be able to tell you easily the profiling of the officers. That is a red flag itself is there. And education of children in highly privileged schools, known history of difficulties. How do you capture all these things? Do you capture all these things on a routine basis? No. Only when other red flags are there, whistleblowing is there. Whistleblowing will be there. Petitions will be there. At the outset, I mentioned that many a time all petitions cannot be taken seriously. But can all petitions be neglected, sir? When a petition comes, anonymous or anonymous, you can relegate it. Specific petitions should be examined. Those red flags also should be captured here. Wheeler-dealer attitude, past employment, post-related problems, excessive pressure or dependency within the organization. I am not going to read out all these things. You can go through. Here, the current trend is going on, particularly in PEP cases. How many of you are familiar with tailor-made tenders? How many of you are familiar with tailor-made tenders? Tailor-made tender means there is a forensic audit. You want to appoint me only because you know I am good. But in the open tender, I may get, may not get it. So you will describe me. Forensic audit should be done by a firm, preferably having a partner who is an ex-officer, must have worked with ED, CBI, NIA, NCB, SFIO. All these things, if you read out, it will suit me only. Now, many tenders, large tenders are coming. So the tender committee should examine whether such tailor-made tenders are coming or not as a preventive measure. Similarly,
but sir, at times
yes,
you
yes, ma'am.
want it tailor-made. I'll give you a very small example. I mean, it's a little
Yeah.
off here. We wanted to run in a particular organization a restaurant, but we wanted the restaurant to be run only by elite caterers, not by the ready wala caterer. If I did an open one, every ready wala caterer could have also come.
Yes.
So yes, we do tailor make it. And I think everybody sitting in the room will admit that
Absolutely.
there are times when we particularly choose to make it tailor-made. Sometimes by overspecking, you limit. That could be malified. But tailor-making is per se not a negative.
Absolutely.
It is by choice.
I fully concur, ma'am, with you. My point is, when you are making it tailor-made, record the reason. Simple. I want to record 2-line reason. In one of the cases where CBI closed a case that there is no charge sheet, the entity failed to record the reasons for deviation. The case would not have come. The ignominy of the reason recording would have been avoided. Absolutely. Okay, this is an important case. For example, employee red flag. Gokulnath Shetty, you all must have read Nirav Modi case, sir. Nirav Modi case about 10,000 odd crores. But the facilitator for the entire case is one officer of the bank. Of course, multiple officers, failure is there. Active involvement and abetment is by only one officer. This gentleman has risen in the ranks from manager, chief manager, AGM in the same place, worked for 8 to 9 years without transfer in the same branch, found to be indispensable. Okay, and most important thing, okay, Shetty, every single day, Gokulnath Shetty was having lunch with 2 employees of the company almost 5 times a week, 4 times a week. It's an open secret. In his chambers, a company employees, finance guys are coming and having lunch with him on a daily basis, round the month, round the year. Nobody found it objectionable. Isn't it a red flag? My point is, this sort of small red flags should be taken cognizance of. Proximity. If you go to any entity, generally, normally they tell so-and-so is honest, so-and-so is dishonest. The man who is telling you would not have encountered him in his honesty or dishonesty. Okay, but reputation travels. Similarly, so-and-so is close to the supplier, so-and-so is close to the supplier. These all open. I go to Vishnath Saab for 3-4 times. Okay, there's a forensic audit tender in NMDC. When I am applying, people know that I am close to him because I visited him couple of times. That itself is not wrong. That itself is not wrong, as ma'am rightly said. The point I am trying to tell you, it should make you delve a little deeper. That's all, to ensure that all is in the normal course. So the point is employee red flags coupled with behavioral red flags, tailor-made tenders without recording the reasons, and procurement breaking. I have given this also is important thing. No. That slide is important. I'll cover that and go to other places, cases. Yeah, splitting of 10 procurements to enable limited tender. This is happening on a regular basis even now, emergency basis. Emergency may be genuine also. All emergencies cannot be questioned at all, unless there is a reason to believe or on a continuous basis. We proved sorry, bear with me. No, I think I missed it somewhere. Yeah. Now I'll go to cases and come back. Why I mentioned cases which are in the public domain only. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, this is important. This is done at the behest of the then CVC. What happened? If I want to make a successful continuous fraud, if I commit a long theft, we used to steal 5 paise from my father's pocket for pocket money. Never caught. In the lalach to entertain friends, you steal 25 paise coin, you are caught. So in splitting tenders also, there are entities we observed, we made a pattern about 8 to 10 entities studied. This is about 5-year-old I'm talking about. So what happened? Usually float about 10 to 15 companies, all with different names, addresses and directors. The directors are different. Adequate care taken to see that they do not apparently belong to single group. They'll be doing same activity independently and meet all other criteria, including filing of sales tax returns, GST returns. Many a time, major work is split into different components and a limited tender is floated in the name of emergency, time emergency, of course, with the proximity of this thing. When this is going on, when we mapped in couple of entities, there are subcontractors who are awarding the tenders for 7 to 8 years in row. When we examine, the directors are different, addresses are different, entirely different, PAN numbers different. Unfortunately, when we checked up the shareholding pattern, which is available in the public domain in ROC website, by opening the shareholders list, shareholders proved to be similar in almost 8 companies. That means entities controlled with different directors, different addresses, which is doing work on a rotation basis, happen to verify in tender awarding whether the same group is involved or not. Don't stop by verifying addresses and directors. Verify the shareholding pattern also. Shareholding pattern is a public document, sir. In case of a private limited company or a public listed company, it will be public document. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, I'll give you the alternative. Maybe my other people here would tell you. Maybe they should speak up. You have a tender. Before you're about to allot the tender, you do this exercise. You therefore ban some entities and say you cannot participate. You write whatever your speaking note. First thing is he'll go to court and stop your tender. He'll say, please explain to me why were we blacklisted or removed, etc.
Yes.
And once that tender is stuck in a court, I as a company, my
Your
work will not get done.
the entire protocol stops.
Exactly. And I want my work done. I want that tender. Here people have to get, they are in the business of business. You see, all these discussions and, post-event audit, etc., is very good for later fault finding, etc.
Agreed.
But
Agreed.
if I was to stop my business, then I would not be
Yes,
in
ma'am.
business. So can I afford to undertake this exercise and get my
No.
tender cancelled?
You should not do. Precisely. Again, I crave your indulgence. The point I tried to make from the beginning is only these exercises should be carried only when there are red flags. Red flags are three types. One, continuous activity. Two, petition before awarding, or whistleblowing or some other thing like that. Otherwise, don't do every case. You can't go to every case. In the event there is a red flag, I am trying to share with you how to use open source intelligence easily, sitting within your office without wasting the time. You can't go to shareholding pattern verification. But many a time I learnt a new point today from you. Suppose in the group entities should not participate, there is no clause. For example, in your tender, you will go to court and get a stay. So your tender document, if it is failing to include a clause that group entities, related entities are not entitled to, eligible to participate, your tender document itself is wrong. This exercise is not necessary. You are permitting it by not specifically prohibiting it. Why not specifically prohibiting? You have not applied your mind. Am I right, sir? Normally, it's a common practice to see that group entities are prohibited. This is called complementary bidding. Good point, ma'am. I learnt one thing today. Otherwise, if this tender point should be made into this thing, yeah. Now I'll cover the cases. So I'm giving only 3 cases which are in the public domain where lapses in the procurement process were found and pointed out in the subsequent investigations, which we can learn from them. Anthrix Devas case. Anthrix entered into a commercial agreement with Devas, which is a government of India entity. 90% of transponder space on so and so, that is technical. Later it was found that the Department of Space has violated rules and policies for approving the agreement. The original note itself is full of holes. Later it's surmised. In June 1910, ISRO has appointed a one-man internal committee to have a rule look, and 21 audit report pointed out serious irregularities in the agreement, including financial mismanagement and conflict of interest. Conflict of interest, sir. These are recorded. And non-compliance of rules. Meanwhile, ISRO has decided to annul the agreement on the ground of S-band, which was scarce resource, was needed for larger national interest. They have not thought about it. The contract was terminated, after which Devas resorted to arbitration in the International Chamber of Commerce. Then, surprisingly, 672 million arbitration award was given. 672 million. Just when you scrapped the contract. Then it cited a clear and irreconcilable conflict of interest. The tribunal noted that the then Anthrix chairman was also chairman of ISRO. Okay, chairman of the Space Commission and Secretary Department of Space. When the corporation terminated its commercial contract, all these organizations weighed in favor of scrapping, and the tribunal concluded that the Anthrix chairman did not do everything in his power to prevent the cancellation in a different capacity. When you are wearing different hats, that also will come to problems sometimes, particularly in tender committees. The members of the tender committee and the cancellation, if at all any committee is there, should be segregated, I suggest to you. Okay. Subsequent legal battle. In 2022, Anthrix moved NCLT for winding up. NCLT ruled in favor of Anthrix only. Devas approached NCLT, which was again ruled in favor of Anthrix. Battle moved to Supreme Court. Supreme Court upheld the decision of NCLAT also, ordered winding up of Devas. So consistently, due to lack of original homework in floating the tender and entering into agreement, which was not legally vetted, we ended up in losing the case up to Supreme Court, including in the International Tribunal order also. which is a public domain case. Air India software case. With this, I'll go to questions and Air India has a ERP software system which was procured from Oracle at a high cost, which was being used. Though it has some working operational glitches, prima facie, it is working well and no efforts were made to either set it right or upgrade it. Instead, they have decided to go for a totally new ERP system and floated a new tender. Very interesting point, sir. To procure SAP software and worth 225 crores was awarded to SAP AG, which is a German firm. Now, as observed from self-contained note from CVC, CVC is ordered a case should be registered by CBI. No approval was taken from the Ministry of Civil Aviation for the procurement. That is okay. Air India did not follow open tender system for procurement. Other airlines purchased the same software for far lesser cost. It was further observed that Air India sends a mail to SAP Germany. Please give us technical specifications. And SAP sends technical specifications by email to Air India. Air India gives order based on the technical specifications submitted by vendor only. Is it appropriate, sir? Can you take your technical specifications for procurement from the vendor? You can confirm, clarify, and compare. But here, it was further, Air India solely acted on the proposal submitted by SAP AG as it is without making any independent cost estimate and even adopting technical specifications as given to them. Even the nomenclature mentioned by SAP in email were used as it is, cut and paste mechanism. What is the point I am trying to tell you? Advise and educate the tender committees to form their own technical specifications, then only issue the tender, never adopt the entire total technical specifications supplied by the vendor as your technical specification. Of course, this I don't want to go into changing. This is a case where CBI closed the report in 2014 after a long investigation about alleging that there are irregularities and nepotism. Ultimately, it proved that there was no nepotism. The only mistake the entity has done is the reasons for deviating from the agreed policy, instructed policy, are not recorded. As simple as that. A 3-4 line reasoning, had it been recorded, CBI case would not have been there at all. Many a time, these small things matter. As Madam rightly said, I'm not talking on investigation, I'm talking from investigation experiences, how to empower you to do your job in the shortest time possible within the limited resources and without affecting the business. No vigilance professional has the right to derail the business, basic business at all. His job is to facilitate rather. I fully agree. Only there is a reason I'm mentioning the red flag system. Weak controls I mentioned already. Descriptive tenders are very important. I'm not going into except these 2 slides. I'll go for questions. How many of you are familiar, sir? Complementary bidding, collusion between contractors resulting in complementary bidding, bid rotation and suppression. Bid rotation is simple. This time I'll give L3. You will give L2. Vishwanath Saab will be L1. Next time, reverse, complementary. Bid rotation means don't even participate next time. I'll be participating. Suppression is you'll purchase the competitive bidders and make them withdraw from this thing. This is only with the collusion of the outsiders. But collusion between contractors and procurement department will be bid tailoring. Again, I'm telling you, as she rightly pointed out, bid tailoring is not wrong. But recording reasons for bid tailoring is wrong. Because the entire bid may go if they go to court process. And bid manipulation, leaking data, bid splitting, sole awarding, etc. Costing, variable clauses. This is another area, sir, basically. Bear with me. Variable clauses, one too many, or forming part of large procurements, particularly in defense contracts, which are resulting in sometimes 50 to 60% of the basic original contract value is enhanced by the variable clauses is happening. Non-conforming, making false certifications, test results. No, not necessary. Yeah. Preventive is cost of prevention, I mentioned in the beginning itself. This is more theory you can go through. I'll be leaving it. Yeah. Non-consideration of EMDs. Non-revalidation of bank guarantee. Sir, one request to all of you is, many a time a running contract, bank guarantees are expiring, sometimes unintentionally, sometimes intentionally, the bank guarantees are not resubmitted to the concerned bank for revalidation, giving a huge advantage to the contractor. That should be ensured. It is pretty easy to put it in the ERP or SAP system about the bank guarantee maturity date, and 1 month ahead, an alarm will come. You have to renew this bank guarantee. You can educate this thing. Of course, simplification of rules is the need of hour. It is said that excess of rules stiffens the administrative system, justifying the emergency procedures, which then support violations and discretions, the possibility to apply one rule or other, to implement or not to implement a control, increase in the arbitrary powers of the public administrators, and to push private enterprises into profit. Yeah. What is the reshaping process? What to do, basically? Clear updated databases, clear vendor registration, use of information technology, enforcement of code of conduct. Open source intelligence can be purely used. Those of you in the normal administrative system, I'm not talking about vigilance alone. I'm not talking about investigation alone. I'm talking about doing a better job by sitting within your own office by using the open source intelligence is a good protocol, I feel. Continuous monitoring, of course. I'm open for any questions. Though I made a bit of clutter in going forward and backward and all that, thanks for bearing with me. I'm open for any questions. But I didn't want to go into investigation mode and teach with you the protocols of investigation. I wanted to put those small protocols in use for you in your day-to-day life. I'm open for any questions, sir.
Audience, the floor is open for the Q&A session. If you have any questions, you may please raise your hand up and the volunteer will head to you with the mic.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
That was indeed a brilliant session. May we please give a big round of applause, and can I request our moderator to kindly speak a few words and comment about the session, please.
I mentioned about extension of bank guarantees not being done properly. His point is very right. Numerous cases of bank guarantees are coming which are bogus and not issued by the bank. And second methodology of fraud going on, in a private sector bank guarantee, the manager is issuing the guarantee. Yes, he will confirm also, but he has no concurrence from the controlling interest. The bank guarantee, but it will be resulting in protracted legal battle. In case of private bank guarantees particularly, you can re-verify and reconfirm more securely. Nationalized bank email system verify, and the email given in the bank guarantee for communication is also bogus. Suppose one of the case, Canara Bank, I'm central auditor. Canara Bank, CANARA Bank. CANRA Bank, they have written. It is so similar. Email is sent to that email and confirmed promptly. Okay. So check the email veracity also. It's a good point you raised, sir. Thank you. IP verification.
Sir, anyway, it was a very nice presentation. I find it very useful. So one question, this is a practical question which I am.
I said I'll give a lot of data to you, how to protocols for doing that.
Yes.
Yeah, tell me, sir.
You were talking about IP location tracking. I have come across a complaint where the allegation was there was a collusive sort of bidding, and when I checked the IP numbers were all different. And now I want to find out the location from where those IPs are generated. Now still I have doubt that whether there was any collusive thing.
Yeah, that can be also verified.
It can be done.
Yes.
So
I'll give the protocols to you.
okay, right.
Sometimes they are intelligent enough, same office, same system. Okay, two IPs they relog in, and there is a further enhanced data which will be captured. With that, it can be cross-verified, provided geographical location is same.
We have certain applications which are available on the public domain.
Yeah.
So I put in that one, and which is giving the latitude and longitude where I could find certain
Yes.
matching. Latitude and longitude were matching. But does it show that the IP of that instrument is the same or?
No, it is not conclusive. Unless same IP is used, location-wise, it tells you it is a red flag, which will tell you to do your job further. Not otherwise. But if same IP, 3 tenders have coming in, then it's a red flag itself. From the beginning, I have been taking pains to tell you all, these sort of examinations have to be done in the face of red flags. First, develop a robust red flag system. And some of the practices can be made routine also, like group entities prohibited. Shareholding pattern can be done routinely also. Nothing wrong in that. Particularly when you have a doubt that continuous contract, same contract is being awarded the work and all that. Yeah, but I'll share the protocols with you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I please request the moderator to kindly present a memento?
I just presume everybody knows here, just wanted to repeat for the sake of repetition. Another very common way right now today is for verification of bank guarantees, SFMS confirmation, structured financial management system that is in there. It's like a sweet message. So it is always desirable to do it through it. Right now, I think CVC people are, if are there, it is right now desired by CVC also that e-verification of bank guarantee. Thank you very much.
This was about to this I was about to tell, sir. SFMS is a very good system, structured financial management system.
Yeah, sir.
We have to actually incorporate this in the bid document.
Yes.
That all the bidders, they're actually issuing bank should be in the SFMS system. They should be logged in that, and the entire correspondence has to be done through SFMS only. Then only the BG should become operative.
Right,
So
sir.
these conditions should be incorporated in the tender document. We have already incorporated recently.
Right, sir.
Now
Thank
we
you
are
very
doing
much.
a
Thank you very
corrections.
much.
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes. SFMS is a very good. That's what I was about to tell.
Well, I must say it was a very interactive session. Let's give a big round of applause to our wonderful speaker, V. Sharad Kumar. May I please request our moderator to present a memento as a token of gratitude. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it loud and clear for our speaker, V. Sharad Kumar. Thank you so much, sir. Well, on that note, audience, will be breaking for a very short break. I mean a very short break. I request all of you to please be back in the next 10 minutes. All the attendees and participants, you can please move to the hall in the rear end of the hall, and all the dignitaries are requested to please go towards my right. I repeat, all the participants and attendees are requested to disperse for tea in the rear hall, and all the dignitaries are requested to please move towards the right. I request everybody to kindly come back in the next 10 minutes because the next speaker is ready and we'll be starting off with the next session very soon. So please break for tea and come back in the next 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
KIOCL Limited, a flagship company under the Ministry of Steel, was established on 2nd April 1976 to mine, beneficiate, and export iron ore concentrates.
All the participants and attendees are requested to come back inside the hall and be seated. Can I request all the participants and attendees to kindly move back inside? Once again, requesting all the participants and attendees to kindly come back and take your seats. It's about time we start off with the next session. It's a humble request to everybody on the outside to kindly come in and be seated. Start the next session. May I please request all of you to kindly come inside the hall and be seated. I repeat, may I request all the attendees, all the participants to kindly come inside and be seated. It's about time we start the next session. Firstly, cheers and thanks to everybody who has joined in on time. A big clap from me to all of you. Thank you so much for coming on time. Well, it's time to move on to the next session, and the topic for this session would be effective contract management. So to start off with the session, on stage I would like to invite the moderator for the same, Shri G.V. Kiran, Director of Productions and Projects, KIOCL Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Shri G.V. Kiran onto the dais. Welcome, sir. It's now time to be welcoming our speaker for this session.
February 2001.
Stage, Shri Neeraj Kumar, CVO NHAI. And speaking of him, he is Masters in Statistics from University of Allahabad, trained in Financial Management from erstwhile National Institute of Financial Management for Faridabad, and in public policy from UC, Berkeley, USA, belongs to the 1999 exam batch of Indian Railway Account Services, IRAS, served as Director, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs from 2018 to 2022, where he was instrumental in design implementation of flagship mission program of Government of India, addressing the core issues of urban poverty, and also joined as the CVO of NHAI in August 2022. Has over 22 years of experience in the government service at different levels in Indian Railways in divisional, zonal, and railway borders level to various deputations dealt with areas like project appraisal, budgeting, design, and approval of Government of India scheme and vigilance. As a finance officer, he has extensive experience in dealing with numerous type of tenders and contracts. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Shri Neeraj Kumar, CVO NHAI. May I please request our moderator to kindly present a bouquet and welcome our speaker. As I mentioned, this session would be about effective contract management. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar. So, I have been given this topic of contract management, or more specifically, effective contract management. So, in my view, this topic is a very vast topic and a topic which is best suited for practitioners who are practicing contract management day in, day out. Yet, based on my experiences in railway and more specifically in NHAI, I would like to share my thoughts on what effective contract management looks like or should be. So that's why I have added another phrase to my topic, an NHAI perspective. I guess this is not the presentation I handed in the morning. Should I give you? No issues. Give me the. It's one dot effective contract management. Sorry for this mix-up. It will take a few minutes to change the presentation. What I will be broadly covering that what I understand with the contract and contract management, and then what in NHAI we are doing to get the outcomes that is being talked about everywhere in the country. So that will be the broad layout of my presentation. Yeah, I guess this is the one. So as I told, what I will be covering the contract management, what I understand, then the NHAI perspective, little bit of NHAI, and then how contracts are being handled in NHAI, the mechanism of dispute resolution that is part and parcel of the contract management, and what we are doing towards enhancing transparency, which suits both the parties in the contract. Rather, in NHAI, there are many parties in a contract. So such transparency enabled through IT tools help in getting to the outcome that we desire, and some initiatives. So the contract has been defined in the law as an agreement enforceable by law. It is, I mean, everybody knows what the contract is. Still, I'm repeating it, that it's an agreement enforceable by law made by the free consent of parties competent to contract for a lawful consideration. The consideration has to be there and it has to be lawful and with a lawful object and not expressly declared to be void. So this is the law. This is the definition of contract by law. What is the object? Why we enter into contract? So there are things which in government, there are certain things which government does itself, and there are certain things for which government has the services. For hiring the services for delivery of such public services, public goods, public utilities, we get into this contract. So the goal is to get the work of specified quality. This, I mean, each word has been carefully put in there so that it conveys the exact message that we intend. So specified quality output is to be achieved within least possible. So contract management is a process which ensures all the parties to a contract fully meet their obligations in order to satisfy its operational objectives, the objective of the contract, and the business goals of the customer, maybe government, maybe private individual. The effective contract management basically incorporates identifying, monitoring, and managing all risks and opportunities over life of the project to achieve project objectives and outcomes. So what is the life of a typical project? So I have tried to summarize in these 4 stages. Maybe it could be 5, it could be 3, but broadly, we decide to procure a contract. So that is one stage. Then a contract is in place. It is to be executed. Delivery of the intended objectives or outcomes, and then closure of the contract. So these are broad life cycle of a contract or a project. There are issues which we need to keep in mind while we want to achieve the outcomes that we want from a contract, or rather for an effective contract management. So I have listed out a few issues. These are not exhaustive. These are only illustrative. The issues change as per the circumstance, as per the requirement, as per the objectives. But these are broad issues. And when I will talk about the NHAI experience, I will try to correlate why I have listed these here. So like in procurement stage, we need to do these kind of, we here. So like in procurement stage, we need to do these kind of, we should be mindful of these things while we are planning for procurement. Who all are going to be our stakeholders? So that is very important. What actually we want to achieve, that is also very important. How the contract document has been drafted. Is the contract document serving the purpose? Important. What all risks that are involved during the execution of the project? So identification, allocation has to be taken care of while this procurement process is being considered. Roles and responsibilities of the parties that are going to be part of that contract, we must consider that as well. In execution and service delivery, similarly, how we are going to check the performance. Every party has to perform a role for the intended outcome. Whether these are being done, so a mechanism of managing the performance, monitoring the performance has to be there. Payments, very essential. Many contracts go haywire because of these issues, so they have to be considered. Relationship management. The parties are there. In a party, there will be parties. Like in NHAI, we permit subcontracting. So the relationship management becomes very important. Unless everybody is taken care of, things might not be as expected and may become difficult to get the outcome. The risks that we have identified has to be mitigated, if not already done. There will be changes during the execution of contract. We all know, so there are terms like change of scope, extension of time. These do come in play. So foreseeing to the extent possible, those changes have to be taken care of. If can't be foreseen, contingency planning has to be there. Documents and records are essential. They have to be created. And roles, responsibilities are to be executed as per the plan. Now we'll get the contract executed. After execution of contract, we will do the modalities to close the contract. Liabilities, all liabilities of all the obligations of all the parties have to be cleared, and thereafter the contract will be declared as closed. So in this gamut of things, two things that according to me are very important are the change of scope and extension of time. Because why? The goal of the contract we saw is to achieve the objective within the least possible cost and the least possible time. These two factors are against those objectives. So it is better to have as detailed contract, as detailed plan as possible, so that the possibility of change of scope becomes minimum. Similarly, all the contract, we always say that the time is the essence of contract. So time has to be adhered to. However, what has been seen that we tend to extend the contract for some unforeseen. So again, very minimum. So now I come to the NHAI perspective. I'll talk a little about NHAI. So this was created through an act of parliament, and its mandate is to develop, maintain, and manage the national highways entrusted by GOI. Ideally, NHAI doesn't have a highway as its own asset. Government decides that, okay, you do this job, NHAI goes about doing it. It's a very lean organization. See, this is only the board level detail. Apart from that, we have around 25 regional offices across states and around 190 field offices, which we call project implementation units, PIUs, headed by a project director. So roughly the staff strength in NHAI is around 2,000. Because of that, most of the activities that we do are outsourced. So I will tell how we go about that. The profile of projects with NHAI I have mentioned. So length that we have already delivered is 42,000 kilometers. Under implementation around 30,000 kilometers. And already approved, under bidding, yet to be awarded is around 16,000 kilometers. This entire thing is distributed broadly among two categories: the national highways under National Highway Development Project and Bharat Mala. These two categories are there. There are about 27 expressways that are being managed by NHAI. How the contracts evolved over the time in NHAI. So if you see this slide, we still are doing item rate, but up to 1998, we were doing only item rate. Then we got into this PPP thing. It was new, various models were tested, tried. And over the time, now we are also trying TOT, toll, operate, transfer. So HAM is a hybrid annuity mode, and the most preferred mode of contracting in NHAI is the EPC. For EPC and even for HAM, documents that NHAI uses as model contract agreement, MCA, which we call, they have been designed by an interministerial group, which was perhaps headed then by the vice chairman of Niti Aayog. And that group has delivered this document with mandate to ministry to do minor modifications as per the requirements. So as you can see, EPC is the most preferred mode. Both we are leaving, we are not awarding any contracts on BOT. HAM is the next. The decision to go for HAM or BOT is primarily based on the feasibility of the project. If the project is financially more feasible, we try to go for HAM, where we get a concessionaire on board, and he is given a concession period of 15 years, 20 years, something like that. This is how NHAI is doing. If you see this slide, it's kind of cluttered, but I can't help it. I'll try to simplify how things start. So you get a mandate in NHAI that you have to make this highway. This highway could be a greenfield highway or could be widening of the existing highway. So the most important activity would be to finalize the alignment. And from vigilance perspective, as CVO, I see many complaints which relate to this stage, where people are not happy about this alignment or that alignment, somebody will always be complaining. So where people are not happy about this alignment or that alignment, somebody will always be complaining. So finalization of alignment is the most critical activity. Once this activity is done, for that, finalization of alignment is the most critical activity. Once this activity is done, for that, we hire DPR consultant. So this consultant is supposed to give me a feasible alignment. There are options given, and these options are proposed by the field units after their evaluation. All three options will come with the recommendation. And at headquarters level, there is a committee headed by chairman. Members are part of it. So nobody is a member. And this committee does what? They go through all the options. A presentation is given by the DPR consultant and the field unit. And based on overall feasibility, financial implication, other considerations like whether clearances would come or not, there are constraints or things like that. Utilities might be heavy in one option, very less in other option. So all those constraints are taken care of, and then one option is picked up. Based on that picked up option, then DPR is prepared. And this DPR goes through a process of appraisal and approval. After approval of DPR, then the procurement, next cycle of procurement starts for hiring the concessionaire in case of HAM or the contractor in case of EPC. Simultaneously, we also go about hiring what we called as consultants. So these are the consultants which colleagues from railway will appreciate. In railway code, engineering code, we define engineer. Who will be the engineer who will be entrusted with the responsibility of taking the project implementation ahead. He will be in charge, engineer in charge. In NHAI, because the organization has been designed as such, this responsibility has now been passed on to this consultant. So the consultant, because the organization has been designed as such, this responsibility has now been passed on to this consultant. So the consultant is the engineer in charge. In case of EPC, we call him authority engineer. This engineer is a consultant hired and entrusted all the responsibility, but he is called authority engineer. He is paid by NHAI fully. They are basically consultants, and they deploy a team of people who is headed, this team is headed by a team lead. But there are experts as per the planned requirement that I need a bridge expert in this particular alignment, or I need a structural expert, I need a safety expert. So these experts are already planned, and accordingly they are hired from the consultant. These are authority engineers. In hybrid annuity mode, again the same set of people are hired, but they are called independent engineers. So in case of independent engineers, sorry, in case of, I'll correct myself, in case of authority engineer, they are paid equally. In case of independent engineer, I'm again wrong. So in case of independent engineer, the cost of the engineer is shared by both the concessionaire and the NHAI. So once they are hired, the first activity will be to hand over the land to the contractor or concessionaire, as the case may be. Land is handed over. The mandate says that 90% of the encumbrance-free land has to be given. So in case of NHAI, see what happens. Award of contract happens on a particular day. Thereafter, these activities have to take place. And then after handing over of land and taking any further, in both HAM and EPC, designing of the project is entrusted with the concessionaire or the contractor. So once they go about designing, they might come up with some new ideas. So to take care of all those factors, a period of 6 months have been kept. So project contract signing someday, then project will commence. That date is called. So appointed date is the date from when the project implementation is actually taking off. Before that, it is all preparation going on. In case we said that this is alignment, and in this alignment, we foresee one major bridge, 5 small culverts, some VUPs and things like that. But contractor will come and say, no, as per my design, there will be 2 minor bridges. There will not be any major bridge. The culverts will be more, VUPs will be less. And things like that happen. Once you announce the project, people who are getting affected by those roads, they also put up some demand. Like they will say that I need a FOD here because my agricultural land is on the other side of the road and my home is in this side. So these kind of demands and exigencies are being taken care of within this period, and then the appointed date starts. So this definitely helps in achieving the outcome without further problems. So approval of COS, utility shifting, if applicable in that particular stretch, it will be required to concessionaire and contractors are, earlier NHAI used to do this job, and that led to many complaints, many disputes, because then contractor will say that delay is not on my part, delay is on your part. So NHAI thought it prudent to hand it over this activity on lump sum basis to contractor. So they quote a price for it in their bid, and this activity has to be taken care of by them. There are n number of activities that we do. Sir. Sir, I am not very specifically aware of the SOP that is there, but NHAI board is authorized to take care of all necessities if the same is justified. So this is how it is being done. Some variations are being approved at the level of member concerned, and others are put up to, we have an executive committee also, and if executive committee is not competent or may consider it to putting up to the whole board. So that's how it is being done. Rarely things are going to board. That means things are delegated and they are being taken care of. We, when the contract is under implementation, the document itself provides for the DRBs. So they are part and parcel of the project. What they do, I will tell subsequently. Then after the construction period is over or the concession period is over, in case of EPC, the construction period ends after the defect liability period is over. So contract has a provision that you construct this road and you maintain this road for a given period of time. So we have different sets of parameters and they specify different periods. In case of some parameters, defect liability period is 5 years. In case of others, it is 10 years also. So contractor is fully responsible to maintain that road in that condition. From vigilance perspective, again, I'll point here that you all are traveling on roads. Maybe you are traveling on national highways as well. There is a expressway between Bangalore and Mysore. Might have traveled on that as well. So these roads are supposed to have a specified quality in terms of riding, comfort, and also in terms of wayside amenities. These are part and parcel of the road project. In O&M period, this maintenance part becomes a kind of problem, and we are getting complaints that the riding quality is not good, potholes are being patched up only. So things like that are there. So O&M is an issue from the vigilance perspective. But what we do in O&M? In O&M, after closure of the concession period or the contract period, we engage another contract. So here, like in railway parlance, again, I'll go back and we have a zonal contract system of maintenance of our structural assets. So similar contracts, these are item rate contracts. You do execute the X item and you get paid for it. In NHAI, we have listed the stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders of NHAI? So project development stage, these are the DPR consultants, financial consultant, transaction advisor and legal advisor are also onboarded. State government and departments of state government like electricity department or the irrigation department or maybe some water supply department kind of departments are also identified as stakeholders because they own the utility that may need to be shifted or altered during the course of execution of the project. So this identification of stakeholders is very critical for any effective contract management. Because if you have left somebody who tomorrow becomes a very critical voice in the project, then your project may miss your timeline and have a cost overrun as well. During construction, I have mentioned authority engineer or independent engineer will come, safety consultants. Lenders are, in case of HAM, lenders are also engaged. Financial institutions, mostly bankers, or their consortiums or JVs. So they finance the project for the concessionaire. Legal consultants are again here. Concessionaire, EPC contractor. My question has also been there. Sorry for that. State government and utility owning department. Operation, during operation, we'll have a lender. Sorry for that. State government and utility owning department. Operation, during operation, we'll have a lender's engineer, lender's agent who will monitor the escrow account, and escrow account is opened there. Auditor, NHAI also engages an auditor for the concurrent auditing of this financial transactions during operation phase. Safety consultant, because see, safety consultant are required during project construction phase as well, because they keep on raising red flags. Because once certain thing is done, redoing that wrong thing will require more time and more cost as well. So these people are onboarded. O&M contractor will be there. After some BOT experiences, NHAI has stopped tolling associated contracts, and now all the tolling is being done by NHAI itself. So for that, we are again hiring contractors. They are called toll contractors. So there are so many agencies which are coming into play in NHAI project. And with such big team, NHAI is supposed to deliver, and they are perhaps delivering. Right now, we are almost 16 kilometer per day length. Lane kilometer will be much more. So what are the risks that we need to take care of? Because unless we take care of the risks are correctly allocated, there will be disputes, there will be delays, there will be cost overruns. So what in NHAI we are doing in case of EPC, pre-construction risk in all these three categories are with NHAI. NHAI is seeking all the environmental clearances, approvals, and all those things. Land, of course, NHAI is giving. And During construction risk goes to contractor in case of EPC and concessionaire in the case of course, that risk will be with them only. Financing risk. This financing is a big problem, and you might have noticed that mostly NHAI is doing EPC, where the risk is with the NHAI. We are funding the projects. Totally. The funding is arranged by concessionaire. Likewise, in case of BOT, we are not doing. What we are doing in case of HAM, I'll cover later in detail. Then the operation and maintenance risk in case of EPC, contractor during defect liability period, thereafter it is authorities risk. In case of HAM, it is concessionaire. Revenue risk largely taken care of by authority. I will tell why. So this is the most preferred mode of contracting in NHAI. And this is giving results as well. We are not having much disputes or time overruns or cost overruns. So broadly, it will have two phases: development period, contract period. The project cost, raw material, and all those things, 100% funded by NHAI. NHAI gets its fund through GBS. This is government support that comes to ministry, and ministry allocates to NHAI, and this fund is being used for financing EPC projects. Contractor is responsible for design, procurement, construction, completion, and handing over of the project to NHAI. Payments are stage payments. So as the contract progresses, payments are being released. The claims are being made by the contractor that I have completed this stage. The claims are being verified by the contractor that I have completed this stage. The claims are being verified by the engineers who are our consultants, and after verification, they recommend that this much payment should be made. There are two types of payments as everywhere present, some ad hoc payment, then final payment. The toll rights in EPC contracts, in all cases rather, now is with NHAI after the construction period is over. Actually, what happens that once the project is declared as done, NHAI has to publish a notification that this road will now become operational. So that notification is the point to start the tolling of the bridge. Unless that is declared, tolling cannot start. And during defect liability period, it is contractor who is supposed to maintain the road. And as per my experience as CVO, in DLP, roads are being maintained. Problem arises only when it goes to O&M period after DLP. This is the BOT mode. So BOT mode had the problem that in competition, the concessionaires used to bid aggressively. And we have instances where they have not only exceeded the traffic projections, their estimations have exceeded the traffic projections, and they bid very aggressively and even offered premium to NHAI that if I get the tolling rights, I will pay this much extra as well. Actually, what happened that thereafter it didn't materialize. Some of the concessionaires have to go for liquidation as well. There have been instances. So since this model couldn't succeed, we shifted to this model, HAM. So in this, the financial risk is being shared initially. Later on, we are paying everything back. So 40% payment is being made by NHAI as per the details planned in the contract. Then Rest of the amount is being arranged by concessionaire for completion of the project. And once the project is complete and the tolling period starts, the concessionaire is being paid annuity for the 60% that he has invested. This concession period is generally 15 to 20 years, and they will also be paid for the O&M and the interest as well. So this is how the contractor's financial risks is being mitigated. Ratul collection is with NHAI and maintenance is with concessionaire. So I have already talked about this. This is the broad activity spectrum that is being taken care of while a project is under implementation to ensure that we get what we wanted to get. So in terms of NHAI, this is how we are doing a contract management effectively. Doing a contract management effectively. There are this dispute resolution mechanism. I'll touch very briefly about it. So but there is certain thing which NHAI has initiated and it has given good results as well. So these are the stages. The AEI is the first mediator. If there is a dispute during the construction period, he is the one who will try to mediate between NHAI and the concessionaire contractor and settle the dispute to the extent possible. If not, then a DRB is onboarded. It is a 3 independent experts panel. Contractor is supposed to choose one, NHAI is supposed to choose another. There is an empaneled list, and the third member is being chosen by the 2 members that have been picked up. So they visit sites, they see situations, and they try to mediate. There are resolutions at this stage also. Then comes this conciliation. So conciliation is something which NHAI claims that it has started it. So this conciliation is also giving good dividends. I'll show how. After this, then the normal process comes in play. If some disputes are not settled, parties can invoke arbitration. Arbitrations not satisfied, go to court of law. In NHAI, cases are going up to Supreme Court also. And I'm happy to share that NHAI is winning many cases there also. So this is the conciliation mechanism. It's the cabinet committee took a decision and NHAI implemented. We have 3 conciliation committees right now. And see the claims settlement. So every time that is being taken by these committees is 3 to 6 months. And 186 cases have been settled. Out of that, 62% were settled within 6 months' time. Please see the last line. We have now moved to sole conciliator also. This is a committee. But now we are also talking about, a few months back, we have started this exercise. Over 20 cases have been settled. So having one sole conciliator helps also to settle things faster. So this is the mechanism, that is a kind of theory that if we do these things, we may be able to avoid disputes in the contract, which may ultimately help in managing the contract effectively. Nothing new, these are all commonsensical things. A few things NHAI has done with the use of IT tools to enhance the transparency in the interest of all the parties that are involved in the contract. We have a big software called Data Lake. So this Data Lake basically takes care of project from beginning to end, including all payments, all measurements. In fact, drone videography has been made mandatory now, and the videos are available on our system. And in vigilance also, it helps us. We can see actually what is every month video has to be uploaded, and the videos are geotagged, so we can see which kilometer is being now shown by the video. So good tool as well. So this is the entire, I mean, there are so many things. Data lake is there, accounting, financial management system is there, attendance management system. This attendance management system is again geotagged. So for the monitoring of key person of the NHAI people. So this entire gamut of things are working to bring as much transparency as possible. And we from the vigilance side also trying to decipher many things so that we also can contribute to systemic improvement, which we are supposed to do. Data lake, I have already told, so it's an in-house software, and it basically data lake, I have already told, so it's an in-house software, and it basically brings transparency and optimizes the management of entire project. Compliance reinforcement is there, because if it is not complied, alert will come. Progress is tracked, and all the documents of the project will be available in the data lake with the project ID. There are certain other initiatives that we have taken. I'll run through it. So DPR consultants, there have been some issues that, I mean, everybody faces that. The scope of work or term of reference that we call, there will be always interpretations there. So NHAI is trying to work on it so that the scope of interpretation is minimized and there is clarity as far as what the expectation is, and there is clarity as far as what the expectation is from that contract. DPR consultants' obligations have been increased in the land acquisition process, and the deliverables are being now independently got checked from experts by NHAI. Some more recommendations are in pipeline. So DPR consultant cannot give any recommendation and run away. So he'll be held accountable. So things are being made, because ultimately, if he makes some mistakes, it affects the project implementation when the concessionaire or the contractor is onboarded. Likewise, we are trying to enhance the performance of AEI. Attendance system, interview of key personnel is happening. These things are, I mean, we are facing problem as well. We, in ministry experience, I can say, we have had one of the big 4 companies that are there serving government of India. So they will showcase a set of people when their interview is being held during selection. And within a month, most of them will vanish on one excuse. And what happens, this same set of people will again be presented somewhere else to get the contract. So we are trying to get into it and trying to figure out how to, existing contracts do penalize them for changing personnel, but I guess the penalty provisions are not good enough to deter them from changing people. And if we find somebody who has been not doing his job as expected, so we have an infracon platform where their CVs are red flagged and they cannot be had thereafter. So this infracon is a good initiative, and CVC has also made certain suggestions. We have put it across, NHAI is working on it, so that people who are black ships are not had in any government projects thereafter. So we are working on it. These are some O&M compliances, as I was telling. Software like Swachhata software, NHAI has also come up with his NHAI One app. It has gamut of things. Now, as users, you can download this app, and if you encounter certain difficulty while using the highways, you can take a picture. That picture will be geotagged, and you can upload your grievance as it is available in the Swachhata app. So this is also a good initiative. Now people can give direct feedback that this road is giving trouble, this amenity is missing, there is that problem. What along with this as vigilance we are doing? In entire this scheme of thing, you have noticed there is no NHAI officer. So all the responsibilities as well have been outsourced. So when I joined, a few complaints came, and those complaints, when I asked questions, because I was the only new person there, so I could ask questions. So I asked questions why this was not seen by the NHAI officer concerned. So they said that the contract doesn't provide for that. So that was interesting to me. So action duties, pre-construction, during construction, and post-construction. But their payment is not linked to the performance vis-a-vis those responsibilities. So as vigilance, we are now pushing it that you please have them some role in this, so that if tomorrow something goes wrong, they can also be held accountable. As of now, it is not there, and we are witnessing cases where the consultant's man, the key personnel, some of them are black ships, they are conniving the concessionaire, and even wrong payments have been detected. This is the Tatpar, this Tatpar module is basically now part of one app, NHAI one app. So Tatpar is what the concessionaire has to see show proactiveness in maintaining the road once the complaint comes. So this Tatpar app helps all the parties. Tatpar app helps all the parties, even the NHAI monitors it. The NHAI monitors it. Milestone-based progress monitoring and linkage to payments. We are proposing stage payments after completion of defined layers of linear lengths. Complete online payment synced with data lake to keep a watch on delays. A few cases have come to my notice where there is a complaint of delay. Otherwise, payments are happening very regularly, and there are no as such complaints. I told that monthly drone videography is being done and uploaded on data lake. Quality audit by independent quality auditors are being done. Third-party test provision has been made in the contract. And this training module has also come up. So for a better contract or an effective contract management, we need to have people who can handle the contract. So for that, training is a must. So it has been realized and appreciated. Now it has been started as well. So that is it from my side. Thank you. Sir.
It was a very good presentation, like outcome-oriented presentation. Nowadays, because manpower is downsizing, and there is a need to go for the TPAs for almost all the activities. I think NHAI has gone forward for even designating the authorized agents and independent engineering charges also. I have one specific issue, because you must be dealing with a lot of CBA issues also.
Pardon, sir?
CBA cases,
Yes.
meeting with the
Yes.
CBA officers.
Yes.
It is slightly digressing from the executive portion.
Yes.
But I would like to have your experiences. So, because as a CBO, there is an apprehension in mind to approach CBA. Now, I may go as a friendly, have a cup of tea and cup of talk over the tea. But there will be an apprehension mode in my mind always. How do you maneuver that sort of situations? Because you may often come across that sort of situations, and sometimes in a informal chit chat, you are saying that you go on your own to meet the CBA JDs or SPs or the DAGs. I just want to know your experience on that account. I'm slightly digressing the topic.
Thank you. Thank you for asking this, sir.
the participants.
This is indeed a digression, but sir, like you have experienced, CBI is having a very alert monitoring on NHAI especially, I can say, because in last 1.5 years, we have around 5-6 traps and equal number of other cases as well. So there are problems. So we get phone calls, and as you say, we keep talking to them. They do pass on certain, as you say, we keep talking to them. They do pass on certain informations as well, which help us to intervene in the time. And at times they also just send us that you send your people, I'm going to do some survey or some search. So this thing is there, sir, and are part of the management. We are not away from the management. So we are not away from the management. So what I have done in my limited period, sir, that I have kept my chairman posted. And a few cases also I have proposed, though it has not been transferred, but I have proposed for CBI investigation. And to my surprise, the compliances pending for over 10 years have been complied within 1 month by my sheer proposal. So a friend, CBI is a friend and a foe both, sir. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. May I please request the moderator to speak a few words?
Very good insight about, because this is one of the fastest moving things. Actually, I just also wanted to ask that because this is a project work for which is going very high. As you said, 16 kilometers per day is marvelous job, and that's one of the infrastructure which is going. Now, I was just saying, now when you give EPC contracts, suppose a contract starts the work, and then after some time, he normally contractor has, because you said right, item rate also it is there, everything. They start the work and in between they stop. Then how do you reconcile that? Because I have seen so many places sometimes, not now recently, but before, there are stretches are there where they start and stop. So, and there is a big gap, again restarting.
These do keep happen even now, where a contractor runs away and leaves the. So the provisions of contracts are utilized, and even risk and cost is being done. But the main motive is to achieve the outcome as planned, or if not, then as soon as possible after that date. So we are going for risk and cost. We are terminating the contract, and then these proceedings are also going on. I'll give an example of a road which was one of the first highways, expressways, so to say, Gurgaon, Jaipur. So if any of this audience has traveled on that road recently, in recent 5-6 months, that road gives a feeling of dirt road or a village road, even worse. The problem is that the contractor was assigned that particular contract. He left the contract and went against NHAI to court. And in its own wisdom, Honorable Court stayed anything from happening. So NHAI, despite its all intentions to maintain the road, couldn't take up. But now that court has agreed to vacate that particular stay, we are again going for hiring a new contractor so that the roads are maintained. So the plans are there, the procedures are there. We do come up with some contingencies like that and situations like that, and these are being handled. So I haven't seen in my almost 9-10 months of NHAI stay that there are things which are not, NHAI is not able to handle it. So there are plans, there are procedures in place.
Second thing was this, now this is a very highly competitive thing, road construction. A lot of bidders will be participating. How do you control? There must be some, cutting also price will be there. what is it, underquoting of prices or to achieve that. How will you control that? Because sometimes it so happens that the stiff competition comes and they come to a very close margin where they have got just two cost basis. And after some time, it becomes tough because the contractor slows down the work or all those things that way. So, cost control or
frankly-
cutting short.
frankly, I have-
This is a practical thing what we are
Yeah,
seeing.
frankly, I
because
have
of this.
no idea. See, I'm not the practitioner of contract
Okay,
there.
right.
I'm
Okay,
the
right.
CVO there.
And
So if
this-
I get a complaint on that account, maybe I'll be able to share some thoughts on that. So far, I haven't get any complaint where the matter that the price is excessively high or
And low. Actually, they come very low, and then
So-
they are- how to control
No,
the.
there is one provision. If the price has been considered as lower than what the workable price NHAI considers, we take extra performance guarantee from the contractor. Yeah, that provision they
provision.
have kept. So that kind of assures NHAI that if this gentleman runs away, this money will be forfeited.
Thank you very much. And I think hopefully this was very nice. Very
Thank you
nice.
so much indeed. A very exquisite session by Shri Neeraj Kumar. May I please request our moderator to kindly present a memento to our speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear a big, big round of applause for both our moderator and speaker for a stunning session with us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's move on to the next session, which would be about grievance or dispute redressal mechanism. For this session, may I please invite on stage our moderator, Shri Manoj Kumar, Director of Finance KIOCL, to kindly come and join us on dais, please. Audience, may we please give a round of applause to be inviting our moderator for this session, Shri Manoj Kumar, Director of Finance KIOCL. And the speaker for this special session would be Srinivas Maladi, Director, Railway Board. And speaking of him, he graduated in civil engineering from NIT Calicut in 2003, worked as a scientist in DRDO till 2006 before joining the Indian Railway. During training, received a gold medal and VJK Rain Rolling Trophy for Best Probationer from Member Engineering, received KC Sood Memorial Award for the Best Paper in IPEE National Seminar 2005, New Delhi from Honorable Member, Railway of Subject Rail Well Failures. Also received a special appreciation for executing record of 15 bridges on GRA main lane of Vijayawada Division in 2016. Instrumental in bringing out Indian Railway Vigilance Manual in 2018, and the list goes on. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our very next speaker, Shri Srinivas Maladi, Director, Railway Board. Can I please request the moderator to kindly present a bouquet to welcome? Audience, let's welcome the speaker and our moderator for the session with a round of applause. Over to you, sir.
Hello, check. Meanwhile, I'll just start. This is it working? It's working, right? That's okay. A very good morning to all of you. Am I audible to all of you? Yes. Today I got two sessions. Now, grievance redressal and dispute resolution mechanism, procurement processes, as well as question and answers. That is in the afternoon, okay? I'll be discussing everything extempore, all important provisions of CVC manual, then DOPT guidelines, then Contract Act, Arbitration Conciliation Act, etc. All important provisions which are required for you, I'll be sharing now. You please pay attention to me. If you listen to me for these 2 sessions, you will get a lot of information which will be worth very much important for all your future endeavors. Is this deal okay? Okay? Do you believe that all agreements are contracts? Have we entered a contract now? No. It is only an agreement. All agreements are not contracts, but every contract is an agreement. The reverse is true. Okay? Now, this board, this is okay, this is okay. I'll write here. Give me the pen. Let me just check. If I write here something, are you able to see? Are you able to see? Yeah. That's what the, yes. Since the topic is grievance redressal, dispute resolution mechanism, as well as public procurement processes, along with Q&A, what I'll do is I'll try so that the subject to you in the most lucid and cogent way. Okay, that's how I proceed. Now let us understand the difference between dispute and grievance. Grievance is something which anyone feels unfair that has happened to him, where he wants to actually lodge a complaint. Whereas dispute is basically difference in understanding, or it is an argument between two parties. Now you may have a lot of grievances. Today I will also have grievance if you don't ask me questions. So please ensure that my grievance is also redressed. So now, if you have any grievance, first you should understand what is the nature of the grievance. Is it an administrative grievance, or it is a grievance which is involving vigilance angle, or it is a grievance which is purely personal in nature, or which is general in nature. But what we are going to discuss today is primarily related to the vigilance angle, administrative angle, criminal angle, and this grievance can be from the employees, it can be from the contractors or stakeholders, it can be from the top management also. There may be grievance from the CVO sir also. Just now CVO has raised one issue, sir, how do you handle CBI? With respect to the tenders, if they suppose come and interfere, how do you handle them? Please write this circular 39/2021. Please write down this circular. I will share all this material after the presentation. 39/21 DOPT-OM. You must be aware that there is PC Act 1988. Recently on 26/7/2018, on 26/7/2018, the Government of India has introduced one section, Section 17A. As per this, no CBI can register a case on any recommendation made or decision taken without the approval of union government if the matter pertains to the central government employee, or without the approval of your CMD if the matter pertains to any PSU. And this section 17A is applicable only for recommendation made, decision taken. Please write that. Recommendation made or decision taken. When we make recommendations in tender committee proceedings. When we make recommendations, any file which we are pushing it to the higher up, we are making some recommendations, some endorsements. When do you take decision? When you accept that recommendation, then you take decision. So therefore, in all these matters, recommendation made or decision taken, the CBI now, from 26/7/2018, they cannot register regular case without the approval of your CMD, if it is PSU. With the approval of the union minister in the case of central government employees. This is a wonderful provision which has been inserted by the current government on 26/7/2018. Now, as per 39/21 DOPT-OM, E1 to E2, E0 to E1 to E2, the request from CBI should minimum, it should come from SP, ASP or DIG. That means the lower level official cannot ask you any question. They cannot ask you the permission. It has to come minimum from DIG. If it is from E3 to E6, minimum level is IG. If it is beyond that, the request has to come from additional DGP. This is a wonderful piece of legislation inserted in 17A PC Act. But, like us, CBI also wants to do in a quick and painless manner. Since the government as well as the PSUs are taking time for not giving the approval, sometimes they are rejecting also. In railways, we have rejected 60%. In defense also, we have rejected. So what they are doing? They are actually trapping the officials. They are making DA cases, disproportionate asset cases, under section 13(1)(b). They are trapping the officials under section 7. You may ask, sir, why section 17A is not applicable? What section 17A says? On recommendation made or decision taken. Now, if somebody takes a bribe, is it recommendation made? Sir, I have made a recommendation that I will take a bribe of 1 crore. It is not a recommendation. Accrual of property is not a recommendation made or decision taken. Therefore, for section 7 and section 13(1)(b), for traps and DA cases, very, very important, section 17A is not applicable. Therefore, the number of trap cases have increased recently. That is the reason for increase of number of trap cases, because now they are not able to make cases on contracts. They cannot make cases on tenders. So therefore, officers, you can straight away with in a bona fide manner can finalize the tenders and promote your business. Now CBI cannot enter. Please remember this section 17A. The next thing is 6.13 of CVC manual. Joint surprise check. This they can do with the CVO. But here also only PE. They cannot register RC. So therefore, this is one point of grievance which I have just now mentioned. Now let us come back to the grievance redressal. I have just now told you that there are two natures, administrative and vigilance angle. I would like to just take some time to understand vigilance angle where there can be a lot of grievances. There are total 12 scenarios in vigilance angle. 12 scenarios. Out of that, 5 numbers, the vigilance angle is obvious. Bribe, obtaining valuable thing without consideration or with inadequate consideration, obtaining valuable thing or pecuniary advantage by corrupt or illegal means, possession of assets disproportionate to known sources of income, forgery, cheating and misappropriation. These are all covered under para 1.4.1 of CVC manual. Please write. Now here there is no dispute. There is no grievance. Nothing is possible. If these are there, straight away cases are registered. The next two provisions are important. 1.4.2, 1.4.3 of CVC manual. Here the grievances happen. Why? There is a lot of subjectivity with respect to the vigilance angle, where your grievance falls, how vigilance officer is going to book a case, and how you have to actually redress it, how to reply it. Let us understand 1.4.2, gross or willful negligence. Gross or willful negligence. That means negligence is not vigilance angle. Please understand this. If somebody exhibits negligence, it is not vigilance angle. Now, what is the definition of negligence? Failure to foresee an unjustifiable risk, where a person of common prudence would have foreseen that risk. This is known as negligence. If somebody exhibits negligence, there is no vigilance angle. Now, when it becomes vigilance angle? When it is gross or willful negligence. Now, how do you define gross negligence? Failure to foresee an unjustifiable risk, where a person of inattentive and careless would have also foreseen it. That is gross negligence. Now, this is based on the principle magna culpa dolus est. Please write. Magna culpa dolus est means dolus est. This means great neglect is equivalent to fraud. Great neglect is equivalent to fraud. So therefore, officers, please understand, if you demonstrate negligence, there is nothing to worry. It is not vigilance angle. It is only a matter of administrative misconduct. Number 2, reckless decision making. Reckless decision making. Now, what is the definition of recklessness? Not caring for the end result. When we are signing something and we don't care for the end result, why we have signed it, then it is a reckless decision making. Most of the vigilance cases happen because of reckless decision making. And most of the cases happen because of improper reading. And improper reading happens in 6 ways. Misreading, selective reading, omitted reading, non-reading, perverted reading, and excess reading. Even excess reading also leads to improper reading. What we have to give is just reading. Now, please understand, here lots of cases happen, vigilance cases. I'll give you a simple example. In one ministry, a charge sheet has been sent by the vigilance with the top right corner, draft charge sheet. And it has been issued. The delinquent official has replied, inquiry completed. Just before the imposition of the penalty, matter has come to vigilance. We have seen that the same draft charge sheet has been issued to the suspect official. The charged official has replied on a draft charge sheet. Can you believe this? In another case, it was a high-level TC case, wherein the cement rates have to be justified by the TC. The lower-level official who prepared the TC minutes, what he has done, without incorporating the main TC minutes, he has taken the stock market prices of Ultratech cement. And this has been shown as annexure. Now the high-level committee members, they have signed it, and then they have proceeded to the tender accepting authority, and it has been accepted. Later on, there was a complaint that the cement prices have been awarded at higher rates based on comparison to the stock market prices. You all agree with me that stock market prices, they are emotional roller coaster issues. You all know that? Assets on the same day, the stock market will fall down. Now, in this case, the tender accepting authority and the three members, they have told Srinivas, we have not seen it. We have not read it. What is mentioned there? In good faith, we have signed it. Now, what is the definition of good faith? Good faith does not mean believing somebody. The definition of good faith is given in section 52 of Indian Penal Code. Please write. Section 52 of IPC. Nothing is said to be done or believed in good faith, which is done or believed without due care and attention. If you don't do anything without due care and attention, then there is no good faith. We believe that good faith means just we are believing somebody and then we are taking decision. No. You have to apply due care and attention. Here I am going to tell you three important principles. The principle of caveats. Caveat, you all know, you must have heard about caveat emptor, caveat venditor. Caveat emptor means let the buyer beware. It has come from section 38(2) of Indian Contract Act. It is the responsibility of the buyer to exercise due diligence. Recently, a new concept has come that is called caveat venditor. Let the seller also beware. The seller who is selling, he should also beware what he is selling. The number 3 caveat has come, caveat utilitor. The user, the end user who is using this facility, he should also beware what he is using. Now, what we are going to discuss now, there are 3 more caveats. Number 1, caveat subscriptor. Caveat subscriptor means what you are signing. Please see, because you are the owner of that document. The object of writing is to perpetuate the memory of its contents and to make writing permanent proof. Please understand, officers, anything that goes into records will speak in future. Isn't it so? So therefore, caveat subscriptor will apply. That means if you are signing, you are the executant of the document. You are expected to have read and understood its contents before execution. The next type of caveat auditor. Now you are all listening to me. You have to be beware. Let the listener beware. What you are listening to me, what you are noting down, what you are jotting down, what you are actually inferring, that also you have to exercise due diligence and beware. Then after that, caveat lector. That is what you are reading. I have mentioned just now. So all these cases lead to vigilance angle where there is reckless decision making. That means if you are signing something, if you are doing something without understanding the consequences, it is reckless decision making. Now what is the solution? Foresight the hindsight. What is the solution? Foresight the hindsight. If you foresight what will happen in the past, that is foresighting the hindsight. Number 3, blatant violation of systems and procedures. Underline this blatant. If you violate rules, there is no vigilance angle. But if you blatantly violate rules, there is vigilance angle. Now, what is the definition of blatant? The definition of blatant means doing something openly without shame. That means a roundabout process, there is no vigilance angle. I should not say that, but the blatant violation is only vigilance angle. So gross or willful negligence, reckless decision making, blatant violation of systems and procedures. Here, there are other types of violations. Routine violation, situational violation, exceptional violation. Routine violation means the deviation is the norm. Suppose many contracts we may operate without currency. Many contracts we execute variation up to 30%, 40%, which is going on everywhere, in every unit. It is a routine violation where it is the norm. The number 2 is situational violation, calculated risk in breaking the rule. At times you have to break the rule. Rules have to be broken. If everything has to be done according to the rules, why we require human beings? We can have robots. Let us feed all the rules into the robots and say, robots, you will follow these rules. But humans can act, they have actually two essential ingredients. Number one, discrimination. Number two, sanity. Discrimination means the power to decide what is right from wrong. The sanity means understanding the consequences of actions. These two powers are with only human beings. Therefore, in tender committee minutes, anywhere, it is the humans who have to exercise due diligence. And mind you, when you are signing tender committee minutes, please remember ICE, individually, collectively, and equally. The tender committee members are individually, collectively, and equally responsible. Don't say that convener is only responsible. If you draft your TC minute saying that convener explained, convener said, convener understressed, convener overscored, if you write that, that is not going to help. Unless there is an element of dissent, or if the convener has suppressed some information, which is a matter of technical issue, which is not a general issue, then the convener is responsible. Otherwise, the tender committee along with the tender accepting authority, they sail together, they swim together, they sink together. The entire committee members, they sink together. You cannot differentiate, no, TA is not responsible, only convener is responsible, finance member is responsible only for rates. It is not so. We have dealt hundreds of cases. CVC has taken a unified view. In fact, if you read CVC Circular 68/2009, wherein the vigilance officers have been told how to prepare the investigation reports. In that, CVC has said the tender committee members are individually, collectively, and equally responsible for their decision making. Remember this. Now, till now we have discussed three important parameters: gross or willful negligence, reckless decision making, blatant violation of systems and procedures. Number 4, very, very important, excessive discretion without public interest. Please write this, very, very important. Very, very important. Excessive discretion without public interest. Excessive discretion without public interest. If there is discretion, no vigilance angle. Excessive discretion, no vigilance angle. But when there is no public interest, then there is vigilance angle. Why? It is based on the principle salus populi est suprema lex. Very important principle. Everybody must remember this. Salus populi est suprema lex. Salus populi est suprema lex. LEX. Suprema lex. Salus populi est suprema lex. What does it mean? Welfare of the people is the supreme law of the land. Welfare of the people is the supreme law of the land. This is the most important law. It is higher than anything. The public interest is paramount. So when you are taking decisions which are actually beyond the scope of the rules, then what you are supposed to do? Inject public interest into your speaking order. If you inject public interest in the speaking order, then you are giving enough material to the vigilance officer to save you from any future complaints. Is it clear? Very, very important. Excessive discretion without public interest. Number 5, failure to inform controlling authority of required transactions and issues on time. Failure to inform controlling authority of transactions. What does it mean? If there is a fraud in your section, the first thing what you are supposed to do is inform your superior. The second thing, recovery. The third thing, go into the investigation. Now, if you don't inform your superior, what will happen? Fros est celere fraudum. It is governed by the maxim, fros est celere fraudum. What does that mean? It is a fraud to conceal fraud. Therefore, it is also vigilance angle, number 5. Number 6, cause of undue loss or undue gain to any person. This is all we know. All excess payments or anywhere, wherever we are actually paying fictitious payments, these are all governed under this para, 1.4.2. And 1.4.3 is any undue or unjustified delay in disposal of a case perceived after considering all relevant factors would reinforce a conclusion as to the presence of vigilance angle. Now, undue and unjustified delay is also vigilance angle. Undue And unjustified delay is also vigilance angle. It is governed by the principle lex dilations abhorret. That means law abhors delay. Based on this principle, this vigilance angle para has been brought in by the CVC. Now, whatever these 7 scenarios we have just now discussed, gross or willful negligence, reckless decision making, blatant violation of systems and procedures, excessive discretion without public interest, failure to inform controlling authority or superiors of required transactions, cause of undue loss or concomitant gain, any undue or unjustified delay in disposal of a case, these are all subjective issues. Whatever that may appear to the CVO that it is undue delay may not be so from the administrative point of view. Therefore, these 2 paras are very important. Whenever any questionnaire is given to you, use these paras. In these 2 paras, what is mentioned? The DA should decide with the help of CVO whether there is any doubtful integrity in the matter that has been handled. Is it clear? Next 3 paras, what I am going to discuss, are very, very important, must read provisions by all of you. Whoever is in the decision making, whoever is handling contracts, please read these 3 paras, very, very important to save you from the clutches of CBI and vigilance. 1.4.4, 1.4.5, 1.4.6 of CVC manual. In fact, it is important for the vigilance officers also to understand these principles. This is how you can save officers from bona fide or good decision making. Now, 1.4.4 says the raison d'etre of vigilance activity is not to reduce but to enhance the levels of managerial efficiency and efficacy of an organization. Commercial risk taking forms part of the business. Commercial risk taking will happen. Thus, every loss caused to the organization need not become the subject matter of vigilance inquiry. See, wonderful line written. This line we have taken from the Supreme Court judgment. CVC has taken from the Supreme Court judgment. Now, Supreme Court has said every loss caused to the organization need not become the subject matter of vigilance inquiry. Whether a person of common prudence working within the ambit of rules and regulations would have taken the decision in the prevailing circumstances is the criteria for deciding the bona fides of the case. You need not be an outstanding officer, outstanding engineer. Whether you are a person of common prudence who has taken the decision in the prevailing circumstances, that should decide whether you are taking the decision with bona fideness or malifiedness. What is bona fide? Bona fide means, bonus means with good intentions, malice means with bad intentions. There is another fide that is called uberrima fide. Please write this, uberrima fide. U-B-E-R-R-I-M-A, uberrima fide. This is with utmost faith. Now, utmost faith has to be exercised in every tender finalization wherever the doctrine of substantial compliance comes into picture. Please write this, doctrine of substantial compliance. If you read para 5.4.4, 5.4.5, 5.4.4, 5.4.5, 5.5.1/4, 5.4.4, 5.4.5, and 5.5.1/4 of Manual for Procurement of Works issued by the Department of Expenditure. They have clearly mentioned that courts have taken consistent view that the tender committee is entitled to accept minor deviations. Now, when you call it as a material deviation, reservation or omission has been mentioned in 5.5.14. That means the tender committee is free to accept minor deviations. Use these paras. Use these paras and then you will be safe from the vigilance angle. 5.5.1/4, very, very important. What if there is a complaint during tender finalization? Yesterday, this question was asked. Now in CVC manual, 3.4.2A6, please write, 3.4.2A6. 3.4.2A6. In CVC manual, it has been clearly mentioned that any complaint received during tender finalization will not be acted upon by the CVC or CVO. The complaint has to be simply forwarded to the tender committee. The tender committee should go into the allegations, write down, examine it, find out what is genuine, what is not, and then take a considered decision based on the merits of the case. If the allegation still persists, then vigilance can take later on. Even in the RTIs also, when the tender is under finalization, the RTA need not be replied. Once the tender is finalized, then the tender committee minutes can be given. Now there is a discussion going on in the CVC as to whether these TC minutes should be kept on the website for ensuring transparency. But the discussion is still going on. It has now, TC minutes are not kept on the website. Only the LOAs are kept, the letter of acceptances are kept, but not the TC minutes. But the day will come for the transparency also. But here, what is important is, during tender finalization, the information should not be given to anyone. Even we should not discuss with anybody officially as to how to finalize the tender. If you do that, then you are actually infringing with the confidentiality of the procurement process. Is it clear? Many times people write, they discuss, informally you discuss, but ultimately you are responsible. Even if you take legal opinion. In one case, CVC has clearly said, the legal opinion is after all an opinion, and advice is after all an advice. It need not be complied by the tender committee. In one case, the tender committee members wanted to shoot from the legal opinion from the legal officer point of view. So they have taken his opinion and they have based their decision on the legal opinion. Now, when there was a complaint and when it was investigated and when they found flaw in the process, then CVC said the legal opinion is okay, but it should not guide the tender committee. The legal opinion, in this case, what happened? The legal officer got only, he got only administrative action without any penal angle. What are administrative actions? Displeasure, recorded warning. These are all administrative actions. There is no penal angle. They are not recognized penalties. If you see your model rules, 11/12/2017 model rules, under rule 23, you have listed list of penalties. I think it is rule 23 in your model rules. Now, in this model rules, rule 23, is there recorded warning? No, it is not a penalty. It is only just an administrative action. But in that case, the other 3 committee members got major penalty. So please understand, tender committee members, just by taking the legal opinion or somebody's opinion, it will not work out. Once in one class, one officer has asked me, sir, anyhow CVO is seeing every file, let us send CVO and take his opinion for tender finalization, so that we will have the stamp of vigilance also. Yes, it's a good question, but please read 2.9 of CVC manual. 2.9 of CVC manual. The vigilance officer is not supposed to involve in any individual procurement or selection process. So sorry, not possible. But ultimately, the TC is supposed to have enough wisdom to understand and then take a decision. Is it clear to all the members who are the TC members? Okay, now we have seen the vigilance angle 1.4.4. Let us come to 1.4.5. It would be quite unfair to use the benefit of hindsight to question the technical merits of a managerial decision from the vigilance point of view. This is a rider. It is basically a caveat or caution to the CVO. After the decision is taken, everybody becomes wiser. Ex post facto, everybody is wiser, isn't it so? The Rohit Sharma should have gone first. He should have gone first hand. He should have called this fellow as the first bowler. Everybody will speak about after the result is done. Suppose if we win, that is a different matter. So ex post facto, everybody is wiser. So therefore, CVC said 1.4.5, it would be quite unfair to use the benefit of hindsight to question the technical merits of a managerial decision from the vigilance point of view. At the same time, it would also be quite unfair to ignore malified, motivated, or reckless performance of duties. Thus, a distinction has to be made between a business loss which has arisen as a consequence of bona fide commercial or operational decision and an extraordinary loss which occurred due to malified, motivated, reckless performance of duties. Therefore, if vigilance has to book a case, there should be extraordinary loss. Use this para, 1.4.5. Please write down. 1.4.5 is an enabler for you. 1.4, there should be an extraordinary loss which occurred due to malified, motivated, or reckless performance of duties. This is a very, very important para, 1.4.5. Next is very, very important, 1.4.6. It follows from above that vigilance investigation on a complaint would not be called for on the basis of mere difference of opinion, error of judgment, simplicity, lack of efficiency, failure to attain exemplary devotion to duty. These are all matters of serious irregularities from the administration point of view, not from vigilance point of view. If somebody has failed to demonstrate exemplary devotion to duty, it is not a vigilance angle. If there is lack of supervision in a site, there is no vigilance angle. This I am not saying. It is written in para 1.4.6. So don't worry about vigilance. Please use para 1.4. Lack of supervision, there is no vigilance angle. Failure to attain exemplary devotion to duty, there is no vigilance angle. There are a lot of officers who are the victims of vigilance. They come, sir, a case has been booked. This is my grievance. Now use para 1.4.6. Now 1.4.8 of CVC manual, very important. It says administrative misconduct such as lack of punctuality, insubordination, intoxication. These are all matters of administrative irregularities. They don't have any vigilance angle. Even the attendance system, what was discussed yesterday, it will have vigilance angle provided it has some monetary repercussions involving extraordinary loss, not normal loss. So therefore, vigilance should know its boundaries. If we do not draw boundaries to us, what will happen? The grievances will increase. The grievances will increase. Therefore, it is a concept which has to be understood by both the stakeholders involved in the process as well as the vigilance. We all know that administration is the author of rules, isn't it so? Administration is the author of rules. So the first responsibility of the administration is judicious amendment of bad rules. The moment the rules are amended, naturally, the processes become easy. I'll give a simple example yesterday. Yesterday, sir was discussing about risk purchase. Now in some ministries it has been removed, but in some ministries it is there. It is mentioned in 6.11.2 of Manual for Procurement of Works. Now what does it say? 6.11.2. It says risk purchase can be there, but in small contracts, risk purchase need not be there. It is given by the Ministry of Finance, Department of Expenditure. Now risk purchase need not be there because it is very difficult for the vigilance or the administration to actually recover the differential loss. There is always a possibility that the default contractor will say, the tender which has been finalized subsequently has been awarded at higher rates. So therefore, how can you take differential from me? He'll go to court. Why he can go to court, that also we will discuss. Why courts come into the contractual processes, that we will discuss shortly now. Now, but please understand this. Now, there is another important para, 1.3.3 of Manual for Procurement of Works. Very important para. It says, some organizations can change their rules as per their tailor-made situations. It is mentioned in para 1.3.3. Please change your rules. This is the most important responsibility, which is called BPR, Business Process Reengineering. What is BPR? Business Process Reengineering. Every process has to be studied. If you take just one process, let us take one process, how a bill is passed, how many layers it is passing through. Take this case study in your organization. You will find minimum 6 to 10 people must be signing a bill or must be scrutinizing a bill. Naturally, there will be speed money. Naturally, when the bill is delayed, there will be grievance. Isn't it so? Natural. That's why there will be speed money also. Any money which is used to reduce delays is called speed money. So then, of course, there will be issues. So this is another important aspect what we are discussing. Till now, we have seen the grievance which involves vigilance angle. Is it clear to all of you? The paras what I have mentioned to you, 1.4.4, 1.4.5, 1.4.6, and then 1.4.8. These are very important paras for all of you. Please take bold decisions. Nothing will happen to you. Even CBI cannot come into the premises with respect to tenders and contracts. I have already given you another circular, 39/2021, Section 17A of PC Act. The government has brought this legislation only for the officers to take bold decisions. Because now the government is expecting results. We are actually focused on outcomes rather than processes. Both are important, but outcomes have become more important than the processes. Is it clear to all of you? Now, there may be grievance from the administration also. What is that grievance? With respect to dispute resolution mechanism. That is arbitration. Officers, let me tell you, arbitration is a gold mine business. If any agency has tasted the fruits of arbitration, he will never leave it. Arbitration is a gold mine business. Why? Section 34 bar 3, Section 35, 36 and 37, Section 31 bar 7 and 29A. This is as per Arbitration Conciliation Act. Now under Section 34 bar 3, if somebody has to challenge an arbitration award, it has to be challenged within 3 months, subject to a maximum 4 months. As per the recent guideline, it has to be sent to Department of. In the due process, the 4 months is lost. It is very difficult to challenge an arbitration award in a court of law virtually now, because 4 months, it is very difficult to challenge any arbitration award. That means under Section 35, 36 and 37, all arbitration awards are final and binding. They become a civil court judgment. Now, even if you want to challenge it also, under Section 34, there are only 5 considerations. Only 5 considerations. Number 1, incapacity. Number 2, invalidity of the arbitration agreement. Number 3 is somebody going beyond the scope of the arbitration, or somebody going beyond the procedures of the arbitration. And number 5, denial of opportunity. On merits of the case, the court never intervenes. The court intervenes in arbitration cases only when the decision is bristled with malafide, arbitrariness or perversity. There are Supreme Court judgments. Even the same is true for tender committee proceedings also. You know, recently a Supreme Court judgment has been given, that is on tender finalization. Supreme Court said, we cannot second guess the mind of the tender committee. It is the power and it is the wisdom of the tender committee which have taken a decision at a particular point of time. How can we revisit the past and substitute ourselves in the minds of the tender committee and then say this decision is wrong? So Supreme Court said, we will only go into the merits of a tender decision making only when there are elements of malafide, arbitrariness and perversity. Is it clear? So therefore, in arbitration proceedings as well as tender finalization, the law is very clear. So there is enough power for the tender committee to take decisions. It is not reviewed by the Supreme Court also. Supreme Court has said that. So just you have to ensure normal common prudence in finalizing the tender. Now what are they? We will discuss short while also. Now we have a session in the afternoon. I will take all questions with respect to contracts as well as tenders and arbitration. How to finalize, what happens in the event of abnormally low rated bid. Sir has asked that question. What we have to do in the event of abnormally low rated bid? 5.6.4, Manual for Procurement of Works. 5.6.4, Manual for Procurement of Works. It says, when a procurement entity receives abnormally low rates, then it has the authority to seek the scientific basis from the bidder as to what basis he has quoted that rates. If he is not able to give the scientific basis, then the tender committee can disqualify and proceed to the next bidder. The same is taken from the Section 38 bar 2 also. Because just before I have mentioned to you, caveat emptor, caveat venditor. Because the seller, the purchaser has every right to see whether he is in a position to submit. Recently in one ministry, one bidder has quoted minus 99%. Yes, one bidder has quoted minus 99%. Now you will all agree with me, under Section 25 of Indian Contract Act, when there is no consideration, it is a void contract. When there is no consideration, it is a void contract. It is a substantively void offer. It can be straight away disqualified and go to the next bidder. Straight away, minus 99%, you can use Section 25. Why it is so? It is nudum pactum. What does that mean? It means, nudum pactum means, a person who wants to do promise, who wants to execute a promise, will do without expecting anything from the other side only on 3 grounds. If it is his natural duty, If it is his natural duty, number one. If it is arising out of generosity, or if it is due to his prudence. You tell me whether any bidder comes to your premises as a natural duty? No. As a prudence? No. Therefore, all such offers without consideration are void offers. Now, the second aspect, what we have to discuss now is the dispute resolution. Why at all there should be dispute? Why at all there should be dispute? I have just now mentioned that dispute is basically disagreement, probably in interpretation or implementation. Now, why a dispute should happen in a contract? Why it should happen? Because if it does not satisfy the principle of essentio mentium, very, very important. Essentio mentium. Mentium means meeting of minds. Meeting of minds. Both the parties, they should be on the same frequency. The minds should meet. Now, how do you ensure that the minds are met? Every contract has to be founded on only three principles. If you remember these three principles, you will ensure a proper contract document or a tender standard bidding document. What are these three? Please write down. Number one, certainty. This is called 3C principle. Number one is certainty. Number two is commitment. Number three is communication. Number one is certainty. Number two is commitment. Number three is communication. What we exactly want in this procurement process is basically certainty. If a contract is not certain, then it is a void contract. Section 29 of Indian Contract Act. Please write. Section 29. Just before, you have been shown the definition of the contract. I have also asked you whether ours is an agreement or contract. I have just now mentioned that ours is only an agreement, it is not a contract. But if you try to understand the definition of the contract, then the dispute resolution will never happen, the dispute will never arise. Now, what is the definition of a contract? When a person signifies his willingness to do or abstain from doing something with a view to obtain the assent to such act or abstinence, is said to make a proposal. A proposal, when accepted, becomes a promise. When at the desire of the promiser, the promisee or any person acting on his behalf has done or has abstained, does or abstains, or promises to do or abstain from doing something, that something is called consideration. A promise or set of promises forming consideration for each other is known as an agreement. An agreement enforceable by law, made by the free consent of the parties competent to contract for a lawful consideration with a lawful object and not expressly declared to be void, is known as contract. This is the definition of contract. Therefore, all agreements are not contracts. Now here I'll give a simple example. Suppose your director or some dignitary from the ministry has come to your site, has given instructions. These work should be completed within 15 days. This is the agenda. Now the executive has called his subordinate and he said, "Yaar, ye to kaam karna hai." Now there is no other way. Whether you violate or not, I don't know, but you have to do it. Now what executive will do? The subordinate will do, he will call some contractor, local contract. He will say, "Yaar, isme tum kar do. I'll pay you as part of variation, or I'll give you one quotation, or if you have another contract in that, I will do variation, but this has to be done." Now the contractor is asking the following questions. Okay, sir, what I should do? Where I should do? How much quantity I should do? How you are going to pay? What is the unit of measurement? And what is the unit of payment? In case of any dispute, how we are going to resolve it? If these questions are answered, that is nothing but consideration. Now a promise, now he says, "Yes, sir, I will do it. If you pay this, for this item, this quantity, this rate, you pay me, I will do it." Now these people have only entered, he has made a promise and he has accepted it. It is only a promise or set of promises forming consideration for each other. Now both these people are in the agreement, but that is not a contract. Now when it will become a contract, an agreement enforceable by law, made by the free consent of the parties, competent to contract for a lawful consideration with a lawful object and not expressly declared to be void. Now when it becomes void, I have mentioned to you, that is section 29, if it is an uncertain contract. If you invite a contract saying that construction of airport terminal at Kolkata or Mumbai or Delhi, It is an uncertain contract. It is a void contract because it is not certain what you want and where you want. Sometimes there may be doubt also. Suppose in your contract document, if it is mentioned some work has to be done, but no timeline has been mentioned. People have doubts, sir, what to do now? Our contract does not have this condition. In how many days he has to do? We don't have conditions, sir. Now what to do? Please write down section 46. Section 46 of Indian Contract Act. Every engagement has to be performed within reasonable time period. Within reasonable time period. Now, what do you mean by reasonable time period? Section 52 of Indian Contract Act. Now, Section 52 says, performed, then you specify the order in which it has to be performed. If you are not specifying the order, the law says it is as per usual course of business. Now, how it is being done normally in other contracts, the same will apply here because it has the sanction, legal sanction of Section 52 of Indian Contract Act. So therefore, wherever the provision is not clear, now how you will interpret it? You will use the provisions of Section 46 and Section 52 of Indian Contract Act. Is it clear? Next, ex visceribus actus. Ex visceribus actus means what? Every act has to be performed within four corners of the statute. Now, what do you define by four corners of the statute? That means the boundaries of the provisions. Now, how do you know the boundaries of the provisions? If you do not import any principle from outside, then it is you are within the boundaries of the principle. That means if you don't import any other provision from anywhere, that means you are within the boundaries of the provision. Ex visceribus actus, where the statute is clear. You have to act within four corners. But it is always possible that there may be a dispute in implementation because our standard bid document at times may not be accurate in asking what we want. Sometimes it may happen. Then what is to be done? If parties have acted in a manner, then how to actually interpret what is their intent? For that, the principle is contemporaneous exposition. Please write. Contemporaneous exposition. Now, these words are very important. You have to use in your speaking orders. Contemporaneous exposition. When the statute is not clear, contemporaneous exposition is the best and most powerful interpretation. Now, what does that mean? When the provisions are not clear, when the language is not clear, the intent, the meeting of the minds, essentium entium principle has to be derived from the conduct of the parties. It has to be derived from the conduct of the parties. This is what even Section 9 of Indian Contract Act says. Whatever that you are expressing in words is basically an explicit promise. Whatever you are not mentioning other than words, it is implied promise. Even the implied promise, if it is performed, is a contract under Section 8. There is no other way. Suppose some promise has to be performed in a manner and the payment has to be arranged in a specific manner. But the payment part has not been clearly mentioned. Say, let us say price variation clause, from what date it will apply. There is a statutory variation clause. From what date it will apply, it is not clear. And there is a dispute between the parties. Now, how to interpret it? How to see that from where it has to be applied? So here, what you have to see is contemporaneous exposition followed by usual course of business, how it is done normally otherwise. And when you write your speaking order accordingly, then the decision is taken with uberima fide, that is in utmost faith. Is it clear? This is another way of resolving the dispute. Is it clear? Ex visceribus actus and then contemporaneous exposition. Sometimes we may write provisions in the contract or the tender document where we may fall into trap ourselves. How it happens? This is a very important aspect. Please pay attention to me. There are three types of conditions in any tender or contract. Number one, primary conditions or inviolable conditions. Number two, secondary conditions. And number three, tertiary conditions. How do you identify them? Go to your document, Control F, summarily rejected. just search for summarily rejected. Now, if you are searching for summarily rejected conditions, what does that mean? The non-compliance will automatically result in rejection, even though it is fair or unfair. But since you have inserted this word summary rejection, you have to follow it. These are primary conditions, which are inviolable conditions. Secondary conditions always come with the phrase liable to be rejected, where there is an element of discretion with the executives. Now, how to apply principle here? Where to apply your discretion? Here the principle is discretio discernum per legem fit sit justum. What does that mean? The discretion has to be employed so far as to find what is just in the process, to find what is just in the matter. That's why there is a principle called ex equo et bono. Ex equo et bono means if a executive is taking a decision, he has to follow this principle. In the event of no rules, or in the event of confusion, or in the event of any dispute, use this principle ex equo et bono, means according to equity and conscience. Good conscience. According to equity, and sometimes it happens because rules are drafted for every situation, but sometimes there may be a possibility where there is vacuum in interpretation or implementation. Is it clear so far? Is it clear? Any doubts so far? Last benches. Any doubts so far? Yes, sir. Yes, please. Please give him the mic. Now I don't have a grievance. Because I told you that if you don't ask me a question, I also have a grievance. Now, yes, my grievance has been addressed by him. Yes, what is the point? Yes.
Regarding in tender, you told some bids are void bids if they quote minus 99%.
No, not minus 29. Minus 29 may, then it is abnormally low rated bid. Use 5.6.4.
You told 99.
Minus 99. That is a very extraordinary case. Enormity of a bid. Yes.
Such type of bids also we get.
You are getting?
Yes.
Minus 99%.
92, 93 we are getting.
Minus 93%.
But in that case, we are cancelling the tender and going for retender.
No, not required. 5.6.4.
You told to set aside that L1.
Yes,
and,
that can be done.
Next person will be the L1.
Yes.
Now, my question is, we are using technology nowadays through ERP or GEM system we are tendering. So once the price is opened and some fellow, it is noticed only after reverse e-auction or forward e-auction only we will come to know the price. Who has quoted what? Before that we cannot say. So after finalization, we will see that this fellow, no actions are there in auction process, and minus 99% fellow has become the successful tenderer. So how we will shift then?
Yes, it can be done.
Set aside this and go.
Yes, what is to be done is in your online process, you have to make modifications. Number one. Number two, when you are actually going to the next bidder, you should give an opportunity to him.
Is declining to do all this.
You have to give an opportunity to the bidder. Number one, that is very important. Before you disqualify this abnormally low rated bidder, give him an opportunity. Say 10 days or 15 days, say that.
Lower rated bidder means above 70% negative.
No, not like that. Because 5.6.4, if you carefully read it, says you cannot fix a specific percentage as to what is abnormally low rated bid. This is what Ministry of Finance guidelines say, because it is not possible. Every tender is unique, isn't it so?
Yes.
All humans have same features. 2 eyes, nose, but we are not alike. But every tender has similar features, but no two tenders are alike. Will you agree with me?
Yes.
So then how Ministry of Finance can issue a circular by stating that anything less than 70%, anything less than 30% is considered as abnormally low bid? It is not possible, and we should not give also. Because that depends on your estimate. Suppose if your estimate is inflated.
Yeah.
If your estimate is inflated.
So tender comes wide even if it is minus 30%.
Suppose imagine your estimate is 2 times the rate. Suppose you can finish that facility at say X rate. But now you have invited the tender at 3X.
Yes.
Then, so therefore, that's why the TC comes. The tender committee has to exercise
But tender
its
committee
wisdom.
is free to take all these decisions.
All these decisions, yes. That's why I have mentioned some
But
important paras.
generally our finance people, finance member of the committee, they simply will say, let us go for retender only.
Now please
sign
understand
all
this.
This,
Yeah, I got your point.
committee minutes and all, and again the same process.
Please write this, 24/3/2005 CVC circular. 24/3/2005 CVC
So
circular.
in such cases, we can approach, we are from contract section, we can approach our vigilance section.
No.
Please.
How can you go to vigilance?
Then they will give us the para.
No.
They will give us para to listen to our tender.
Now, why to go to vigilance? My number I will give you can call me. Right.
Yeah.
Now see here, this 24/3/2005 circular says, even though in every bid, you must have seen some clause, the administration reserves the right without assigning the reasons to cancel the tender. I think this clause is there everywhere. Now it is only a protective clause inserted to protect the interests of the administration. That does not mean the tender inviting authority at his whims and fancies cancel the tender without any reason. Now 24/3/2005 circular says all such tenders have to be placed. There is an answer. Whenever we are inviting a tender, we are actually testing the pulse of the market. Isn't it so? Now when the tender is open, you know the pulse of the market. The response of the market you have seen. The confidentiality has been almost lost because you know how the market is going to react for this price bid, because you know the rates. Next time, they will also know who are the bidders. Price bid, because you know the rates. Next time, they will also know who are the bidders. So therefore, whenever you are reinviting a tender or discharging a tender, it should be the last desperate resort. The discharge is not safe option. Please write. Discharge is not a safe option. It's not a safe option. You have invited tender. Please ensure and never ever discharge tender on the funds paucity. Because in any procurement process, the funds are never allotted in the beginning itself. If there is a 100 crore project, do you think on the first day, the government of India will give 100 crore? No. Initially, it will give you 1 crore. Then during the various financial reviews, you will ask, sir, in this work, I require more. Therefore, on technical grounds, cite some technical grounds and then discharge. But don't directly discharge, we have this problem, therefore we discharge and we will reinvite the tender. What if you get higher rates in the second call? Then, what if you get very high rates in the second call? AHR rates, abnormally high rates in the second call. How many times we will do that? Now, who is at loss? The administration is at loss. Why we are going for tender after all? Everything we can do departmentally, but because of paucity of resources only we are going outside. Because of non-finalization, it is affecting somewhere in the system. So therefore, if you go on discharging the tender, what will happen? Your requirement will suffer, isn't it so? Ultimately, who is suffering? Administration suffers, thereby the public interest suffers. I told you in the very beginning, salus populi, yes, suprema lex. Therefore, at times, you have to take bold decisions. You have to write, you have to record reasons. That's why I have mentioned all these paras. So that you can take bold decisions, take the organization forward. Is it okay? You are still not okay.
Participating in the tender committee, and different sections have different mandate given by their own section.
Okay, what we will do?
You stick to this position in case of this thing. Contract section will have another view. Execution section will have some third view.
So everybody wants to go in different directions.
Ultimately, there is no decision.
Everyone wants to go in different directions.
No. Ultimately, they want to go in safe
Yes.
side.
Now, who is the accepting authority?
From RINL.
There is only one person in accepting authority. Yes?
Yeah.
His decision is final. He can accept, modify, or reject.
The tender committee itself, all members are not unanimous.
No, that's fine. Let them record their reasons. Let the tender accepting authority take a decision.
So
now, if you don't take decisions, what will happen? The organization will vanish. As simple as that. If we don't take decisions, ultimately, without any delay, record your point, put up to the next level. That's all. That is the maximum you can do. Let the accepting authority employ his diligence and take a decision. We will now,
For
please.
management
Let,
also are not
if we argue like this, I will not be able to tell all other issues.
Yes. No, but solution is not coming.
No, solution is that is your organizational issue. I have given you the provisions. Probably if I were posted in your place, I would have dealt in a different way.
No.
Yeah.
You
Now,
also cannot do it.
see, I have given you the provision. See, if whatever the sections may write, there is a tender committee. Ultimately, the tender committee has to record its reasons, write what you want to do. If somebody is giving dissent, and let him write. The accepting authority can accept, modify. The accepting authority can accept, modify, or reject. He has the ultimate power. I think this you will agree. The tender accepting authority has full powers. You agree with me or not? Please put up to him. Please put up to him. He will take a well-considered decision. Now another important point. We should never say that L1 has been bypassed. Because in any procurement process, there is only one L1. Now, what is the definition of L1? 5.5.3/4 of Manual for Procurement of Work says, L1 is the lowest evaluated substantially responsive bid, which meets techno-commercial qualifications. Now, if the lowest bidder does not satisfy the eligibility criteria or techno-commercial considerations, then how can you call him L1? Only the lowest bidder has been bypassed. L1. Only the lowest bidder has been bypassed. The second lowest bidder has been bypassed. The third lowest bidder fits the definition of L1. That means in any procurement process, there is only one L1. Never write loosely that L1 has been bypassed. L1 is never bypassed. There is only one L1 in any process. It can be first lowest, it can be second lowest, it can be third lowest, it can be fifth lowest. But ultimately, what is L1? L1 is not decided based on financial considerations alone. L1 is defined as the lowest evaluated substantially responsive bids, which meets techno-commercial or eligibility criteria. Now, why we are actually stipulating eligibility criteria? Why we are stipulating eligibility criteria? Exactly. Yes. Now, it is right. But once you open the price bid, it is not satisfying the statutory requirement. Suppose you find that the rate is abnormally low. Now, if it has raised enough elements of doubt as to the executability, how can you award it? Yes. Yes. No. That's why I have mentioned all the provisions today, whatever we have discussed. See, I'll tell you this. This is a very, very simple thing. Suppose two parties have a dispute. Okay, sir, two parties have dispute. Now, these two parties have gone to arbitrator. Now, the matter says something. The arbitrator has given a specific award. Now, what Supreme Court has said? Supreme Court has said, on the award published by the arbitrator, you cannot say it is the best possible award. There can be a fair, wiser, and logical award. So therefore, the award given by the arbitrator need not be the best possible award. So the decision taken by any executive need not be the best award. That is the reason we are having so many reviews, so many levels in any procurement process. Why High Court judgment is being changed by the Supreme Court? A single bench judgment is changed by the 3-bench judgment. We have seen that reversals, right? Now, therefore, every decision taken may be questioned for its enormities. That risk is always there. If you are handling the tenders, that risk is always there. If you are working in the borders, that risk is always there. That is called, governed by the principle, volunty not fit injuria. Please write. Volunty non-fit injuria. What does that mean? No injury can be caused to a willing person. If you go to the IPL match, suppose if ball comes and may hit us, But can we go and sue the players? Can we go and sue the players? I came here. I thought I will be protected in this environment, but then one ball has come and hit me. Now, because of that, I was injured. Can he go and sue him? No, because volunteer not fit injuria. To a willing person, injury is never done. If you are in that post, if you are finalizing a tender, there is a risk.
Sir,
And how to mitigate the risk we are discussing. That's why if you read Manual for Procurement of Works or Manual for Procurement of Goods or Services, it is a fantastic booklet issued by the Department of Finance. If you read that book, officers, what I'm telling, it will address your questions. You know, for every process, in the end of the chapter, there is a table given. Risks associated with the procurement process. What is the mitigation
between CVC manual and
the procurement process? What is the mitigation
between CVC manual and this procurement manual, which one will prevail?
procurement manual?
Procurement manual.
Yes, CVC. See, CVC, if you go through the Act of CVC 2003, Section 81H, CVC can only give some rules provided the same are agreed by the respective departments. CVC's guidelines are not final.
No, in
Recently, CVC has issued one circular regarding CVO's tenure. Right? CVO's tenure, one circular was issued on 6/4/21. But when it went to the DOPT, DOPT did not agree. DOPT did not agree because if you read CVC Act carefully, CVC cannot give instructions on its own contrary to the government's instructions because it is only an advisory body.
No, but CVC is telling that, okay, you cannot negotiate with other than L1. If L1 backs out, you have to cancel the tender.
Yes.
All these things are...
Yeah, I'm coming to that. Yes. It's a good question. 24/8/2000. Please write this circular, officers. 24/8/2000. 24 August 2000, CVC circular. CVC says, if L1 withdraws from the bid, now here L1 is not the lowest bidder. L1 means the definition of bidder. If L1 withdraws from the procurement process, then CVC has said we have to retender in a fair and transparent manner. Okay, now, based on this, Manual for Procurement of Works 5.6.81F, 5.6.81F, 2017 manual, Manual for Procurement of Works said, if the procuring entity can certify that the integrity of the procurement process has been kept intact, then it can be given to the second lowest bidder. It was issued in 2017. Of course, in 2022, sir, it has been removed, sir, now. Now it has been removed. But from 2017 till 2022, for 5 years, this 5.6.81F was in operation. Now there is a conflict in the instructions of CVC and Department of Expenditure. Department of Expenditure will take over CVC's guidelines. Simple. Simple. As simple as that. CVC will only give instructions wherein the other departments are also in consonance. CVC is not final. It is not the executive department. No, CVC is not executive department.
No.
If you read section 15 of CVC Act, it says, in the event anybody goes to court, suddenly it will say, don't drag us. Section 15 says, if somebody drags CVC into courts, you don't drag us, you fight on your own. They say, whatever we have given, it is only advice. Under section 15, we cannot be prosecuted. Please don't drag us. Make us a non-joinder in the case. Why they are doing so? When they are giving instructions, when they are actually penalizing, but when somebody is raising a complaint or going to court, why CVC suddenly taking the protection of section 15? They are saying, no, we are only an advisory body. Don't involve us in the entire process, in the law process, legal process. Please immediately file before the court that we should be made non-joinder. We are misjoinder of the parties. Yes, they have said, there are lots of, I think, sir, you must have got such letters. In our ministry, many letters have come when people have made CVC a party. So to some extent only CVC can wield. Now here, please understand this. CVC or Vigilance is basically an advisory body. Sir, what is the time now? Shall we? Yeah, 13:38. Okay, we will depart for lunch. CVC is only an advisory body. We will discuss about this in the next session because it's already time for lunch. So we will have questions in the next session. I will take all your questions. I will give my phone number also, and we can have in-depth discussions over phone also. Okay? Right. Sir, we will depart for lunch. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear a big round of applause for Sri Srinivas for a very interactive session. And as sir mentioned, we will now be taking a break, and it would be for 30 minutes. So it's a humble request to all of you to kindly join us back in the next 30 minutes for the upcoming session. I repeat, we'll be starting the next session in 30 minutes. So kindly break for lunch, and please join us back and take your respective seats in the next 30 minutes. And once again, all the participants, your lunch would be arranged in the reception area, which is towards the rear end of the hall. All the participants in the cafeteria. I repeat, all the participants, your lunch is arranged in the reception area, which is towards the rear end of the hall. And all the others can please join us for lunch on the right side of the stage. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope all of you are done with lunch. I request all the attendees and the participants to kindly come back and be seated, as 30 minutes is up and we'll be starting off with the next session. I repeat, all the attendees and participants are requested to come and take their respective seats inside the hall, as we'll be starting off with the next session in the next 2 minutes. Thank you. All the participants, it's a humble request to all of you to kindly come back inside the hall. Kindly take your seats, as we're going to be starting off the session in the next 2 minutes. All the participants in the registration area, if I'm audible to you, it's a humble request to all of you to kindly join us back inside the hall, as we have to start off with the next session. I would also like to keep the audience informed that the speakers who have arrived for us today have early flights today in the evening, so it's requested that all of you come back as soon as possible so that we can try finishing. Requested that all of you come back as soon as possible so that we can try finishing. All the participants and attendees on the outside are requested to come inside the hall and take your seats as soon as possible. To everybody in the hall, I apologize for being repetitive, but can I please request all the attendees to join us back inside the hall? As we are going to be starting off with the session in the next 2 minutes, we have our speaker ready. Can I request all the attendees, all the participants, if I'm audible on the outside, are requested to please come back and settle down inside as soon as possible. All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the next session. next session. I hope all of you had a
Hello?
wonderful
Check,
run.
check. It's clear now. Yes, yes, yes.
We will now be continuing with the session, for which on stage we have our moderator, Mr. Manoj Kumar, and our speaker, Shri M. Srinivas, Director, Ministry of Defense on stage. Few people in the hall, but please give a big round of applause to welcome our moderator and speaker for the next session. Over to you, sir. Moderator and speaker for the next session. Over to you, sir.
Today afternoon, actually at 5 o'clock, today afternoon, actually at 5 o'clock, 5:50, I have a flight. So I have to wind up by 3 o'clock. So time is the essence of today's session. Time is the essence of contract. Now here, the time is the essence of this session. Officers, how many of you feel that time is the essence of contract? All of you feeling? No, it is not so. Time is not the essence of the contract, as we are doing now. Please read Section 55 of Indian Contract Act. If you really mean that, please read Section 55 of Indian Contract Act. If you really mean that the time is the essence of contract, as and when the time is expired, the promise as of not has been performed will automatically become void. Is it happening? No. We are giving extensions and we are doing the work. So therefore, time is not the essence of contract. We have a belief that it is essence of the contract. No. If you read Section 55 of Indian Contract Act, now just it came to my mind. Section 55 of Indian Contract Act, time is the essence of contract if and only if after the expiry of the time, whatever the promise has not been performed will automatically become void. So even if we write in our contract document that the time is the essence of contract, if you extend it, automatically it loses that essence. This is what Section 55 says. Sir, in fact, sir, you asked me, sir, that question. That question is replied by Section 73 and Section 74 of Indian Contract Act and Section 12 also of Goods Act 1930. Actually, sir asked me a question. In the event of non-compliance of a contract condition, how the damages have to be levied, whether these damages can be deducted from the PG, whether it is performance guarantee or whatever, performance security, whatever we may call, different names are followed differently. How it has to be handled. That is the issue what we are going to discuss. If you read Section 12 of Goods Act 1930, a condition is a stipulation essential to the main purpose of the contract, the breach of which gives right to treat the contract as repudiated. This is the definition of a condition. To the main purpose of the contract, the breach of which gives right to treat the contract as repudiated. This is the definition of a condition. If you see the definition of warranty, warranty is a condition, but it is not the essential part of the contract, the breach of which does not give the right to cancel, but he can claim damages. This is the difference between conditions and the warranty. But now let us come to the question at hand. Now Section 73 says, when two parties have entered the contract and one party is suffering due to the breach of the contract, then he is entitled to recover the damages which are actually direct, not indirect or remote. Notional losses should not be recovered. Now Section 74 says, even though the full contract has not been performed, but in the contract document, you can insert certain clauses where you can levy penalty of some percentages over the bank rate. This is there in Section 74, sir. Now, if we see the latest EPC document, whether it is MORTH, NHAI document, or whether it is defense document, whether it is Ministry of Railways, any big ministry document having EPC conditions, there we will see for all non-compliance conditions at various locations, a rate of say plus 2% over the bank rate will be levied as penalty for so many days. That is how the penalties have been specified. But having said so, they have put an upper limit also on the losses, on the percentage. You should not be more than 5%, or you should not be more than 10%. You cannot keep unlimited percentage of penalty on any party, because that is an unfair condition. Today morning I told you why courts can interfere in the contracts, because it is governed by Indian Contract Act, simple question. But the main thing is section 23, very, very important. Section 23, it's a very important condition. This is where the court is taking the power. It says a consideration and object in a contract is considered to be lawful unless it is forbidden by law, it involves injury to any person or property, or it is considered immoral, it is opposed to public policy, or in the opinion of the court, it is unfair. Therefore, the court has been given a lot of power in section 23, where they can say on any consideration or object, straight away they can say whether it is lawful or unlawful. In fact, today morning while I was discussing arbitration, during the lunch also we were discussing about arbitration. What is the solution for this arbitration? Now, on 23/10/2015, Arbitration Act was modified. An amendment was done on 23/10/2015, wherein the arbitration amendment has focused on conflict of interest. Especially, we should have an arbitrator who is not connected with both the parties, who should be an outsider, and the fees, everything have been specified. But there is one section called 12/5, section 12/5 in Arbitration Conciliation Act. Section 12/5. Here, if the other party agrees, then we can have an arbitrator appointed from the same department. We can do that. 12/5, there he has to give a certificate for waiver to exercise the option for appointment of an outside arbitrator. Number 2 is arbitration clause itself can be removed. That is, there is no doubt we can do it. But if we have a departmental arbitrator, then we can focus on him by actually taking one important judgment, that is KK Dhawan judgment. KK Dhawan versus Supreme Court, that is KK Dhawan judgment. It is given in para 1.4.7. Please write down. This is for the higher levels of the participation here. Most of the officers have belief that quasi-judicial authorities are not accountable. Now, what is the definition of a quasi-judicial authority? Quasi means what? Quasi. Quasi or quasi means apparently, seemingly, but not really. What is quasi? Apparently, seemingly, but not really. Therefore, quasi-judicial means what? They are apparently, seemingly judicial proceedings, but not really judicial proceedings. Now, an arbitrator or a disciplinary authority or an appellate authority or revision authority or review authority, these are all quasi-judicial authorities. Now, quasi-judicial authorities can also be held liable, and they can also be attached or fastened liability under the scope of the vigilance angle as per para 1.4.7. Please write this, sir. This will be useful to the CVOs. Suppose if you find that some arbitration award has been given and it is actually it is going beyond malified arbitrary bounds of reason, then we can use 1.4.7. We have made some cases against arbitrators also. The only problem happens is, what if the arbitrator is an outsider? Then he is not bound by the conduct rules. Naturally, we can't take up action. If he is a retired officer also, we can't take him up because he is not governed by our disciplinary rules. Disciplinary rules are only governed only for the working employees, not for the retired employees. For the retired employees, therefore, no action can be taken. They cannot be held accountable. Only thing is, we have to hand over to the CBI. For serving officers, yes, under 1.4.7, they can be taken up. Serving officers can be appointed as arbitrators provided waiver under section 12/5 is given by the other party. Now, whether he will give or not, that we have to see. Because that happens in some cases, that won't happen in other cases. Now, in the morning we were discussing L1 and we also discussed about disqualification criteria. Here's one important aspect I would like to cover, that is negotiations. This is one area. 3/2007 CVC circular. If you read this CVC circular, 3rd March 2007, it says there should normally be no negotiations. Negotiations will strictly be annexed. There should normally be no negotiations. Negotiations will strictly be an exception rather than rule only in cases where rates received are unjustifiably higher rates or where there is a cartel formation. Now, it is a very tricky situation. It is very difficult to lay down a quantified answer as to when negotiation should not be done. It is not possible to quantify. Okay, if it is less than 20%, then only negotiation need not be done. Or if it is more than plus 20%, minus 20 to plus 20, it's a good range. Let us avoid negotiation. So nobody can lay down the percentage of value on the bid value as to what percentage value you cannot do negotiation. It is not possible. But if the tender committee feels that the rates are reasonable, then naturally what they can do is, yes, they can take this circular's help and say that the rates are reasonable and therefore negotiation need not be done. Now, how do you assess the rate reasonability? This is another question. How do you assess the rate reasonability? It's a very difficult thing because all our procurement processes are based on anchoring bias. If you open the Google and see anchoring bias, you will get the answer. Anchoring bias means for everything there is an anchor value based on which you compare and you finalize. One way of looking at procurement processes, you have opened up to a open tender, then whatever the response you are getting, that should be accepted because that is the market's response. In fine, as far as the integrity of the procurement process is not vitiated, then it is a good response. It is elastic response. Otherwise, it can be inelastic. Now, as far as the rate reasonable response, otherwise, it can be inelastic. Now, as far as the rate reasonability is concerned, now how do you define? Now, the rate reasonability can be done by means of average of LARs, last accepted rates, for similar type, for similar conditions, geographical proximity. If you read para 5.6 of Manual for Procurement of Works, please read. 5.6 is a very important para. Right from 5.6.1 to 5.6.11. All the paras under 5.6 are very important. Every one of you must read 5.6 para. Manual for Procurement of Works. Now, when you consider the last accepted rates, suppose if you are considering the last accepted rates, you should take of what rates? Similar type, similar conditions, and geographical proximity. Now, nobody on earth can quantify what is similar type, what is similar condition, what is geographical. Now, nobody on earth can quantify what is similar type, what is similar condition, what is geographical proximity. Nobody can do that because we can't give a definition, quantified definition to these aspects. These are all abstract words which have to be used for each tender under consideration. This is very important. If you have only one single LAR, never finalize. One single LAR may always be misleading. If you don't have single LAR, go to the market and you can do the rate analysis and then finalize the tender. This is a very important aspect. Rate reasonability, there are no instructions. If you want to upgrade your rates, the only way is use indices. Whether the indices can be RBI indices, minimum wages, or economic advisors indices, but use some indices of the government of India. Don't adopt an ad hoc percentage of say 5% per annum, 10% per annum, 6% per annum. Please don't do that. You calculate as per the indices, depending on the nature of the contract, what you are handling, what is the component of labor, material, fuel, etc., and then take a decision as to what indices have to be applied. And that is how you can only update. Now, coming to the contract aspect, the one or two important aspects I'll say, and then I'll take the questions. In the contract aspect, another important point is the variation. Variation is one area where you have to be little bit, you have to focus and see that the nexus between the criteria and the requirement is followed. Here, what you have to see is two important aspects: AHR and ALR items. AHR and ALR items. Now, what is AHR? Abnormally high rated items. What is ALR items? Abnormally low rated items. Any contractor would not execute ALR items. Naturally, he would prefer savings of this ALR items. Similarly, any contractor would try to do excess of AHR items. Today afternoon, Whatever the items which are very tasty, I have taken more. The items which are not tasty to me, I have not even touched it. Similarly, the contractor also will not touch or not tasty to me, I have not even touched it. Similarly, the contractor also will not touch ALR items. He will only take and take and take AHR items, abnormally high rated items. This is one area where executives have to be focused and you have to be careful. Now, before I conclude, I'll just take your attention to Article 14 of the Constitution. The state shall not deny to any person equality before law and equal protection of laws within territory of India. The state means unprejudiced eyes of public servants like you and me. Shall not means mandatory. Deny means denial of opportunity. Out of all sins performed in the procurement process, denial of opportunity is a very, very serious sin. Denial of opportunity. It's a serious sin. Now, how denial of opportunity can happen? Denial of opportunity can happen in 4 ways. Number one, if you are banning a contractor without affording him opportunity, and without sufficient grounds, it is denial of opportunity. Now, only one person in the entire country you are saying you cannot participate in the procurement process. That is denial of opportunity. It should be based on due process. In this regard, Ministry of Finance has issued a circular on 2/11/2021. Please read it. 2/11/2021, Ministry of Finance has issued as to how banning has to be done. Unless an opportunity has been given to him and based on the evidence adduced during the process and the competent authority who is the Secretary to the Government of India has banned him, say for a period of 2 years, don't consider him as banned. Just based on a recommendation of banning, if the same fellow is participating in a parallel tender, you cannot cite a recommendation of banning recommendation in some other tender and disqualify him based on this, just a recommendation of banning, because he is not yet banned. Only after due process he is considered to be disqualified from contracting, because it is mentioned very clearly in Section 11 of Indian Contract. Unless somebody has been disqualified from contracting by law, then only he is ineligible to make a contract. Now, why we are making contracts, on what basis? Article 298 and 299. Every public servant has right to contract, but the right to contract comes with Duty Act. Now, I said just now equality. It's a very simple principle, but the underlying principle we have to understand. What is it? Equality means we have to treat equals unequally. How do you treat unequals unequally? By laying eligibility criteria. Isn't it so? And therefore, when we are treating unequals unequally, then we have to ensure that we should not disqualify a competent or substantially responsive bidder, or we should not award to an incompetent or substantially irresponsive bidder. In either of the two cases, somebody has been denied opportunity. So this is also denial of opportunity. And the third one is termination. Whenever you terminate a contract, yes, you can do it. You are entitled, but you have to record reasons. Very unfortunately, executives are very weak in paperwork. For executives, paperwork is a nightmare. Because we always work on oral instructions. First, काम होना चाहिए field में. Therefore, we give oral instructions, do the work. Later on, after 3 months or 4 months, then we think about the process. So, कैसे process करे, payment कैसे करे. Therefore, here the main issue is for the executives is he is making a background. The other contractor, what he does is the contractor is making a case for arbitration. Very long file. Arranging the papers in a chronological order. The top page should be departmental letter. When you are handling a contract, and if it is a file, when you are arranging the papers in a chronological order, the oldest letter in the back and the latest letter in the top letter should be from the department. That means even if there is one letter on the top, which is from the contractor, and it is lying on as the first page of your file, that means you have not responded. That means you have to respond. Therefore, arrange your files in chronological order and see that there is no document from the contractor on the first page. Now, very, very important principle is vigilante, non-dormantibus, Sub juris subvenient. What does that mean? It means law serves only those who are vigilant and not those who are sleeping over their rights. Law serves only those who are vigilant and not those who are sleeping over their rights. It is not the duty of the courts to do what is right. It is a duty to do what is just. That's all. They are not interested in the truth. They are only interested to resolve the issue. That's all. If you're not vigilant, matter. The second point, ignorantia facti excusat. Ignorantia juris non excusat. That means ignorance of facts is excusable, but ignorantia of law is not excusable. That means ignorance of provisions is not excusable. If you are not aware of your provisions, then it is time. Daily you take 2% of your time. We have daily 1440 minutes. 1% is 14.4 minutes. 2% is 28.8 minutes. That is half an hour. If you read daily half an hour, every day half an hour, you will improve your reading skills. You will never make a mistake with the contract document or a tender document, a drawing, a manual instruction, or arbitration proceeding, for that matter, anything. The main problem, most of the vigilance cases are happening because our reading skills are day-to-day deteriorating. Even if a WhatsApp message comes to us, if it is having 2 paragraphs, we simply delete it. If it is written in the bottom, read more, that means that message we will not read. It should be in a picture. There should be some picture, somebody standing like this, and then a message should be there with one message. Then only we will read WhatsApp message, otherwise no. What is happening in the process? We are losing our reading skills. When we are not reading properly, how we are going to take action? Awareness is the first step towards any action. If we are not aware of something, how can we act? If I don't know that if I don't know that there is a snake here, I will not act. As simple as that. If I don't know, then it does not exist for me. If there are instructions in the manual for procurement of works, Department of Expenditure, and if you are not aware of it, then as per your perspective, it does not exist. As per your perspective, it does not exist. So therefore, it is our necessity to increase awareness. Now, before I conclude and leave the session, please remember this IAS. I stands for integrity. It is not honest. Honesty is different, integrity. Always in our ACRs, only integrity is measured. Honesty is never measured. Honesty is the quality of being fair and truthful. But integrity is the quality of not only being honest, but having strong sense of moral principles. Honesty is different. Honesty does not mean he is upright. Sir, मैं किसी को नहीं छोड़ता हूं सर, सबसे 2% लेता हूं सर. He is fair. He is taking 2% from everybody. And he is truthful also. He is a honest criminal. But the quality of not only being honest, but having strong sense of moral principles is integrity. If you maintain integrity, if your reputation travels fast, then vigilance also will think twice as to why you have taken the decision. The moment there is suspicion, every act becomes tainted, isn't it so? Now, many times when there is difficulty to understand how to handle a case by the CVO, he goes by the reputation. This is an unwritten law. He goes by the reputation. Because if the same decision is taken by an upright official, they will look at it in a different perspective. If the same case is done by a corrupt official, in a different perspective. Though it is not right entirely, but still it happens. Number 2 is awareness. I have mentioned to you. Number 3, yes, speaking orders. Please develop writing speaking orders. The first P is whenever you are handling any proposal, explain the proposal with financial and technical propriety, not proprietary, propriety. Number 2, policy. Second P is policy. What policy says. Number 3, what practice or precedent says in your organization. What is the practice? What is the procedure? What is the precedent for it? Number 4, very, very important. Once you know all this, public interest. If there is a rule, he can follow the rule. But if it is a new system, sir, if it is a new case, then we have to find a remedy for it. Even there is a maxim in law. It says in novel cases, new legal remedy has to be found. It says nova quasi, nova remedium. Yes, that means in novel cases, you have to find new legal remedy because we don't have solutions for every tender. It is not possible to anticipate all exigencies and to lay down detailed guidelines to meet all situations for all times. So therefore, in novel cases, new remedies have to be applied. So for that, public interest is your weapon. And the last P is person competent to take decision. Many times, in over enthusiasm to actually exceed the targets or due to the urgency, we forget about the competent authority who is supposed to take the decision. But please remember this, urgency and tight targets are dangerous alibis. They are often tried in a hurry and repented at leisure. Urgency and tight targets are dangerous luxuries. They are often tried in a hurry and subsequently repented at leisure. Arey, I should not have taken this decision. So officers, I open this session now. Sir, the time is now 14:50. Actually, my flight is at 5:50. So I have to go to the room and get ready. I'll just leave the session for 10 minutes, but my number is 97176 41295. 97176 41295. Please do not hesitate to call me or text me. You can WhatsApp me whenever there is any issue. I don't say that I'll be able to give a solution to that, but I will also involve in the thought process. Many times when some issues crop up in your day-to-day situation, you are not forced to sit in a chamber and told to take this decision in 5 minutes. You have time. So that time you can deliberate, you can cerebrate with somebody and then come to a consensus solution. Okay, this is my number 97176 41295. Anytime, please do not hesitate to discuss anything with us. So that will also increase my wisdom. Thank you. Sir, yes, sir. Sir, your voice is not.
As usual, it is very difficult to match with your memory. You are the stalwart for the memory, even including Latin words or the French words. There are no words, you are an exceptional, this one actually. For the benefit of the most of the PSU officers available here, the problem which I could have the most of the PSU officers available here, the problem which I could notice in as a CBO of NMDC or other organizations, they don't have the schedule of rates. As a process, what's happening is that in operation of the excess quantities, L1 is exceeding L2 or L3 also. For the benefit of the large group, I request you, can you please explain what will happen in other ministries, like a similar type of items, they'll be in Schedule A, similar type of items will be in Schedule B, Schedule C, Schedule D. So when we operate operation these quantities also, but the L1 process will be intact in the entire till the closure of the contract. For the benefit of the audience,
Yes,
can you
sir.
please explain?
Yes, sir. Actually, when a bidder has been selected in the procurement process, he is called as L1, satisfying the definition of L1. L1 is defined as the lowest evaluated substantially responsive bidder who meets techno-commercial and eligibility conditions. Now this defined L1 should remain L1, continue to remain L1 from the commencement, continuance till conclusion of the contract. That means, is it possible that he may become second lowest or third lowest? Yes, it is distinctly possible. Now, in order to avoid this situation, if you are inviting a tender in your tender document, each rate for each item, let us say there is an item rate tender, you are asking him to bid for each item, let us say. Now, each item is X, Y, Z, he is quoting different rates. Now, it is not possible during the execution that he will uniformly execute all these items. Some items he will start first, some items he will start second. Now the second lowest bidder for the stated quantities, when you compare during that time, if the second lowest bidder for this such particular item, if he has quoted lower rate, then what will happen? This fellow has operated this item more, so therefore the second lowest bidder can become the first lowest bidder. So therefore, the government of India has said, Even in the item rate also, don't go for individual rates for different items. Instead, group all those items where you can expect a certain range of percentage. Suppose imagine if you are arranging some 50, you can expect a certain range of percentage. Suppose imagine if you are arranging some 50 items, which will have a range of say plus or minus 10%, keep them under one schedule. If there is an item which is at X rate and it is workable even for minus 20% or minus 30%, whereas the other rate items are around plus 10%, in such case, take out this item and keep it in a different schedule. Otherwise, what will happen? If it is hidden in the main schedule, this item will be operated more. We have just now discussed AHR because it is a very, very abnormally high rated item. Probably for 99 items, plus 10% may be unworkable, but for this one single item which is hidden in the schedule, even minus 20% may be highly profitable. So that item, the contractor will do more. How do you avoid items which are easily workable or which are expected to be done at even lower rates also? Take it out, keep it in a different schedule. Those items where you can expect uniform percentage, those items keep it in one schedule. This will ensure two issues. Number one, the contractor operating the items. Number two, the vitiation is avoided. Vitiation is a concept. It is being followed in various ministries. That means the so-called L1 should continue to remain L1 during the commencement, continuance till conclusion of the contract. Is it clear? Even by mere savings also, vitiation can happen. Even by mere savings. Suppose if the L1 bidder, if he has done some savings and the second lowest bidder, I'm not saying the L2, second lowest bidder, whoever is there, for those particular items, suppose imagine he has actually quoted lower rate. Now these items, if the L1 bidder does not execute, what will happen? Naturally, there will be vitiation. But this concept, whether it is being followed in other ministries, sir, we have to check up, sir. But L1 has to be L1 throughout the execution of the contract. So the formation of the schedules have to be on scientific basis. And number two is schedule of rates. It is always better to have schedule of rates. If you don't have schedule of rates, then you can follow Delhi CPWD rates, which are updated annually. Or you can adopt even factors also, updation factors to your particular area. In fact, sir, for redressal, sir, actually complaint redressal, I request everyone to please read 3.11 of CVC manual. Here I would like to suggest some important aspects to the CVOs, sir, also, all CVOs also. Many times when a complaint is received, and in the complaint, if there are incoherent allegations, then we can make use of 3.11.2H of CVC manual. If there are illegible allegations, we can make use of 3.11.2I. If a matter is already subjudiced or under arbitration, CVO need not investigate such case. 3.11.2J. 3.11.2 is a very important para. Many times, the contractors, they always bring their personal agendas, their own grievances to the vigilance so as to put the pressure on the executive. Here, you can make use of 3.11.2D. D for Delhi. So these are some important paras. 3.11.2. This is a very important para. A to J, everyone must read. All the grievance, whoever wants to lodge a complaint, or the handling officers, that is vigilance officers, also should read 3.11. And 5.5. 5.5 is important para, where how to do investigation is mentioned there. Okay, any doubts?
Sir,
Yes, my buddy. Yes, sir. Sir, I will moderator, sir. Yes, sir. Actually speaking, vitiation should not happen, sir. Vitiation should not happen. If at all vitiation is happening, then we have to control the quantities. It is a permutation and combination exercise. No, sir, no. Here is issue. Here is the issue. In one ministry, it has happened like that. What has happened, sir? The work was done. It's already completed. And now vitiation happened. And the vitiation value went up to 60 lakhs. Now the contractor was forced. He said, contractor has to come for negotiations and reduce the rate for the executed item. Now CVC said the person who has executed it, now after the execution, he cannot ask him or force him to come for negotiation. Why? Because, sir, in the definition of the contract we have seen, any agreement enforceable by law made by the free consent of the parties. Now in free consent, there are 5 important ingredients, sir. Number 1 is coercion. Number 2 is misrepresentation. Number 3 is fraud. Then undue advantage, that is undue influence. Number 5 is mistake. Now under coercion it comes. The moment we put coercion on the contractor, it is a void contract. Now in this case, what happened? CVC said the consent executive should be taken up because he has forced the agency to reduce the rate. CVC said he should have ensured that there should not have been vitiation during the execution itself. Now once the work is done, how can he force him? But if he is willing and if he is coming forward, sir, then it is a different thing. So what we have done, we have told executive to take back that letter. So executive, what he has done, he has gone to the contractor and he has said, just take this out. Then finally CVC said, we will close the case. So therefore, this coercion is a very important issue. Whenever you write a letter to the contractor, please see whether there is a condition to that effect. If there is no condition to that effect, then see, are you employing coercion, where the definition is given under section 15. Section 15 governs what is the definition of coercion. Section 16, undue influence. Section 17, fraud. Section 18, misrepresentation. Section 20, mistake of fact. Yes. Sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Another thing regarding this recovery of LD from performance guarantees. Actually, possibly I was not able to explain my question. Again, I'm repeating myself.
Yes, sir.
Supposing there was 1 crore rupees performance guarantee available with us, and there are 2 situations. There is a recoverable liquidated damages recoverable from the contractor of, let us say, rupees 10 lakh. Then is it possible for us to return 90 lakh rupees? And in some cases, supposing the recovery is much more than this, then can we recover this entire amount? In some cases, what happens that the performance bank guarantee itself per se, whenever a violation of contract is occurred, executives recover that entire violation of contract is occurred. Executives recover that entire performance security and say that it is the liquidated damages without entire performance security and say that it is the liquidated damages without establishing the damages. So these are the 3 scenarios I was asking about.
Now, sir, actually, the performance guarantee can be forfeited. Can be forfeited only in the event of termination. Only in the event of termination. Suppose, sir, suppose this is for the first case. The entire performance guarantee is forfeited. Suppose that during the course of execution, he has committed some not malpractice or not misconduct. He has not complied with a condition, and that condition comes with a cost. That means so much penalty to be done for so much this thing. Now, what is done, sir? Normally, in the next bill, whatever the value we will normally recover towards that penalty clause, and we will do it. Suppose by that time, if the final bill is already paid, there is no other alternative than to deduct this amount from the performance guarantee. If the final bill is not paid, then of course we can make recoveries from the final bill. Suppose that if the final bill is paid and the PG is about to be released, now a non-compliance has come to the notice of the department. Yes, sir, we can. If the final bill is paid and the PG is about to be released, now a non-compliance has come to the notice of the department. Yes, sir, we can recover it. We can recover partly from the PG provided there is no other avenue with us. Because, sir, when we define what is PG, in many contract conditions, we define PG also. Why we are taking? We are saying why we are taking PG and SD for due and faithful fulfillment of the contract. If he is not performing, then of course entire thing has to be forfeited. But, sir, that's how it has to be decided.
Okay, so that means
yes, sir.
Yeah, without proving the damages, we can recover.
Yes, sir. Now, the moment it is yes, sir.
Yeah, without proving the damages, we can recover.
Yes, sir. Now that's the point. Suppose that's why I said section 74. Now, sir, suppose if a contract is to be done, it is say 100 crore. The contract has started just now and it is only 1 crore he has done. Yes, sir. Now, after 1 crore, he is not performing. We are terminating him. Now, what is the loss that has been accrued to the department, how can we calculate? Is there a scientific basis to calculate the opportunity cost, etc., sir? That's why Section 74 said, even though we don't know what is the actual loss, Section 74 said you can stipulate some penalty for non-compliance. That is what law said, Section 74. Now, while saying so, the law said, okay, the best way is to impose some rate of interest above the bank rate. You can say, if you don't do it by within 10 days, this much penalty plus bank rate of say 2% will be the penalty for so many days. This is how maximum it can say. Because we don't know what is the loss. If the contractor fails to execute, how can we calculate the loss? The exact loss cannot be quantified. So therefore, we have to resort to Section 74.
Thank you.
Sir, in case BOQ of
Yes.
in case of BOQ of the contract items are not adopted from scheduled rate, and it is prepared either by first principle or by taking budgetary offers.
Please, can you be loud?
Yes, sir. If items of the BOQ are not taken from scheduled rate, and it is taken or prepared from time to time by first principle or by taking budgetary offers, etc., and that is awarded, suppose last year awarded, and it is a continuous every year that is happening, maintenance contract. Suppose last time they have quoted minus 30%, for example. Subsequent contract in new year, we tendered out, and now I am getting, suppose 12% plus in positive side. How it is to be justified? In what way tender committee should go ahead?
Now,
it is reasonable or not reasonable?
yes, any tender is decided by means of 5 important factors. 5 important factors. The character of the work, the scope of the work, the location of the work, the specification of the work. Now, what specification I have asked?
Everything remains same.
Next. How? How can you say that everything is same? See, you have called a tender last year. Last year conditions, how can be same for this year?
Environmental conditions.
Exactly, that is the point. See, 5 conditions may, what is that character of the work? Then after that, scope of the work. Then after that, you have to see the location of the work. Then after that period also you have to take into consideration. Now last year you got minus 12%. Is it the only item in the entire contract?
No, so many items.
Yes. Now when he has quoted so many items, how the bidder quotes? The bidder quotes, he expects profit some other items operation. Probably in this item, he must have quoted lower rate so as to grab the project on a whole. Yes, that's why while justifying the rate reasonability, I have used the word, you have to take only those rates which satisfies the condition of similar type, similar conditions, and geographical proximity. Now, geographical proximity means that is the location. Similar type means you should have quantities almost matching the same. Similar conditions means when you have invited a tender, a particular name with the particular character, the character also should match. But the timeline will never match. Because what was the stated date of completion? Last year, what were the conditions? How can you replicate the same conditions now? Even if you invite the tender next month, today you have invited a tender, you discharge it and again re-invite. Can you guarantee the same rates? Nobody on earth can guarantee the same rates. Even today, I don't know what is the exact rate for a particular item. If we know the cement rate in the market, but still people quote for cement, somebody quotes minus 50%, somebody quotes plus 10%.
So in such cases,
that's why I said that's why I said the rate reasonability is always decided on the basis of anchoring bias.
The future rates, market rates, neither we know nor contractor knows. So how to decide in future some certain rates will increase or certain rate will decrease? That is only guesswork.
That is the reason we are having price variation clause also. There is a price variation clause. They keep price variation for bitumen because they don't keep for price for every item because they are dependent on bitumen only. Because for border roads, the main item is bitumen. So depending on the nature of contract, what you are entering, the substantial, materially effective item, that item you have to consider. Because it is not possible to exactly delineate how much percentage you will get next time. It is not possible. In the same jurisdiction, for two locations, for the same type of work, you can have two different rates.
Nice.
The same TC must have awarded at two locations, two different rates.
Sir, same locations, same building, same quantity, same estimated rate. Sir, same locations, same building, same quantity, same estimated rate. We are taking quotations.
No,
each
how you
year
have
is
two tenders for this, for
1
the same
year.
location? I think, sir, it must be vigilance case.
No, it is there, sir.
How can you have two overlapping contracts in the same location? This is against
Overlapping is-
guidelines.
Only time will change.
That's the point.
Time will change.
Exactly. The time
No,
difference will give
will same.
the time difference will give us the rates. See, there have been instances where with the passage of the time, the rates have come down. The RBI indices have come down. There was a time the rates have come down. There was a time the rates went up.
For that escalation is there, no, sir?
Yes, there are escalation. Yes.
Escalation, de-escalations are there.
Yes. Not only that, suppose your eligibility criteria, let us take. It may be valid for 7 years.
Yes.
Suppose if it is valid for 7 years, I am the contractor. My only eligibility certificate what I have is a 7th year. Let us say I have an experience certificate which pertain to the last 7th year, not this year. I don't have a recent experience certificate. And half of my machinery is idling. And my experience certificate is going to expire in the next month.
Yes.
Now, if I don't quote this tender, what will happen? My experience will expire, and therefore I will have to again restart from scratch. Now, what I will do then?
In such cases, only they quote minus.
We will suggest, you can see from your side, for any cost estimation, not only the budgetary code, you see, please try to get all feedbacks from the previous contract, the peripheral contracts, and the present indices. Based on that, you please make a cost estimation.
See, the best way is, what we do is, the best way I'll tell you, leverage technology. You have to leverage the technology. You must be having integrated procurement system in your organization. Do you have it?
In case of our maintenance contract, all those things are.
No. In other departments, what they do is, they are finalizing the tenders online, sir.
Yes.
So here what they do is, all the tenders which have been finalized, all the items, the rates are taken as a database. They are available in the database. Then what will happen? It keeps on averaging it by allocating the weights. And then the latest rate is, it is also a reasonably accurate rate. It is not the actual rate. So these questions, how do you do it? How do you do it means the TC has to do it by giving whatever the guidelines. I have just 5.6 para. Please go through 5.6 first.
Okay.
Once you finish 5.6 reading, please come back to me. We will have a discussion.
And in case
Please
of
read 5.6 para first.
Sir, in case of negative code and previous rates are positive only, more than that, in that case, if we negotiate, that is a vigilance?
No. Now here what you have to do is, while writing speaking orders, while writing the TC minutes, you should employ proper language. How? Suppose he has quoted minus 20%. You should say the rates are advantageous. He has quoted plus 30%. And there is no other way. You say the rates are justifiably higher. Rates are justifiably higher. He has quoted at par. You will say the rates are reasonable. So your language will determine. If he has quoted minus 20%, you say that the rates are advantageous.
But that need not to be negotiated.
It can be asked, I'm sorry to interrupt, it can be asked on one-to-one basis.
Because my my flight is at 7:50.
Okay.
7:50. And I don't have penal clause to penalize you if I got my flight delayed.
Okay,
Specific questions cannot be asked because it is the wisdom of the TC members. And you cannot expect the reply that you want to based on the guidelines, whatever had been given. Okay, I think you got
Only thing is that TC should not become treacherous committee.
Are to be negotiated or not? That answer only.
No, negative rates, why you should do it? What is the definition of L1? Only what negotiation CVC circular says, you have to read those circulars. CVC says Negotiate only when the rates are unjustifiably higher. You yourself are saying it is minus. Then are they unjustifiably higher? No, CVC, that's what CVC said. That is circular I have mentioned, 3rd March 2007. All these circulars I will share with CVO sir, and he will try to get those material disseminated to you. And please go through it. If you read it, your solution will be there. Definitely it will be there. Okay, officers, thank you.
Thank you. That was a brilliantly interactive session. Let's hear a big round of applause for Mr. Srinivas. And may I request our moderator to present a memento to Mr. Srinivas, please. And audience, let's give a big round of applause. I'm sure we had a lot more questions for him, but due to the time constraints, we had to stop. But you can definitely contact him in person for the same.
Taking, yes. Is it on? Is it on? Yeah. Taking this gift also satisfies Rule 13 of our Railway Service Conduct Rules. So I have not violated Rule 13 of Railway Service Conduct Rules. I think your rule is Rule 12, I think.
Thank you so much, Mr. Srinivas. Well, without further ado, let's move on to the next session, which would be establishment and personal matters. And let me invite the moderator for the same, Mr. B.K. Mahapatra, Director Matters. And let me invite the moderator for the same, Mr. B.K. Mahapatra, Director Commercial, KIOCL Limited, to kindly come and join me on the dais, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear a big round of applause to invite Shri B.K. Mahapatra, Director Commercial, KIOCL Limited. Welcome, sir. And the speaker for this session, it's my honor to be welcoming Dr. Upender Vinam, CVO BDL, to kindly come on to the dais. And speaking a little about him, he graduated in the mining engineering with a gold medal, MBA in marketing, PG diplomas in human resource management, insurance management, and diploma in creative English. He also holds a doctorate in marketing and published 9 research papers relating to management in reputed journals, belongs to 1999 batch of Indian Postal Services, won various awards in philatelic exhibits in India and abroad, found mention in Limca Book of Records in 2019 for having more numbers of items of Ramayana theme, and in Limca Book of Records 2023 for having more number of items of poets, writers, noble literature, and prize winners. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome with a big round of applause our speaker for the next session, Dr. Upender Vinam. May I request our moderator to kindly present a bouquet and welcome our speaker for the session, please. Over to you, sir.
Hello, everyone. Upenderji is, today I think the display is not there. The stamp collection was here actually on the stand. It was his collection actually on the mining. He's basically a mining engineer. His passion is there on collection of the stamp. He collected from various other countries. I think he's the right person to deliberate on it for 1 or 2 minutes. That is his enthusiasm. He asked me and then I exposed it I think in the front side. Yesterday it was here actually. Can you please explain to the audience?
Regarding stamps, sir?
On the same. What the efforts have been gone. It's coming,
Yeah.
we'll keep now.
Good afternoon. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Vishwanath sir and KOCL for giving me an opportunity to speak to you. Regarding stamps collection, as I am a postal officer, so I started collecting stamps since 10 years or so. I would have collected thousands of stamps. And since I am a mining engineer, I just collected one frame full of mining stamps all over the world. Since I was when I stayed in Kudramukh, some hostel for about 30 days or so. During that particular period, so Kudramukh was doing extremely well. I thought the mining stamps collection, if I just put it here in some way, I will be, that gives me immense satisfaction. That is why I just placed this one. Apart from that, I have at least 500 A4 size sheets of stamps. I exhibited India and abroad also, got so many gold medals, etc. It is just, apart from this, I take interest in creative writing also. I published 9 books, poetry, stories in regional language, Telugu. Coming to this establishment and personal matters, Mr. Srinivas actually has given a brilliant presentation. Today, I will be passing through dreams with full of sections and Latin words. Maybe for few days, I will be having this hangover of so many sections and such a great, brilliant officer. So for him, one more round of applause. With regard to this establishment and personal matters, those slides are many. I will be giving the gist of the rules because it is not advisable to jot it down in terms of bullet points. Whatever rule position is there, I just copied it. I will be presenting the gist of that. So now time is 3:21. So another 1 hour I will be speaking, maybe 50 minutes or so. 5 to 10 minutes I will be taking questions. Kindly operate the presentation. With regard to today's presentation, these are the contours of presentation because establishment and personal matters, it is not easy to cover in, say, in 1 hour's time. But however, I will try to give the, say, most important aspects and risk-prone areas with regard to this establishment and personal matters, starting from certain conduct provisions, discipline provisions, generic provisions, and verification of antecedents when an employee is recruited. Generally, he will undergo this process in sequence. His antecedents character will be verified, and after that, he will be put into probation confirmation process. And after that, as he puts in more and more years, he will be promoted to the next cadre by way of some standard process called DPC. And suppose if he lands into certain areas, there will be sealed cover procedure also. Vigilance angle, elaborately covered by Mr. Srinivas. Vigilance angle, agreed list, ODI, and rotation of officials in the sensitive post. Followed by, suppose if he comes up with any, disciplinary related or conduct related violations, for example, like unauthorized absence from duty, what penal provisions are there, suspension, compulsory retirement, not the penalty. It is on the lines of FR 56J of DOPT, these rulings, vigilance clearance guidelines, disciplinary proceedings, how to draft a proper charge memorandum, and the inquiry process. By and large, I will be covering these aspects. The gist of the slide I will be presenting. As you see, all the employees will fall into these 4 quadrants. 4 quadrants. Number 1 is that all employees are not bestowed with high integrity with regard to the integrity and performance. When you analyze them, very minority percentage will fall in the category quadrant 1, high on integrity, high on performance. These people are minor in nature, minority in nature. The next quadrant, if you see, high performance and low on integrity. Third one, low performance and high on integrity. The next one is low performance and low on integrity. The major concern for the organization is performance. The major concern for the vigilance is integrity. Somewhere, some via media balance need to be worked out. So, this, please just go back. High performance and low on integrity. Generally, this particular lot, they are close to the management and they will be over courteous, and given any task, they will be willing to perform. That's where when they land into some kind of trouble, etc., the discount will be applied to them. He is a high performer. He would have committed some mistake. Let us pardon them. That kind of thing, particularly it happens in organization. The last quadrant, low performance and low on integrity, those are undesirable out. No, the minority is low performance and high on integrity. That kind of people are also there in the organization. So, say maximize and see that devise a system in such a way that the organization has high performance, and high on integrity. Next slide, please. As you would have seen is that Department of Public Enterprises in the year 2017 has come up with 38 provisions. They codified the appeal rules in the year 2017. Prior to that, in 1974, some effort was made. With regard to the central government employees, conduct rules 1964 were issued. After that, and there is a separate provision for conduct classification and appeal rules. CCS, CCA rules 965. But in case of public sector enterprises, one common provision, that is CDA rules 2017, were issued. I have visited as many as 18 PSUs. Each PSU has its own compilation of these conduct provisions. Yes, they have their own interpretation. By and large, because when there is a violation, generally we draw reference to the conduct provisions. In the central government servant. Yesterday there was a mention that when the policeman is there, generally we become alert. The CDA is also like the of provisions. There are so many don'ts will be there. And generally in the CDA, too many don'ts will be there. Those don'ts are there to guide us, to help us, to regulate our behavior so that we perform in accordance with the coded principles. And it is in the interest of the organization. A disciplined public servant is an asset to the organization. Next slide, please. Rule 5 of DPE 2017 defines what is a misconduct. Actually, central government rules, conduct rules, there is no mention, there is no definition of what constitutes a misconduct. Courts at different points of time have detailed what constitutes misconduct. In DPE 2017, they said that violation of established rules and procedures acts which are prejudicial to the interest of management. Last point, if you see it, doing what is not expected to be done or not doing what is expected. This is somewhat complex in nature. This is what it is defined in the DPE 2017 Rule 5, misconduct. Next. There is a concept called criminal misconduct also. PC Act, Prevention of Corruption Act defines criminal misconduct. All of us should know these basic things because what constitutes an administrative misconduct, what constitutes a vigilance angle, presence of vigilance angle, what constitutes a criminal misconduct. Illicitly acquiring, enriching himself. This is an amendment made in 2018 and this assets disproportionate to known sources of legal income. The DA case generally based on Criminal Law Amendment Ordinance 1944 or PC Act itself, there is a provision to proceed against an employee. Apart from the criminal misconduct, acquiring wealth disproportionate to the known sources of income, that constitutes a DA case and one should avoid these things. Next. Moral turpitude, though CCA rules, at some place this particular term comes, even in CCS, that is Central Civil Services. But by and large, even if I say CCS or central government, the moral turpitude, this definition, it is not defined either by the PSU, rule books or in the central government. The courts have given definition what constitutes a moral turpitude. If you see the red portion, whether the act complained of contradicts or violates the accepted standards of the community. That is what courts have detailed, moral turpitude. I'm just giving the basic definitions. One should be aware of these things. There is a concept called stigma and non-stigma. A probationer, if he is discharged, it is due to non-stigmatic termination, that you are not going to attach any, you are not alleging that he has violated so and so provision. That is called non-stigmatic termination. Stigma means you will be attaching some misconduct which can be, which is called out from the conduct provisions. stigma, non-stigma. This should be used very cautiously with regard to the compulsory retirement, not as a measure of penalty, that on the lines of FR 56J. FR means Fundamental Rules 56J. On the basis of that, each organization PSU has formulated a policy to retire an employee compulsorily after a review, after acquiring 30 years of service or 50 years of age. There, it is a non-stigmatic termination. I will come to that point a little later. Next. Verification. When an employee is selected, the first thing is that we will collect the attestation form particulars. In the attestation form particulars are filled personally by the employee. Those attestation form particulars, those will be sent to the district collector. There will be problem. The police verification report is a must. Police verification report is a must. Last 5 years, wherever he or she has stayed, that district collector will be endorsing to the police authorities, and he will be endorsing to the police authorities, and he will be obtaining, and he is saying that he will say that so and so official. In the attestation form, next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Warning is there in each and every attestation form. When warning is there in each and every attestation form, when an employee end of the attestation form, what it says is that should there be, why it is important for the public sector means we see that the certificates, when verification is taken up, like caste certificate or educational certificates or experience certificate, based on which he got the employment, we receive after 6 months or 1 year or so that the certificate is false. Such instances do take place. With regard to the PVR, we receive it fast, but with regard to the certificate verification, more so with regard to the experience, there is a problem. There are cases where we had to issue show cause notice and terminate him without attaching any stigma. There is no need to follow any CDA provisions while terminating such employee who had furnished false information in the attestation form. The employee who is found unsuitable by the State Public Service Commission, he is, suppose if he is to be given employment means after say examining his say moral turpitude, to what extent he has committed that moral turpitude, that employment can be given by the authority. But with regard to the UPSC, if UPS Union Public Service Commission, if he debars him for public employment, 100% he will not be given any public employment. So such cases need to be circulated across all the police authorities. Suppose if the employee previously, if he is dismissed for any misconduct, dismissal is there is misconduct. Dismissal is there is a bar for public employment. In such cases also we cannot give any employment. There was a case in one public sector organization. He has become a CMD. In that very organization, he was dismissed at one point of time. As a result, subsequently, when Vigilance has found that he was dismissed as an employee, maybe many years back, so his CMD post was terminated without any notice. So that is why this verification of character antecedent certificates becomes all the more important. This needs to be done in a time frame. The time frame given is 6 months. Next. Secondly, with regard to the caste certificates, personally, if you see it, the one caste in one state will have some status. For example, certain communities in Karnataka, they are treated as ST. They come and join in Andhra Pradesh, they are treated as BC. So such cases, violations will also be there. And creamy layer, especially in the OBC certificates, there is a separate column, creamy layer. It does not belong to the creamy layer. We need to, that whether that particular pro forma is up to date, whether that certificate is there or not, we need to see it. Because once you give confirm in the employment, there or not, we need to see it. Because once you give confirm in the employment, it becomes 1 year. They starts doing the regular work. In PSU, at every stage, there is a probation, unlike in the central government. In the central government, from Group B to Group A, only once probation is there. Subsequently, when the officer, when he is recruited as JTS, 2 years probation will be prescribed. After that, JTS, junior time scale, senior time scale, junior administrative grade, SAG, HAG, or member, there is no probation. But with regard to the PSU employees, at every stage, there is a probation. That means his suitability need to be judged carefully. And as part of probation, assessment is also there. It so happens that for some reasons, the reporting officer may give low rating. There should be a provision in the rules to moderate the marks given as for when the employee is in probation. That means I have seen many cases wherein, for some reasons, the reporting officer gives very low rating. It need to be moderated by the higher authority. There should be some provision of that also. Next slide, please. Probation, the status of a probation legally, it is quasi-permanent. That means if the probationer fails to pass certain tests or fails to acquire certain grading, either he can be reverted to the lower grade or he can be terminated. That provision is there, it is part of the probation. Generally, as I was telling you, the probation is for 1 year, which can be extended for another 1 year. Where the cases where the probation period can be extended means unsatisfactory work, low rating. The rating need to be defined. What should be the minimum rating the probationer should acquire so that his case can be considered for confirmation. Next. Next. The probationer, once he completes his probation, normally it is expected that the next day onwards he will be confirmed. The confirmation exercise need to take place soon after completion of the probation. Confirmation, promotion, both are on equal footing with regard to the assessment. The ratings need to be carefully assessed, whether suitability of the official for the next post need to be judged carefully, and by a suitably constituted committee need to see the performance and complete the confirmation process as DPC. Minutes in the DPC, Departmental Promotion Committee, they will say whether the person is fit for confirmation or unfit, not yet fit for confirmation. Next. Confirmation process entails vigilance clearance also. Once the employee completes his stated probation period or extended period, that also after that, the file will come to the vigilance for clearance. Once vigilance clearance is accorded, his performance is satisfactory, the employee is confirmed in that particular post. In the year 1988, there is a DOPT ruling which says that earlier the practice was there should be a post available for confirmation. That confirmation is delinked from availability of a regular post. Next. 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 Once the employee is confirmed in the post after putting certain minimum number of years, he will be eligible for promotion in that line. For that, there is a concept called Departmental Promotion Committee. In the central government also it is there, in the PSUs also it is there. The DPC should consist of members sufficiently senior. Generally, they should be drawn from different branches. The DPC members, one should be at least from the neighboring PSU or some other external member should be there. When the number of candidates or the employees to be considered for promotion is 30 or more, one SC/ST member should be co-opted. there is a DOPT guideline that minority member can also be co-opted, one woman member also to be made part as far as possible wherever it is practicable. But once the number crosses 30, one SC/ST officer should be co-opted as part of DPC members. The DPC, the principles are objectivity and impartiality. It so happens in the PSU setup, based on the assessment, that bell curve is there. Certain number of officials, they will work out those who are 90 plus, outstanding. Certain percentage, they will make it very good. Certain percent, they will configure, or in the sense some exercise will go in before taking up the DPC. Generally, in the PSU, cutoff date will be 19 or 17. For non-executives, one date will be there. For executive, some other date is there. As per the rules in vogue, prior to the date of crucial date of DPC, prior to that, whatever number of, in case of central government, 5 years is the reckonable period. During that period, the assessment, we call it as annual performance appraisal reports. In case of maybe PSUs, EPMS score or some score, they say that 5 years period need to be taken into account. And apart from that, the interview component is also there. Here there is a problem. This EPMS score, generally that will be made available to the DPC members. Once they go through that, they will make an opinion. We in our PSUs delinked that EPMS score or whatever assessment score, we will keep it in a sealed cover. The DPC is required to assess the suitability of the employee solely based on his interview performance. And at the end of that interview, these both marks will be added together. The most meritorious person will be selected. Next. At the time of selecting an employee, whatever rules, recruitment rules that are there, those need to be followed. Unless recruitment rules are modified with prospective effect, whatever rules that are there as on that date, that rules should be given effect. Strictly, the norms are to be followed. Next. This is actually for central government officials. Suppose for any period, if the assessment is not available, one can go back to that. It was so that the assessment is objective. Next. So here comes certain problems. If the employee is having certain issues, there are three situations as on the date of DPC. As on the date of DPC, if the employee is either under suspension, charge sheet served and disciplinary action is pending, the employee is under suspension. Number 2, charge sheet served, disciplinary proceedings are pending. Number 3, criminal cases are registered against that particular person and prosecution is pending. If any of these conditions arise as on the date of DPC, the proceedings of the should not be made public. They should keep the findings of that particular person in a sealed cover. The minutes contain that the findings in respect of that particular X are placed in the sealed cover. That the findings in respect of so and so. This sealed cover should be reviewed once in 6 months. Suppose by any means, if I have to elaborate little, as on the date of DPC, if the employee is served with any kind of charge sheet, then findings will go into the sealed cover. That sealed cover cannot be opened unless the employee is exonerated in that particular charge sheet. If any of the penalty, including censure, is awarded to the employee based on that first charge sheet, the findings in the shield cover will have a natural death. That means the findings of the shield cover shall not be acted upon. Suppose in a hypothetical case, if the employee charge sheet is continued, proceedings are continued for 3 years, 3 years there will be DPCs. There is no bar for the second DPC to consider his case, but those findings will be kept in the sealed cover. In the 3rd year also, if the charge sheet is outstanding, the findings will go into the sealed cover. Suppose at the end of the 3rd year, if the first charge sheet ends up with some penalty, the Findings kept in the sealed cover number 1 shall not be acted upon. The sealed cover number 2 shall be opened if the DPC recommends promotion. It should be given effect prospectively, not retrospectively. In case of exoneration, the employee's seniority will be protected. He will be promoted with reference to the next junior. With regard to the financial benefits, law rule says that it is given to that discretion is given to the competent authority. So suppose if there is a second charge sheet, one first charge sheet is exonerated, but second charge sheet is given for some reasons. If based on the first charge sheet, the employee will get the promotion provided DPC recommends him, but second charge sheet is outstanding during the course of his promotion. In that case, the rule says that he should be promoted, and in his promotion post only, the disciplinary proceedings will continue. This is the sealed cover procedure prescribed based on the DOPT ruling 49/1992, and it is endorsed by the DPE, Department of Public Enterprises. In the DPE CDA rules 2017, also para 26-A specifically endorses the DOPT provisions. Not all rules of DOPT are endorsed by the DPE. This particular sealed cover procedure is endorsed by the DPE. Next. We will move further. Next. The recommendations of DPC, once DPC recommends and submits to the concerned authority, the concerned authority may accept, may return the recommendations also. Ultimately, the concerned authority discretion is paramount. So the DPC recommendations are recommendations only, unless those are accepted. Normally, the panel is valid, the DPC panel, the recommended panel is valid for 1 full year. 1 full year. Next. Next. This we have already discussed. This ad hoc promotion concept is there in the central government, but it is not there in the PSUs. The ad hoc promotion means when the proceedings continue unduly for more than 2 years, the employee will be denied the promotional prospects. In order to overcome this particular thing, there is a concept called giving ad hoc promotion to that employee who is facing criminal charge or departmental promotion purely on ad hoc basis. That concept is not there in the CPSUs. We may proceed further. Next. 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 Government servants under suspension. Government servants in respect of whom a charge sheet has been issued and disciplinary proceedings are pending. And government servant in respect, government servant means public servant, let us say, in respect of whom prosecution for a criminal charge is pending. Except these 3 situations, employee cannot be denied promotion. There is another circular issued in the 2007 vigilance clearance that is not applicable to the promotion. If promotion is to go in the sealed cover, only these 3 situations are mandatory. Next. Next. This we have already discussed. Next. 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 Suppose in a criminal case also, suppose if he is exonerated, it is not technical exoneration, technical acquittal, it is the honorable acquittal. That means exoneration. If he is exonerated, he should be promoted with reference to his next junior, and his seniority is protected, and his pay and allowances can be decided by the competent authority. Next. Even if the employee after retirement, during the course of his service, if any charge sheet is there, finally, or criminal case is there, if it ends up with exoneration, his notional seniority is there, his pay fixation is there in the pension also, and the competent authority may even grant the difference due and drawn, whatever amount is there. Next. This we have already covered. Next. Covered this particular portion. I will just touch upon few things and move further. he has said that the vigilance angle is obvious in this particular set of circumstances. Next. This is where he was citing so many CVC manual rules. In the year 2004, CVC has issued that circular and amended it in the year 2005. These 4-5 situations are very, very important. I just read out. He has beautifully explained what it says that the circumstances need to be weighed carefully with regard to whether there is any gross or willful negligence, recklessness in decision making, blatant violations of systems and procedures, exercise of discretion in excess where no ostensible public interest is evident, failure to keep the controlling authority superiors informed in time. When we examine whether there is presence of vigilance angle or not, largely we take recourse to this particular thing only. We have to qualify beyond a doubt that we should fit it before sending a proposal to the CVC in the pro forma in the circular 6th August 2009. We have to make it very clear. We should be very careful in drawing a conclusion that by this particular act there is a presence of vigilance angle. That is where the conflict will be there between the management and the CEOs. Any undue unjustified delay in the disposal of case perceived after considering all relevant factors would reinforce a conclusion as to the presence of vigilance angle in a case. What it says that though the vigilance angle is not there, there may be cases to proceed against the official for administrative mistakes. That means a separate charge sheet can be given, not for qualifying it as a vigilance case, but definitely administratively there may be some misconduct. For that, some penal action can be taken. Next. Agree list. Agree list means there are two types of lists are there. Generally, CEOs maintain this two lists, agree list and ODA list. ODA list means that I will tell you a little later in the next slide. Agree list means it is a suspect list. Suspect on suspicion on what count? If there is a reasonable suspicion that so and so employee's integrity is doubtful, it is not established. When going by whatever complaints, anonymous, pseudonymous, or source information, that will not be made public. If there is a reasonable suspicion that employee is integrity is doubtful, the CEO will propose that name of the person is the agree, then his name will go into the agree list. And of course, this needs to be approved by the head of the organization, that is CMD. What are the disabilities of keeping the person in the agree list? The major disability is he should not be given any sensitive post. And also, he should be denied foreign trips, etc. on official account. Aji. Next, agree list, please. Previous slide, previous. No. Yeah, this is generally based on, I will come to that point. Executives. With regard to the PSUs, it is executives, all executives. Because these provisions are drafted by DOPT way back in the year 1966 and 69, and that's where the rules stopped. Actually, after that, there are so many things have happened, but historically, these two concepts still they are figuring, agree list and ODA. Next. In case of PSUs, executives, not applicable for the non-executives. List of public servants of gazetted status of doubtful integrity. There are 4-5 situations. Here, when the employees proceeded with a major penalty charge proceedings where integrity is alleged, or where there is a court would have acquitted him, but there is a reasonable suspicion that his integrity is doubtful, or integrity based on integrity, say one of the lack of integrity, if any major penalty is imposed. In such cases, generally this employee name will be figuring in the ODA list. And this is proposed by the CVO, no concurrence from the the CBI is required. And of course, this ODI list is to be approved by the head of the organization, that is CMD. The validity of ODI list is 3 years from the date of penalty. With regard to the agreed list, the validity is 1 year from the date of mentioning it in the agreed list. Normally, in the month of February, these two lists are to be drawn. Those are graded as secret, not to be made public. At the time of rotation of employees, these lists need to be consulted. And first thing is that once employee graduates to this agri list or ODI, immediately he should be dispensed with the sensitive post. That is the major disability. Next. CVC time and again stressed on the need to remove the officials from the sensitive posts whose names are figuring in the agreed list or ODI. Next. One common problem in the government and PSUs also is that unauthorized absence. People come to the office late. With regard to the CPSUs, there is a provision. If he comes late, his pay will be cut to that extent. In case of central government, 2 half-an-hours are permitted in a month. If an employee can come to the office for unavoidable reasons in a month. Otherwise, half-day CL will be debited. An employee cannot be granted more than 5 years of leave. And central government, earlier the provision was there in the All India Service, but it is made applicable to the central. And some PSUs have also made provision. We have made provision. Employee who is absent for more than 5 years is deemed to have resigned from the employment. That provision we have made it in the PSUs in Hyderabad, 2 PSUs. Next. When employee absents from duty, he will produce what is called sick leave medical certificate. You cannot doubt the sickness of the employee. What best can be done is that second medical opinion. In the central government, it is so common referring the case to the medical board in case of reporting sick cases. Next. In extreme cases, there is a provision in central government break-in service. That concept is not there in the CPSUs. That is, whatever service prior to that declaring that period as break-in will be forfeited by the employee. That provision is not there in the CPS. Next. It says willful absence from duty after the expiry of joining term. Here, an employee, suppose if he transfer from one place to other place, he is supposed to join in some time period. Suppose if he willfully absents, so there arises a misconduct. Next. There is a concept called suspension. In our CDA also, there is a provision of suspending an employee. Who can suspend? Appointing authority, the disciplinary authority, or the authority who is subordinate to the appointing authority, or by any order, by a special order. These 4 authorities are declared are competent to suspend an employee. Suspension is not a penalty. First thing is that suspension is not a penalty. When it is, there are certain guiding principles of suspension. When the suspension is may be considered and may be decided. Next. When an employee is arrested, detained in custody exceeding 48 hours, what we call deemed suspension. The deemed suspension cases, the order is to be issued by the appointing authority only. In case of normal suspension, any other authority, as I was telling you, he can suspend the employee. And before expiry of 90 days, this particular provision is not there in the CPSU. Our CDA rule says that 6 months is the time limit to review a suspension. An employee who is on suspension will be granted subsistence allowance, 50% of his basic, which can be extended to 75% maximum of his basic, not more than that. So the suspension need to be reviewed before expiry of 90 days as per the central government rules. If any other rule is there in the CPSU, the same can be done. And at that first time, the subsistence allowance needs to be reviewed. whether the suspension need to be continued or not. Recently, 2022 rules have been amended, giving some time limits when to issue the maximum time limit permissible to issue a charge sheet. Earlier, before expiry of 90 days, the charge sheet is ought to be given. If not given, suspension is deemed to be revoked. Next. Next. There may be case that when the dismissed employee or the convicted employee on appeal, you would have got the job again. In such cases, from the date of dismissal or conviction, again when inquiry is relaunched, that period will be treated as deemed to be suspended. Next. These are the circumstances wherein suspension is considered to be considered. List is there, you can go through it. Next. Suspension is desirable in certain cases where any offense or conduct involving moral turpitude, corruption, etc. In this case, suspension is desirable. In case of dowry deaths also, it is a must. Next. I have said competent authority who can suspend. Next. Review also I just touched upon. Next. This also I have touched. Next. Compulsory retirement. On the lines of FR 56J, that is Fundamental Rules 56J, an employee can be compulsorily retired in the public interest by an appropriate authority. Based on what? After putting 30 years of service or 50 years of age, in CPSUs also this provision is made mandatory. The employee entire record of service needs to be consulted. How many penalties are issued based on his personal file or complaints or criminal case or gradings in the annual performance appraisal report or his file notings. The entire service record need to be gone through diligently by the committee consisting of some appropriate composition and evaluate whether the employee can be retained in the service or not. Employee can be terminated on 2 counts. One, when the employee becomes ineffective. Second, when the employee integrity is doubtful. After going through the entire service record only, this conclusion needs to be drawn and recommended for further continuation. That should be submitted to the appointing authority. Once appointing authority accepts the longer than 3 months of notice or pay and allowances, one can say employee stands terminated. Article 311 is not attracted. Article 310, doctrine of pleasure, that is attracted. There is no jeopardy, double jeopardy. Article 20, section 2. Double jeopardy is not attracted. This should be done with great care. It should, an employee who is proceeded departmentally for some misconduct, some PSUs are resorting to this particular provision, terminating him. So no stigma need to be attached at the time of terminating this particular employee. Entire service record need to be seen, especially when there is a doubtful integrity. One should be extremely careful in throwing away the employee. The principle is that nobody will become dishonest overnight. It is a gradual process. The gist of these provisions I have explained. Let us move on to the next topic. Next. 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 There is a representation committee also. Once the employee is thrown out by the appointing authority, the employee still he will be having one lifeline to represent to the representation committee. If the representation committee, if he feels that employee is unnecessarily thrown out, he is not at fault, he will be paid the entire pay and allowances for that period, from the date of termination to reinstatement. Next. 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 As I was telling you, in case of promotion, these are the 3 situations. While according vigilance clearance, whether the employee is under suspension, whether charge sheet served and action pending, whether any criminal case is pending for which prosecution is launched. These are the 3 situations only, no other case. Next. In the year next, there are separate set of guidelines are issued, vigilance clearance for empanelment, deputation, for sending abroad on training. These guidelines are not applicable for the promotion. Here there are so many situations, the DOPT rule says, generally we follow that. Next. 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 There is one concept. As on 31st December, every employee is required to submit immovable property returns. That immovable property returns, if the fails to submit, it will be treated as misconduct. Charge sheet can be given for that. So vigilance clearance can be denied. That is one concept. Next. 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 With regard to the penalties, in our CDA rules, there is a provision. But I have seen that in many PSUs, these penalties have not been mentioned, not updated also. DP 2017 updated the guidelines on penalties. They aligned with the DOPT guidelines. But many PSUs, there is a mix with regard to, for example, cumulative effect comes in the minor penalties. There is a need to align these penalties at least with the DP 2017 model CDA rules. There are two types of penalties are there, minor penalties and major penalties. Censure is the minimum penalty that need to be given if disciplinary authority feels that the employee has committed some misconduct. He cannot waive this and issue administrative warning when there is a misconduct. Next. Next. So the object of disciplinary proceedings is to elicit the truth. Let us spend few minutes on the need to draft the charge sheets carefully. Otherwise, if the charge sheet is not drafted properly, like NIT document, it fails. When judicial forum finds faults with that. So that is why there is a need to draft the charge sheet very carefully, and penalty of dismissal should be sparingly imposed. It cannot be imposed just like that for whims and fancies. Next. There should not, principles of natural justice are very much applicable to the departmental inquiries, departmental proceedings. Next. The reason should be good enough and also sufficient enough also. For the petty breaches, petty misconduct, charge sheet should not be given. A warning can be given, counseling can be given, a recordable warning can be given, but not charge sheet. Once charge sheet is given means there should be extra misconduct on the part of the employee. Next. There are 40 types of misconducts are listed, as I was telling you. That is actually list, it is not exhaustive. There can be any other misconduct also. The charge sheet should be drafted in clear and precise terms, in plain language, easy to understand. And one set of charge means one particular instance should go in one article of charge. Too many things cannot be combined. And there should not be any mutual conflict while drafting a charge sheet. Next. As I was telling, a separate charge should be framed against in respect of each mistake or lapse, which can be quantifiable. Next. Next. The idea is that avoid issuing major charge sheet. Better to go for the minor charge sheet. You issue charge sheet, obtain his explanation, within 15 days you impose penalty. That's all. In gravest of grave cases only you go for the major charge sheet. And where removal dismissal is the probable penalty that you are going to issue, in that case only you go for the major charge sheet. Next. Next. The CBC at different points of time, they said that the charge sheet need to be drafted with great care because employee is at the receiving end. The charge sheet once dropped cannot be reissued again. The charge sheet which is withdrawn for want of some technical mistakes can be reissued. Next. Wherever the charge sheet is issued based on the instance of CBI, the CBI need to be consulted at each and every stage. That is very important. Next. 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 As I was telling you, while drafting the charges, contradictions and expression of opinion to be avoided. We should not draft the charge sheet that he has committed this lapse. You should only say alleged to have committed this lapse. Never ever say that he has committed this lapse. Next. There are three things. Article 1, this suppose if the Annexure 1 talks about the article of charge. Annexure 2, in case of major penalty, statement of imputations. Annexure 3, list of documents. Annexure 4, list of witnesses. First, we should draw how to draft a charge sheet. You better write the entire story, beginning to end. From that, you take out what documents are being referred to, that you make it as a annexure, list of documents. Who are all incidental, who have all witnessed that particular transaction, take out, make it a list of witnesses. And article of charge, the essence of that story will become article of charge in case of major penalties. Next. Inadequate skill in drafting the charge sheet. Based on the faulty charge sheet, employees have been dismissed. When they approach judicial forum, they are reinstated after 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. It proves costly to the management. That is why considerable time is to be spent in drafting a proper charge sheet. Next. 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 As I was telling you, I will just spend 5 minutes on this. I'm having time up to 4:20, I think so. So generally how it goes, for the benefit of audience, after going through the preliminary investigation report, after getting complaint, etc., a decision will be taken to issue a charge sheet by the disciplinary authority. At that particular point, whether the charge is minor or major. Minor charge sheet means issue charge sheet in the standard pro forma and get the explanation, impose penalty minor. With regard to the major charge sheet, then you need to do a lot of work. You need to gather all the documents, everything. You have to spend considerable time. After that, if the employee, after receipt of charge, if he accepts the charges, then you impose the penalty. Any penalty can be imposed by the disciplinary authority. Removal, dismissal, compulsory retirement can be done only by the appointing authority. No other person. So if the employee says, I deny the charges, then if the CDA rules permits, they can be, if IVO can be hired from outside also, if the CDA rules permits. Otherwise, IVO, PO can be from the same organization. The IVO should be charged official. PO can be anybody. PO is that is presenting officer of the disciplinary authority. IVO is like a judge. He is performing the quasi-judicial function. After receipt of say representation denying the charges, the IVO PO will be appointed. From there onwards, the IVO will take the this one all the documents. He will conduct the inquiry in two modes: preliminary hearing and regular hearing. During the preliminary hearing, he will give all reasonable opportunity to the employee. He will read out the charge sheet. If he denies, he will draft whatever the record of proceedings are there in the form of daily order sheet. There is a set of documents on the prosecution side, set of documents on the defense side, the charged official side. Set of documents are there, witnesses are there, documents are there on the prosecution side. There may be set of documents on the defense side. What we call defense documents, this side we call the prosecution documents. There is a procedure prescribed for that to draw the evidence of the witnesses. The prosecution witnesses deposition need to be drawn first, witness-wise. It goes in 3 stages: examination in chief, cross-examination, and re-examination. The PO need to try to prove the cases because he is on behalf of the disciplinary authority. The witness may turn hostile also. So the PO job is to see that it is procedurally not derailed. The co-employee as the defense assistant. He will try to protect the examination of PO side and defense side. They are required to obtain the PO brief, that is presenting officer brief, and defense. After that, he will submit what is called IO report. Based on the IO report, the disciplinary authority will take a call whether the IO report is judiciously made or whether it calls for any further inquiry. If he feels that IO report is made properly, but conclusion is not drawn properly, he may add his disagreement, along with the disagreement note, he may send this disagreement note and I will report to the charged official. Based on his version, the penalty can be decided by wherever there is a consultation, like UPSC, not applicable to the PSUs, but wherever CVC consultation is there, first stage and second stage, and those need to be followed carefully. That's all. Next. Next. Two things are very important, whether the disciplinary authority is acting irrationally or not. When the case goes to the court will see on two things, whether based on this Wensbury principle, the next one is the doctrine of proportionality. These two principles will be applied to see whether the procedure followed is based on these principles or not. If there is any violation, they will quash the proceedings. That is why proceedings are to be speaking in nature. Speaking means the disciplinary authority penalty proceeding should have the judicial attribute. It should discuss the case on both sides and arrive at the finding based on the material adduced before the inquiry officer. Next. 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 We will go to the end. We will ask for some questions because time is only 5 minutes or so. This is the flow chart. Entire thing, whatever I have explained in nutshell, this is the flow chart. So floor is open for few questions. If any doubts are there with regard to this presentation, I will be happy to answer. Yeah.
So when during suspension or when charge sheet is given, at that time, if DPC is conducted, it should be kept in a sealed cover. But if, for an example, an employee has been awarded with minor penalty, then will his DPC be conducted?
Very good. Which I misread. As on the date of DPC, if employee is already served with some penalty,
Yes, sir.
in that case, the DPC duty bound to see what the DPC is having full powers. They can reconstruct the assessment also. Suppose if the reporting officer and reviewing officer gave 6 out of 10, but going by the self-appraisal of the employee, the DPC feels that grading of 5 or 6 is inadequate. They can mention that employee indeed is outstanding. That is one. Second, if there is any penalty, why the penalty was imposed, that they will go through the particular penalty proceedings. If they feel that despite the penalty, employee merits giving promotion, they can recommend. Except only one rider is that if there is withholding of promotion, if that penalty is given, withholding of promotion should be for a specific period. If he is barred as a measure of penalty for some X number of years, during that period, he will not be considered, not given any promotion. Otherwise, the penalty will not come in the way of considering his case for promotion. If the DPC feels that the employee is given so many penalties, he is not fit, not a good employee, they may say unfit, not recommended. They are free to do so. In such cases, the findings will not go into the sealed cover.
Okay, and if they consider for promotion, then it will be kept in sealed cover.
No. There is no question of sealed cover. Question of sealed cover. He will be promoted after currency of the penalty. Understood? For example, as on the date of DPC, can I take 2 minutes, sir? So, okay. Suppose if withholding of increment is given as on the date of DPC, generally increment falls DNI 17 or 11 in case of central government. But 17 has not come so far, for example. So only after 17 only the penalty becomes live. So after imposing, let us say, withholding of increment for 3 months, 7, 8, 9. After 9th month only his promotion will be given effect. That means he is promoted, but his promotion will be given after the currency of the penalty. Wherever there is a currency, for example, withholding of increment, currency is there. And censure doesn't have any time limit. Today if he is censured, tomorrow he can be promoted. Recovery, it is not a bar for promotion. Withholding of promotion, definitely it is a bar. With regard to the minor penalties I am taking. If major penalty is there, naturally one need to see what type of penalty is imposed against a particular person. But it will not, the DPC, it is not a, DPC will consider that case. If it feels that he should be promoted, they will recommend. If they say unfit, that's all. That is the end of it, if the authority accepts it.
So like if he gets promoted in the 9th month after the currency of penalty is over,
Ah.
like for September, October, November, in December, then
He will be promoted.
from the date of December or from
Prospective only.
Okay.
100% you are right. It is a DOPT clarified. It is prospective only,
Okay, thank you, sir.
not retrospectively.
Thank you, sir.
Ji. Sir.
The DA does not accept the report.
Sir.
It is. So can the DA order a re-inquiry?
Three situations are there, sir. As I was telling, on receipt of the IO report, there is a checklist also. It's actually old day session. You need to satisfy the due diligence is followed or not. If he feels that IO has done his job very well, he has followed all the protocol prescribed in the rules, he can forward that report to the charged official as such. If the DA feels that certain procedural irregularities have taken place in following the steps, for example, after 1, 2, 3, 4, second stage is missed, he has gone to the third stage. In that case, wherever isolated instances of procedural infirmities are there with regard to inquiry process, he may remit the case to the same IO to conduct what is called further inquiry to complete that particular process and resubmit the inquiry. Suppose if the inquiry report is done well, but the conclusion is he says that all of a sudden not proved, or he won't try say some other partly proved. In that case, the disciplinary authority is at liberty to draw a conclusion of his own. Say that because of ABCD, I differ with the conclusions reached by the IO. Hence, I say that charge 1 is proved. So he can remedy the case, he can agree, he can send the IO report with his disagreement note. These are the three options.
No, but my question is whether a re-inquiry can be ordered. I mean,
there are two concepts,
IO,
sir.
Another
There are, see, de novo, further inquiry. These are the two things.
Yeah, de novo.
Though CVC manual erroneously endorses these two things, there is, as per the CCA rules, DOPT, it is only further inquiry. De novo inquiry is not there. De novo means de novo from the stage of issuing charge sheet, it erases all the activity, all the procedure. It is a major, decision by the de novo concept is not there as per the central government rules, but CVC endorses de novo, they mixes de novo and further inquiry. Re-inquiry is nothing but further inquiry only. Re-inquiry from what stage? The DA need to spell out. After serial number 9, you are required to do serial number 10, but you have straight away gone to serial number 11. So please complete, for example, obtaining defense statement after completion of the prosecution witnesses. That is a must stage. UPSC generally returns that. Suppose after that, the next stage, before taking up defense witnesses examination, the charged official need to be asked, would you like to be examined or not? If he says no, then at the end of the inquiry, the IO need to generally question the charged official on the evidence appearing against the employee. These are the mandatory things which the IO need to follow. But they miss it. Once they miss it, then DA, once it is irreversible process. Once he forwards, he cannot amend that subsequently. So when there is a procedural infirmity here and there he can order further inquiry. You may call it as re-inquiry also, but re-inquiry word is not there. Only word is available is further inquiry. Though CVC mixes de novo inquiry and further inquiry, de novo inquiry has no basis in CCA rules. It is only further inquiry.
That stands in the case of CPSC officers also.
Yes, sir. Actually, I have gone through all the CDA, all these 18 PSUs, loosely drafted. So there is a need to amend it, make it very clear.
Yeah, that is where we are also sometimes,
need to make it very clear.
Actually.
Sir. Any other questions, please?
Here, sir.
HR only. HR actually, there is a, because I have not done, it is a full day class only. The DPC, before taking up, the HR need to obtain all the relevant papers in defined folders, including obtaining integrity certificate in respect of all the employees before considering them for promotion. After they are promoted also, one more vigilance clearance is required. All the employees before DPC members will see in the folders whether all the required documents are there or not. If they are not there, again they will ask HR. It is the duty of HR to obtain everything, keep ready, and give the papers to the DPC. Yeah, 100%.
Sir,
Ji.
in case of sealed cover promotions, what happens to the number of positions considered?
Number of
positions to be considered for promoting people. Like there are 10 people to be considered, and 5 people are under investigation. So 5 posts are set aside. How their position is considered.
You asked one more important point also. Central government rules have provision, but our DP rules or our CPSU provisions are not there on this. Going by the central government rules, what it says that the vacancy needs to be filled up on officiating basis only. Once the sealed cover status attains conclusion, finality, that is sealed cover 1 ends up with exoneration, the officiating person will be asked to demit the office and adjumist. He will go and occupy that position. Post is to be earmarked and kept. That is what central government rule says in respect of those persons where sealed cover is prescribed.
So which means that all posts will be filled.
Hypothetically, if you say all of them are in sealed cover, all of the posts need to be managed on officiating basis only. Technically, hypothetically, if that is so, such situation may not arise. In CPSU, generally, sealed cover procedure is not updated in the CPSUs like in central government. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the illuminating session, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear a big, big round of applause for Dr. Upender Venom. It was indeed a stunning and interactive session. May I please request our moderator to... Audience, I think let's give a big hand for the very interactive, informative session Mr. Upender presented for all of us.
Good afternoon to everyone. And as a moderator, I'm very much thankful to CBO sir. And when you have a learned speaker like Dr. Upender sir, it becomes very, very difficult to fit into the role of the moderator. And sir was talking about, because as such, the Vigilance Conclave is scary. Like other day, yesterday somebody was telling vigilance means the creating the fear psychosis in somebody's mind. And that too, the topics like previous session of Mr. Srinivas was so informative and loaded with so technical words and technicalities. And now also this session is also full of technicalities and really it makes our mind very scary. And he was basically, as a moderator, what I could perceive that to become successful, any person to become successful in the organization, so he has to do certain do's and don'ts. So only I'll add, so this is the related to the person. I'll add 3 more P's into his talk, to become successful in somebody's career. First P is purity in heart. If your heart is clear, many things become simpler. Second one is the patience in mind. So you don't have to react. You be patient handling anything. Third thing is the perseverance at work. There is no shortcut to become successful in life. So perseverance, the 3. So in addition to his P-centric, person-centric presentation, my 3 added P's. Okay, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much, dignitaries. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause. All right, audience, we will now be breaking for a short break, a sharp 10 minutes break. So kindly assemble back in 10 minutes. I repeat again, the participants can break for a small tea break, which is at the rear hall of the rear part of the hall, and the others can please move towards the right. And it's a humble request, kindly come back and be seated in the next 10 minutes. Thank you. Also, we would like to keep you informed about the feedback forms that was given. Please make sure you put in your valuable feedbacks, and it will be collected in the end of the session. Everybody has a sheet of a feedback form on the table. Please put in your valuable feedbacks, and it will be collected towards the end of the day. Thank you.
Beneficiate and export iron ore concentrates from Kudremuk deposits. KIOCL is engaged in KIOCL Limited, India's premier pelletizing and pig iron complex. KIOCL Limited, a flagship company under the Ministry of Steel, was established on 2nd April 1976 to mine, beneficiate and export iron ore concentrates from Kudremuk deposits. KIOCL is engaged in the production of iron oxide pellets and foundry-grade pig iron suitable for domestic as well as international markets. The raw material iron ore procured from Bellary region is transported through rail route to its captive railway marshalling yard at the New Mangalore port area. The ore received by rail and ships is stored in two covered storage sheds, each of 2 lakh tons capacity. The iron ore is conveyed to bar mills through silo and bunkers for screening through primary screens, grinding and filtration. of the 3 ball mills are operated at a time in a closed-circuit grinding. Each ball mill is maintained at 250 tons per hour feed rate. KIOCL Limited, India's premier pelletizing and pig iron complex. KIOCL Limited, a flagship company under the Ministry of Steel, was established on 2nd April 19 to mine, beneficiate and export iron ore concentrates from Gujarat deposits. KIOCL is engaged in the production of iron oxide pellets and foundry-grade pig iron suitable for domestic as well as international markets. KIOCL Limited, India's premier pelletizing and pig iron complex. KIOCL Limited, a flagship company under the Ministry of Steel, was established on 2nd April 1976 to mine, beneficiate and export iron ore concentrates from Gujarat deposits. KIOCL is engaged in the production of iron oxide pellets and foundry-grade pig iron suitable for domestic as well as international markets.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I...
The raw material iron ore procured from Bellary region is transported through rail route to its captive railway marshalling yard at the New Mangalore port area.
Quickly come and take your seats as we'll be starting off with the next session in the next 2 minutes.
The ore received by rail and ships is stored in 2 covered storage sheds, each of 2 lakh tons capacity.
All the participants and attendees are requested to come back inside the hall and take your seats, as we'll shortly be starting off with the next session.
The iron ore is conveyed to bombers through silo and bunkers for screening through primary screens, grinding and filtration. Two of the 3 ball mills are operated at a time in a closed-circuit grinding. Each ball mill is maintained at 250 tons per hour feed rate. The ground slurry is then passed through derrick screens for finer separation and pumped to dewatering cyclones. The slurry is then pumped to 2 agitator tanks of 7,500 ton capacity each.
We will soon be starting off the next session. All the attendees and participants, if I'm audible to you on the outside, may I please request all of you to please come and be seated inside the hall as soon as possible so that we could start off with the next session. I repeat, all the participants and attendees are requested to kindly come back and take your seats so that we can start off with the next session. Thank you.
The filter cake thus produced is conveyed to the storage shed through a series of conveyors. The filtrate generated during the filtration process is sent to thickener for recovery of water used for various processes. The entire plant operations are controlled through computer control system at port facilities and pellet plant. Additives like bentonite, limestone and coke are ground at the given ratio or mixed with iron ore filter cakes.
All the participants and attendees on the outside, if I'm audible to you, are requested to come back inside the hall right now as we will be starting the session. I repeat, all the participants and attendees outside are requested
The
to
mixed
come back
material is then
right
conveyed to
now
the day
and go
bins.
for the session.
Day bins will feed mixed material to boarding discs, which are inclined at 47 degree with 7.5 meter diameter. The discs can produce 140 to 160 tons of green pellets per hour.
It's about time that we start the next session. It's a humble request to all of you, the participants on the outside. We see a very few that have occupied the seats inside. Everybody are requested to come in right now and take your seats so that we can quickly proceed with the next session. I repeat, all the participants and attendees are requested to come in and take your seats right now so that we can avoid any kind of delays from the next session.
The pellets are sent back for processing. Correct-sized green pellets are then fed to the furnace, which has a reaction area of 492 square meters. In the furnace, the pellets are gradually fired up to 1320 degrees Celsius to get the desired physical properties, like CCS of about 250 kg per pellet.
Ladies and gentlemen, one last time, if I'm audible on the outside, all of the participants and attendees requested to come inside and be seated. But we can't take any time that reached inside. We'll be moving on to the last session of the evening, for which I would like to invite the moderator, Director of Finance, MSTC, Shri Subrata Sarkar, to kindly come and join me on the dais, please. We have a small crowd, but can we just give a big round of applause to be inviting on stage the Director of Finance, MSTC, Shri Subrata Sarkar. Audience, the last topic for this session would be recent policy changes in public procurement and their implications. And let us invite the speaker with a round of applause. On stage, we have Shri Kanwal Preet, Director, PPD and DOE. I think the claps can be a little louder to be inviting our speaker onto the dais. And speaking of him, a graduate in civil engineering, postgraduate degree in applied mechanics from IIT Delhi, and degree in law. During more than 20 years of professional experience on Indian Railway, worked on senior roles primarily focused on procurement and supply chain management before joining the Ministry of Finance, involved in formulation and implementation of politics for procurement of goods in Indian Railway. At Ministry of Finance, involved in an issue of update manuals for procurement and also the 3 model tender documents. At present, he is serving as a Director, Procurement Policy Division, Department of Expenditure and Ministry of Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, once again with a big round of applause, may we invite our speaker for the next session, Shri Kanwal Preet, Director, PPD DOE. May I request our moderator to kindly present a bouquet and welcome our speaker, please. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, one will go over the year. I won't be able to. I think this one would be. I hope I'm able. Before you start this time. Yeah.
I'll just put one. Shri KP Singh, he is one of the officer in the Department of Expenditure. He is behind that development of 3 manuals, like goods, services, and works. And he is the person behind that. August 21, there was a great amendment to the GFR 2017. He is the person behind it. And he developed many model tender documents, like it may be a goods, works, and the consultancy services and non-consultancy services also. And any global tender, after the ministry's approval, in any ministry, for any global tender, it goes to him. He's the person who deals with that global tenders. And once it gets approved in the Department of Expenditure, it goes to the Cabinet Secretary. So his speech and his everything is very important. I hope participants make use of his presence and he may be interacted wherever it is required. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir, for such kind words, and thank you so much for inviting me over. And thanks for being such a wonderful host. I've had wonderful food over the last 24 hours, and it seems that I am the showstopper of the day. So, but at the same time, I would request people to be more, you ask questions while I am speaking something, because it is more important for me also to understand what are your problems. And I am not from the vigilance, and till date I have not worked in a vigilance department, but I am from the procurement background, and I would request you to be asking questions from the very first slide if you find any problem with the presentation. So my slides would be very typical, very cryptic. The instructions which we have issued, I'll just highlight the main points, but you may ask questions which are related to the instructions or which are not related to the instruction, but which are related to public procurement. So, yeah, so the first thing, which is one of the most important things which have been done in the field of public procurement over the last 2 years is the publishing or updation of the manual of procurement. There are 3 manuals for procurement: procurement of goods, works, and services. So services includes consultancy and non-consultancy services, or sometimes which is called as other services. But these manuals were issued with the blessing of CVC, CAG, and Cabinet Secretary. All the instructions of CVC, which were there related to public procurement, have now been subsumed into these manuals. So the CVC instructions, like the instruction that you have to retender in case L1 withdraws the bid, or the instructions issued in 2008 or 5 regarding negotiations, they have been withdrawn by CVC and they are now part of the manuals. So the manuals are now the one-stop thing which you have to refer as far as instructions of the Government of India with regard to the procurement is concerned. You don't need to look out for CVC instructions. So this was the major achievement which was achieved in the last one and a half years. These were issued on 1st of July 2022, and these are now under revision, of course, but these are as of now the standard which you must refer to. Now, what has been the impact? What has been the impact of having issued the manuals by the DOE? The first one is that, of course, the CVC being an advisory body, it can only advise. So if in case a particular organization was not following a CVC instruction, he was not violating any instruction of the government or law of the land. But now when it becomes part of the manuals and all the CPSCs which have been requested by CVC to follow the instruction of, to align their manuals as per these manuals, it becomes the part of rules of the game for you. It simplifies procurement. That is, it standardizes the definitions of a lot of terminology. It reduces the amounts of disputes which are expected to crop up because of different interpretation of different terms. And it also helps in standardizing procurement through GEM, or the Government e-Marketplace. So whenever you have any question, you can just raise your hand and ask. Please don't wait for me to stop. The next big thing which has happened is that we have come out with the model tender documents. One of the major requirements for having a model tender document was to have a set glossary of terms. Different organizations were using different terms, and the same issue was interpreted by the courts in a different way. So one of the major reasons to have a model tender document was standardization of procurement processes, procurement documents, and to share the good practices. With this, we also intend to share the standard vocabulary of procurement so that things become standardized. Everybody, when I come from Ministry of Finance and talk to a CPSC, we talk on, and whatever jargon we use, we talk on same plane. That was one of the major intentions. Of course, we have also come out with the model tender document for procurement of consultancy services, which includes EOI and RFP. This particular model tender document also talks about the procurement process of fixed budget selection, which was introduced through the instruction on 29th of October 2021, which was the guidelines issued by the Department of Expenditure, which sir was referring, was one of the I would say milestones in the development of public procurement in India. We will be discussing that instruction next. Now, these instructions were called the General Instructions on Procurement and Project Management. The key highlights of these instructions are, the first and foremost is the timely payment. Let me also explain the background and some basics of this instruction. These instructions are applicable to CPSCs. This is one of the few instructions issued by Department of Expenditure where the Department of Expenditure has mandated how the powers will be used by CPSCs also. Normally, we don't. There are essentially 4 types of instruction. This instruction. One is may, where you may follow, you may not follow. But if you do not follow, you have to give some reason. Should you, as a default, you have to follow. In case you do not follow, there should not only be a reason, it should be approved by an authority. Third is shall, where you don't have an option of not following. In case a CPSC has decided not to follow that instruction, the approval of Board of Directors is required. And in case of government, it has to be secretary. And fourth is allowed. That is a good practice which is shared, which may be followed or which may not be followed. But the first instruction, that is regarding timely payments, it's a shall obligation. So it states that in case a bill is raised, the payment shall be made within 10 working days. And in case the bill has been raised, the final payment or the final closure of the project shall be in 3 months. It also says that in case the payment is not made in 10 working days, it should be done as fast as possible, and a written reason should be put up why it could not be made within 10 days, and approval of competent authority has to be taken why it could not be made within time. Apart from that, it also says, and that is a may obligation. May means with time you may incorporate that in case you're making a delayed payment, that is delay beyond 10 days, penal interest may be paid to the contractor for delay in payments. Now, it gives an indication that the rate of interest could be the rate of GPF, but it could be different, could be decided by the CPSC. It gives any questions on this? Especially finance should be having questions, but in case they don't, I'm really happy. I hope this must have been implemented at your end.
Within that guidelines.
So 30 days payment is violation of this, and nobody is permitted to violate this instruction. That is one. The stage payments is a different thing. The point in stage payments is that in case you reach a stage and he submits his bill after achieving that milestone, then the payment has to be made. That is part of the contract. That payment, once submission of bill is there, should be done within 10 days. Pardon me? Pardon me? No, sir, please understand, I am not saying that you cannot have milestone payments. What I'm saying is that once the bidder has achieved or the contractor has achieved the milestone and he has submitted the bill, your payment, I mean the movement of money from your account to his account should be within 10 days. Not all contractual terms are
is received, then GRN is issued. After GRN is issued, then only payment comes into the picture. But the party has submitted the bill maybe 15 days before. But in the process, inspection is there, quality checking is there, then only.
Sir, how much time do you take for issue of GRN?
It takes 7 days to 10, 15, 10, 12 days.
Not more than 10 days?
Now that there is some quality issue, people will ask to the vendor, then vendor will come, then they will rectify.
No, sir. देखिए ऐसा है. Just a second, sir. If you ask to the vendor, asking to the vendor has to be done through rejection. You cannot just keep the things gray. If the vendor has not supplied to you a material as per the contract, you are supposed to reject it and then get the rectification done. Those processes have to be built in, and that is why I am emphasizing that you please update your manuals to the manuals of Ministry of Finance. Because I know that there are gray areas in the procurement in CPSEs, and I also know that you are not making payments in 10 days. Your FA's reports comes to us every month, and we know which CPSE is making payment in 10 days. The reason why I'm asking is that you should be aware that this clause is there. And the reason why I'm here.
Now the question is, you are telling that shall pay from the date of billing.
Yes, sir.
But the billing date and GRN date, there is a considerable gap is there.
Sir,
That is the point
creation of GRN is your internal process.
My contract terms is there on receipt of goods, receipt of material, and receipt of material is treated as.
Actually, sometimes
the bill, if it doesn't have if that doesn't have all those documents, then there is an issue. If every documents are there as per the purchase order, what you are saying is 10 days from the bill what we have received. That is what he means.
No, I get the point, sir, and that is why I was stopping on this issue and I wanted to discuss this issue. The point is that you can have whatever condition in your purchase order, but it is to be judged whether that condition is reasonable. I can have in my condition, I can have a condition in my purchase order that before the material is dispatched, the inspection is by the third party. Once it comes to me, inspection is by the second party. Once I'm going to make the payment, I'll get it re-inspected by the fifth party. You can have all sorts of conditions in the contract, but this is an unreasonable condition and should not be there. And the point is that when you are going to make a payment in time, does not mean that you can have a condition in contract and then violate this instruction of the Ministry of Finance. The point I'm making is that you have to amend your tender documents to bring them in line with the instruction of Ministry of Finance. And this is what the instruction of CVC has also gone to all the CVOs to ensure that these instructions are followed by everybody. To give you the background of this instruction was an outcome of an exercise taken up by CVC. And it was CVC's finding that delayed payment is causing not less than 10% escalation in cost of projects. Hanji. Hanji? Hanji. Incidentally, GEM charges you interest for delayed payment.
No, that's correct.
No, I'm just telling it by the way. Yes. Bataiye, sir.
Now the thing is that JM is sending various type of things. Now, in case of material we are receiving, they are not always giving the proper invoice, manual invoice or e-invoice. Rather, some invoice is coming through JEM. And where the GST figures is not always mentioned. So, as per GST Act, if for getting the input tax credit, if the proper GST invoice is not there, then again GST department will disallow that input tax credit and charge interest, maybe sometime penalty also. They can have the power. This is number one. Number two is that, okay, we are making the payment of GST to the party. And after that, Certainly, if the party sells the good on, suppose 21st of the month, and GST payment they have to make, GST of 3A will appear after 20th. So by this time, payment has to be made, and they are not paying the GST to the government. Now, what happens?
I get your point. See, as far as GST is concerned, I understand taxation laws have got a lot of intricacies. We have implemented taxation GST on various organizations. There are certain issues, but there are solutions in the GST law to those issues. If the invoice is wrong, you have to accept the invoice. If you don't want to accept the invoice, reject the material. In case the invoice is wrong, there are procedures of credit note, debit note to be created. It is not that in case you do accept the GST in this month, next month you will not get ITC. ITC is
No. But the party is not depositing.
Sir, that is for the GST authorities to take up with him. If you find that he is violating GST law, take up with the GST, make a complaint against him, he will be put behind bars, I'm very sure. So we are not discussing how to implement GST. If he has given you wrong invoice, there is a provision in GST law how to deal with this. Let's relate only to public procurement. I can answer, but then I'll have to stay back for 2 days. I am willing to stay, but I don't know whether he'll be willing to take me act as a host for 2 days. Aap aage bataye, sir.
Another question is that what they are asking, sir is asking, on the same line, if the party has submitted the material, okay, service. In case of service, PF, ESI, all these documents also to be needed for making payment. And maybe there is a total scope of supply which is having items which is auxiliary in nature, but without which the supply item cannot be completed. The party has submitted the document invoice for the full payment, and material and invoice has dispatched with the material. Now what to do? Material cannot be rejected, and until unless this party has submitted all the documents, and even in case of supply, I'm telling auxiliary material, and in case of services, ESI, EPF, wage sheet, etc., through bank payment
Sir,
documents.
rejection of material does not mean that the material has to be taken back. As he was indicating, he has got provisions for rectification. What it only means is that you should not sit over his bill and give a letter to him that please submit these things and then I will process your bill. You cannot have a discretionary way of dealing with the bills. If he has given you incomplete supply, you can either reject his invoice and give him time for rectification, or you can reject the material. You cannot sit over it and keep on interacting with him through letters.
Okay.
That is what it says. If in GEM, you have 10 days to accept the material. In case you don't accept, it is automatically accepted. You will have to change your...
material in GEM, my question towards for the first question, which is related to GEM, there is no problem with the material. Material is okay in all respects. The problem is with the invoice.
Sir, invoicing is part of the material. And to follow the GST law is your obligation. Right? So I cannot say that my department made one rupee payment less, so I will not file income tax return this year.
That's correct, sir. But
so to follow GST law is the law of the land, and everybody has to follow. So we cannot take an alibi कि उसकी invoice में एक typographical error है, and so I will not make payment, and I will sit over his invoice and write a letter to him which he will say I never received. So the point is, you have a time frame to take action. In case you feel that you can reject the material on the basis of invoice, do it. But don't take unnecessary time in taking the decision. Timely decision is the key to getting competition and removing corruption.
No, sir.
No, but you know, one point.
Who is asking?
Yeah, I am. So the problem is, if you reject material, the production process also suffers. So probably there should be some provision.
Again, I'll tell you, sir, rejection of a material does not mean you send it back.
But you cannot use it also.
Sir?
but you cannot use that material.
Of course,
also.
you cannot use it because it is incomplete.
Absolutely.
So in any case, you cannot use it. The point is that the process you follow has to be documented, approved by the competent authority, and has to be strictly followed. And there has to be timelines for each decision-making aspect. And if those timelines are breached, the concerned person has to be asked why that timeline was breached.
No.
In case you don't follow it, you will never be able to make payments in time.
I understand, but my just point is that an error on part of the supplier should not be a cause of action on the part of the purchaser. That is my just short point.
So there are two parts to the error on the part of the supplier. The first part is the error where it is some flaw in the material. So if it is some flaw in the material, you in any case cannot use it. If it is some typographical error, non-substantial error, or
For
error of form,
example, he has to submit inspection certificates or some documents along with the invoice.
that is what I'm asking.
So if
he is given 10
incomplete,
days,
if he has given incomplete invoice and all, so what do you do in that case? That is the point.
In case to complete his error of form, all these things are called errors of form. He has not completed all the forms, or if the form has been submitted that is incomplete or with some error. Error of form can be completed, but he has to be given some time. You cannot just say कि आपका ये this thing is wrong, so I am waiting for you to rectify it. He has to be given that you rectify it in 10 days. In case you don't rectify and I reject it, you must reject it. What is happening is that you write, you please rectify it, and then you keep on waiting for 6 months. That is what is not acceptable. And this process should be documented and should be approved by the competent authority and should be strictly followed. And that is the part of the whole procurement cycle. So, yes, sir. Now, as of now, the interest on the delayed payment is mandatory only on GEM contracts. So GEM is charging, I think, 1% per month.
Yeah, that is
for the GEM contracts.
GEM contract,
right?
yes.
This instruction, interest on delayed payment, is a may obligation. If CPSEs want or the government ministry wants, they may. As of now, nobody would start this. But very soon, a lot of things on GEM would become mandatory. So GEM will make it mandatory for all. So it will happen through GEM.
Okay.
And very soon, it may be that Government of India issues an instruction. So in any case, if you have a policy, it will be better because if it is an MSE or MSME, you will be ending up paying 18% interest.
That is that, yes.
So, completion of, any other question on this? Completion of stalled projects, special authorities have been given. And in case 20% of the project has been built, you can do the balance work through single tender or on nomination basis without wasting time on risk purchase. Risk purchase was probably discussed yesterday also and partly today morning. And our intention is, and the intention of everybody here is to get the work done. It is the projects which earn you money, not the papers which you spend on risk purchase or the administrative effort which you spend on doing risk purchase. The money is earned through the projects. So the intention is that the project should be executed. So this is a special power and a very unique power which has been given to execute the stalled works. Sir?
Completion of stalled projects.
Sir, completion of stalled project, it gives powers to the authorities to deal with the stalled project. So it is not shall or may. It is for the authority to use this delegated power. This is essentially a delegation.
Delegation, but it is not compulsory for the PCCs to follow, CPCs to follow.
But they can use it. I mean, previously, people were saying the risk purchase is mandatory. So we have made it very clear that risk purchase is not mandatory. If you want, you can use these powers and do away with risk purchase. Sir, इसमें define क्या है sir? Stalled project where 20% of the work has already been paid for. I mean 20% work उसने इतना कर दिया कि आपने milestone में you have made him payments of 20% of the contracted amount and he has stopped working. that ended up into some dispute, whatever, you delineate that dispute, terminate that contract, and the balance work you get it done from a new contractor on nomination basis or on limited tender.
Fine. ये
Sir?
specific clause किसमें लिखा हुआ है?
Then this delegation is not there. Sir, agla question.
Sir, where is this specific clause is written that above, if the project is installed more than 20%, then if it is contractor has then
नहीं, it is manual में नहीं है. देखिए ऐसा है, where is it written that we have to breathe through our nose? There are certain things which are basic. So for any contract that you cancel, it is not mandatory to do risk purchase. It was never mandatory. Even in your terms and condition, you say that the purchasing authority or entity reserved its right to do the balance procurement through risk and cost. It is your discretionary decision. Now, if you think that you don't have that discretion, then the discussion ends. Vigilance manual, see, the first thing is, as was also told, in CVC gets authority only to advise, right? You have authority to do risk and purchase tenders, you can do it, nobody stops you. But what has to be paramount is the interest of the organization. Whether a fatter file will serve the purpose of the organization or the execution of project will serve the purpose of the organization, that decision the organization will have to take. As far as I'm concerned, sitting in Ministry of Finance, I am giving you the authority to do it. Now, execution will obviously be done by you. Now, when I say it's not me personally. I'm a small pawn in the whole thing. So I'm just representing Ministry of Finance's thought process. So what we think is that we have given you authority to execute the project. Now you please execute the project and don't waste your time on risk and purchase. If you think that is a wastage of time. If you think that risk and purchase cost is the best thing and that will get the projects executed, then it is your decision and your fate. But my experience with risk and cost is across the departments, whether it is BHEL or any other CPSU or any other government department, risk and purchase cost hardly works.
So you are very right, sir.
It never works.
Never works. And also this reverse option is also deteriorating the quality of the product.
So when you are aware, then don't do it.
Sir, there is a problem, sir.
What
Nobody is
problem?
taking decision.
नहीं, vigilance manual.
वो ठीक है सर. सर वो ठीक है, लेकिन ना कोई फॉरवर्ड नहीं आता है ना. वो क्या होता है ना, ये प्रॉब्लम हो जाती है. कोई फॉरवर्ड नहीं आता है, कोई डिसीजन नहीं ले पाता है इसको लेकर. ये चीज
नहीं, देखिए ऐसा है. Let me. No. See, let us. One thing we must accept that we are here to discuss because we have some authority. So if only rules were to govern, then we were not required. Then probably the CPSUs would have closed down their shop many years back. It is because of people have been given authority and some discretion to use, and they are using that discretion that we are surviving. Otherwise, the private sector se aap kabhi survive. You can't compete in any day. And in case the rules were to be governing everything, then probably procurement officials were not required at all. Procurement, as it is a rule-driven thing, and we have so many rules in procurement already. If you want more rules, it will only create problems to you. And discretion is there to be used. And that is why we have been insisting, and even CVO has been insisting, CVC has been insisting through CVOs, that please update your manuals in line with the manuals of DOE, where this discretion is clearly mandated. And you take you get the policy approved from your board that how you will deal with risk and purchase tenders, or where the contracts are going bad. And this is a very important discussion because dispute resolution is one of the major concerns of the government today. One of the major reasons for dispute is the action of risk purchase, and that is not leading anything anywhere. Now, incidentally, next is the dispute resolution, the rule 227A of the general financial rules. They say that 75, whenever there is an arbitral award against the government entity and the government entity wants to challenge the award under section 34 and 37, given the limited scope of challenging the award, but still they want to challenge the award, then they can do it by making payment of 75%. Now, there are certain restrictions on the 75%. It has to be either put in escrow account or within a condition that it should be used for a particular project or whatever. Those conditions are there, and they can take a BG for this 75% amount, and then only they can go to court. So this was one of the steps which was devised to prevent people for unnecessarily challenging the arbitral awards. E-governance, of course, this is a thing of the day. One of the important things is e-measurement book, which our sir from Mr. Neeraj Kumar for NHAI was telling, that they do drone mapping of the entire stretch NHAI projects every month, and they keep a geotagged, time-tagged record of it. So even if you are not doing the field inspections, you have records of what was the situation in the field on that day, in that month, and what was the progress made, and whether the bills were paid as per the progress made. This is a significant improvement. Not only NHAI, DFCCIL was also doing it, measurement of drone-based videography. Many other organizations are doing it. We would want that this be linked with the e-bill system. E-bill system was also the part of the 2022 budget announcement, where the finance minister said that all the government organizations will have an e-bill system. And the e-bill system was that the contractor, without coming to your office, sitting in the comforts of his house, should be able to see the status of his bill online. He will submit the bill online, he will not submit the bill physically. The measurement book also has to be initiated by him on the system. Your engineer is only supposed to verify it. It should not be that a jointly signed report is uploaded on the e-bill system and that is taken as the final. This is not the concept of e-bill system as contained in what the CBC had proposed or what the Ministry of Finance states. So e-bill system is a through and through online system. Now, one thing I very commonly highlight is the fixed budget selection method, which has been incorporated in this 29th October 21 instruction. It says that you can, for consultancy services, it is available only for consultancy service. In case you are so sure of the price you should be paying for the consultancy service, you can issue a tender stating that I want to buy this service and I will pay 1 lakh rupees for this service. Now, whoever gives me the best quality offer, I'll accept it. So you're not asking him to give any bid, any price bid. You're just asking him to give the quality bid. This is a fundamental change process in the thought. This is a very basic change process in the thought. And this is one of the major changes which the times to come will remember. And I would request that some basic consultancy services, which you know what is the cost, run-of-the-mill consultancy services, you can use this method, make a panel. From that panel, on, let's say, the demand for that service comes today, you have the existing panel, you have the existing rates, you can issue a contract within 15 minutes. Your rate is fixed, your panel is fixed, your conditions of contract is fixed, your contract is a standard contract, the rate list is available, you could have a circular allocation of contract method or whatever method, you can place a contract in 15 minutes of realization of demand. And of course, this particular instruction permitted QCBS in works and non-consultancy services. And in this, the maximum non-financial parameters which can be considered for quality assessment is 30%. It gives you a detailed set of instructions how QCBS has to be done, how the approval has to be done, how the quality-based evaluation method has to be formulated. All those is part of the instruction. I'll not go into the details. You can see this instruction. Sir.
In our context, or can we do away with it?
Sir, I have two answers to this question. One is the more official answer. It is generally liked to put arbitration. Now, with experience, sir, what I have realized is that for certain contracts which are beyond a particular value, it is not advisable to have an arbitration clause in the contract. You should directly go to the courts. For such tenders, you should not have arbitration clause in the contract, and you should say that I will go to the court. In case you want to see, sir, the Arbitration Act says that either the contract should have an arbitration agreement as part of the contract, or you can formulate an agreement after the dispute has arisen. In case you perceive going into arbitration, you must have an arbitration agreement. You must have that clause in the contract. In case you want to go directly to the court, you must specifically mention that I'll go to the court. What NHAI had also mentioned was that they have a dispute resolution mechanism, CCIE and DRB, the dispute resolution board. First, the engineer would be there, then the resolution board will be there, then the CCIE would be there. If you have this mechanism, then you can decide the mechanism is not able to satisfy, and they should directly go to court. Arbitration wala route follow karna may not be really good. The reason why I'm saying so is very practical one. The practical reason is that in India, we are not able to find good arbitrators. Arbitration is a technical work. A person, for example, a case of dispute between KIOCL and a contractor is a technical problem. It is a mining contract where a person who has an experience in mining field will only be able to understand the contract and the terms used in interaction. Though judge, normally the arbitrator is either a judge or from some other field with a generic background, because you will not find good technical people from the mining field who are acting as arbitrators. What happens is that they fail to recognize your problems, and the arbitration awards are generally something which do not appreciate the basic essence of the case. And then those things would end up under section 34, 37 in the court, or under article 226 or 32 in the courts. So in those cases, I would recommend कि आप जो है, you go directly to courts beyond 500 crores. To have an arbitration agreement is not mandatory. And being a CPSC, हमारी तो instruction आप पे वैसे भी directly नहीं लगती है, sir. But you can devise your own thing. But I would say that you, instead of having a case-to-case decision, you should have a policy decision that, let's say, for a contract which is more than 500 crores, or for a particular type of contract, we'll not go to arbitration, we'll go directly to court. You can have it. Yes, project management, here is where we and NHAI have a lot of difference of opinion. What CVO NHAI was also highlighting, that in one of the cases, the NHAI official told him that, I don't know, this is between the contractor, one consultant and the other consultant, and it is not part of the contract of consultancy that NHAI should be overseeing the work of the consultant. So what we have mentioned here is that periodical review of progress by various level of officers. We made it mandatory that the person who is giving out a consultancy contract, his job does not end by entering into a consultancy contract. It is his fiduciary responsibility to be part of overseeing whether that contract is being executed properly and meeting the end or the requirements of the organization. Project execution shall primarily be the responsibility of designated government officials. So, consultancy cannot be an alibi of failure of a project. Of course, fixed timelines for taking decisions, part of the discussion which we have already had. IT-enabled project management and role of project management consultant should be clearly defined. I mean, it says that, of course, you should require that all the things, aspects of the contract should be clearly written, all the deliverables should be written, his responsibilities should be written and accepted. But of course, it is practically not possible to have all the 100% possible disputes to be reflected here. But then those disputes should be, there should be a clause that how disputes will, if they arise, would be tackled. That ends with, the instruction ends there. Now, of course, this instruction gives a few shall or obligation. One is, of course, if you go to court against an arbitration award, there shall be a committee which should recommend why we should go, and it is in commercial benefit of the organization. So my request would be that this particular instruction should be very clearly understood and implemented by the procuring entities. It is not a very simple instruction. It is an outcome of 2 years of very hard work done by CVC, in which CAG, Cabinet Secretary, all the secretaries were involved. And finally, we issued it. But the success of this is just a pastry which we have cooked. The Ministry of Finance and CVC has cooked. The essence of it lies in you tasting it. It is more, or whether it's something tweeted, we will tweak it to your tastes. So you please taste it and then let us know how it works. Now, next is the debarment guidelines. We were discussing that if somebody quotes abnormally low rates, what can be done? Apart from doing whatever administrative of a particular thing, in case that bidder is quoting abnormally low rates and vitiating the whole tender process, you can even debar him. This is just... So GEM is just a portal. GEM is just a facilitator to you for procurement. If he misconducts on GEM, you have full rights. Misconducts on GEM on your tender, you have full rights to debar him. In such cases, GEM has been additionally given authority to debar him, but you have your full rights to debar him. There is no doubt about it. In fact, there was a deliberation whether GEM should be given authority to debar, because GEM is just a facilitator. But it was decided that GEM also does some verification, whether the declaration regarding Rule 144 is correct or not, whether his declaration on Make in India is right or wrong. So GEM was also given this authority. Hanji, sir. नहीं ऑन सर देखिए दो चीजें हैं. One is the debarment by GEM and one is the debarment by the purchaser. The purchaser can debar him for 2 years, up to 2 years, for violation of Rule 175, that is Code of Integrity and some other violations. GEM can do the same for some violations on the portal. For example, he gives some declarations on the GEM portal. So GEM can debar him for those violations. These two things are different.
There is a particular instance when we just gave an order for particular goods to an agency. He failed to deliver the good within this 45, I think 90 days. And again, we gave him 15 days window. He still was not able to deliver that. Then we took up with the GEM, but no action was taken against that.
Sir, this is, देखिए, he has failed against your contract. So it is your authority to debar him. GEM doesn't get the authority to debar him for failure on your contract. GEM gets authority to debar him if the declarations given to GEM are false. So if he entered into contract with you, GEM is merely facilitating you to enter into a contract with somebody. So you have to debar him. GEM will not debar him.
So is there any such provision on GEM to debar particular agency who failed to deliver the good within the given time frame?
Sir, that is, there is no authority or authority is this instruction which we issued on 2nd of November 2021. Department of Expenditure has issued the guidelines on debarment on 2nd of November 2021, which deals with two types of debarment. One is the debarment by the ministry which is doing procurement, and other is the debarment across all the ministries. No, sir, that is what I'm trying to explain. If he is debarred for that particular buyer, he is debarred for that particular buyer. He can still sell to somebody else.
But he
This should not be the case.
In the GEM, when we float a tender,
GEM does not float the tender.
No, we are floating the tender.
Yes.
So many bidders are participating.
Yes.
Particular bidder, we don't have a choice that, okay, we debar. No, he cannot apply. We cannot restrict him from bidding into that our tender. That is
But then you have it in your bid document. No? The debarred bidder will not be allowed to bid. And the instruction says that the list of debarred vendors should be uploaded on your on your portal. If you have that offer, that list of debarred vendors on the portal, you can pass over the offer. That is what this instruction says. He can participate, you will not consider the offer.
But this should not be the case. Once he has failed to deliver that, then he can do with in future also.
He can do.
But then why should GEM should not take cognizance of that and debar that particular
Sir,
vendor?
I'll give a counter example.
Sir,
Let us say, 1 minute. Let us say I am driving a car. Should I be debarred from driving the car? If he has failed in one contract, does not mean that you take away his authority or fundamental right under Article 14 and 19(1)(g) to participate in public procurement. So this is a balance which the government has to decide. अगर उसने एक जगह पे default कर दिया, you don't take away his liberty to participate in the tenders. And that is why there is two types of debarment. One is the debarment by the particular ministry. The other is the debarment by Department of Expenditure. The debarment by Department of Expenditure, which will be applicable across all ministries, is only in case of proved conviction under this Prevention of Corruption Act or under the provision of IPC, where in execution of a public contract, he has been convicted of an action which resulted in harm to health and property of the government. So only for these two cases where the conviction has been held, can you debar him across all the ministries. Otherwise, for violation of Code of Integrity or for failure to supply goods, quality or something, he can only be debarred for that particular ministry or organization for maximum 2 years. Debarment by, let's say, Ministry of Steel will not be effective on the Ministry of Power. That vendor can still and validly participate in the contracts or the tenders of Ministry of Power. You already have the authority to list out eligible vendors. You already have authority to see their past credentials in execution of the contract to give the next contract. Given this authority in the selection of eligibility conditions, I do not see a reason why you should debar the vendor across the ministries for merely failing in one contract. In fact, for merely failing in one contract, if you debar one vendor for your own ministry is also not a right this thing. Because debarment is a very serious action. It should be taken like taking a major penalty charge. Sir.
One at the ministry level and across the ministries. So once a party is banned in a ministry, does it mean that he's banned among all the PSUs which are attached to that ministry also?
Sir, this instruction delegates the authority to the Secretary of the Ministry. Secretary of the Ministry can decide whether a debarment by one PSU under that ministry will apply to whole of the ministry, or it will apply only to the CPSU, or he has authority to see what kind of delegation he wants to give. But if there is no delegation, the default would be that it will be to the whole of the ministry.
What should be the process? Like say PSU under the steel ministry decides to ban a party. Now this PSU has to report to the ministry to consider for other PSUs
Sir,
also. What
if-
should be the process?
If there is no instruction from the ministry, then currently the PSU does not have authority to ban. So then the case will go to the secretary for approval of banning. So if the secretary is approving the banning, then it will be across the ministry. So all PSUs and the ministry itself, autonomous bodies and all those things. But I would again suggest again, I mean, we have been suggesting that ministry or the secretary should be asked to formulate a scheme. And the CPSUs, since they are so independent normally in working, they should have their independent debarment system. In case secretary feels that certain cases should come to him, it is up to him to decide. But normally it should be the CMD or the board of directors who should be the final authority as far as that particular CPSC is concerned.
I think as of now, all the PSUs have their own approved debarring procedures.
But sir, it has to be as per this instruction. So that delegation should come from the secretary. In case you have, you can also do is that we will be following this instruction in a CPSC, that we will be following these set of rules. And this is as per the guidelines of Ministry of Finance. This is in case it is felt necessary, this policy will be continued to be applied independently in this particular CPSC. If you inform the secretary or the ministry, I think that suffices.
So in a sense, you are saying that even if we are unable to prohibit him from bidding, if we have debarred some vendor and he is still bidding on the GEM portal, we can ignore his bid.
Yes, that is what the instruction says, sir. The instruction says that he should not be debarred for the procuring entity on the date of tender opening and on the date of award. So for the procuring entity, if is debarred on any of the 1 days, you cannot place order on him. Of course, you have to keep the vendor informed that you are debarred, and you must tell him, and it is part of the instruction that in case you offer, your offer will not be considered at all, and the next bidder would be considered as L1. This is what we have clearly stated in our instruction.
Actually, we have come across a case in which, I mean, a ridiculously low rate of ₹1 has been filled up by one vendor just to stall the entire bidding process. So now we wish to debar them.
हाँ हाँ आप कर सकते हैं sir.
Sir, you can raise instinct in GEM na, sir. Hello?
Sir, raising incident on GEM is one part.
No, immediately they are banning.
No.
They do not. They do not.
एक minute, sir. Banning on GEM is not for the incidents related to your tender. Please understand this. This is what I am trying to explain. You are responsible for your tenders on GEM. Whatever additional information or declarations GEM is taking, they may debar for that. But they don't take responsibility of your tender and your processes.
That is this. That I
You,
agree.
in case he's giving an abnormally low bid to your tender, you are responsible to take action. GEM is not responsible to take action. This should be very clear. And abnormally low bid, even if he is not debarred in a particular tender, the tender committee is not bound to consider his rates. Abnormally low bids, it is. नहीं देखिए ऐसा है your procurement process, that is our manuals, clearly state that he has to justify his offer. If he is not able to generate sufficient confidence in the tender committee that he can execute the contract, the offer can be passed over. So your procurement process should not stop.
No, but
Now the second issue is what is the intention of the bidder in giving an abnormally low bid, a low rate, which he has withdrawn immediately after giving the rate. That is a separate part that you can debar him, take whatever action you want to take. But procurement action ko stop karne ki, there is no need.
no, because the GEM portal, since he has quoted ₹1 by mistake, I cannot go for the L2 and again I have to go for retender. So as a
Why?
result-
No, there is no. Who said that you have to go for retender?
GEM does not allow, I think, to the best of my
अरे
knowledge.
क्या
sir.
बात कर रहे हैं sir? No, it is not possible. I can assure you GEM does not take any authority or any, no, sir, no, please, sir, मैं भी गलती कर सकता हूँ. It's just that I know that doesn't mean that I am the supreme leader of this world. I don't know what you are an expert in. I may have reacted wrongly, but उसको आप offensive मत लीजिए. I'm sorry if I made an offensive remark. But what I want to tell is कि GEM cannot do it. GEM cannot do it. GEM has got no authority to take decision on your behalf. GEM is merely a portal. It is only helping you in taking a procurement decision. If it is L1, lowest bid is only 1 rupee, nobody in the world tells you to retender the case just because L1 is 1 rupee and he is withdrawing the offer. The CVC instruction, which is usually quoted and now which is part of the manuals of procurement of goods, works, and all those things, it says that L1 should be substantially responsive. 1 rupee is unresponsive. No, sir. देखिए वो जो provision है.
Of course, we have not placed that situation.
Sir, that provision you can place an order on where you are not doing open tender, where it does not allow you to procure a thing which is higher than L1. That is only for a case where you are buying an item which is listed on the marketplace, and where you are not doing open tender, you are doing limited tender.
No, sir, even open tender also, what I meant to
In
say.
open tender, they will not. In case you have this case that in open tender, they are not permitting passing over L1, you please refer that case to us, we'll take up with GEM.
ठीक है, sir.
GEM does L1 ordering only where it is a marketplace listed item. Marketplace means that that item is listed on GEM and the rates are available for everybody to see it all the times. That item, if it is more than 5 lakhs which you are going to buy, it permits you to buy from L1 system, where it makes you to compare at least 3 brands, and in this comparison, whoever is L1, for those golden parameters you select, you cannot place order on L2. The reason being, the rates are verified on the marketplace. It is not that for a particular tender you have issued, he has quoted 1 rupee. उसमें ऐसा केस नहीं होता है. It's a very special case.
That is for direct placement of order without going for tender based on the market.
Yes, only for marketplace.
Yes.
Marketplace में there is a limitation on limited tenders.
Yes. And for that some value also fixed, sir.
Yes, वो है.
Otherwise
उसमें
we have
you
to go for open.
Also mention golden parameters. On the basis of those golden parameters, system will select the vendor. ठीक है? That is the original concept of GEM, why GEM came. But for an open tender,
yes,
for an item which is specific to you, nobody can quote 1 rupee and force you to retender if he is withdrawing the offer. Any other question? No, sir.
Excuse me, sir.
Sir.
One condition in the Integrity Pact related to previous transgression, the bidder gives a declaration, has to give a declaration that there was no previous transgression in any PSU, in any company in India or abroad. That sort of a declaration has to be given in Integrity Pact. So say if that party was banned in one PSU, he has to give a declaration that I am not banned in any of the PSUs.
No, sir, I'll interrupt here. So this same condition is there in Rule 175 of GFR, the Code of Integrity. The point is he has to just declare. Whether that is applicable to the procuring entity or not is the decision the procuring entity has to take. What this instruction says is you cannot take cognizance of the debarment on some other PSU.
Yes.
You have to take cognizance of your tender conditions, your eligibility criteria. That is all. And he has to declare that I am debarred in that ministry. But that debarment is not applicable to this procuring entity, is the decision this procuring entity has to take.
Excuse me, not arguing with you. But the Integrity Pact, it's a pact and you don't have anything to change and also. It's a pact, he has to sign and give it to you. So this is a condition where he declares that there is no transgression. So
No, no,
you'll
sir,
be
I
giving-
get the point. Sir, Integrity Pact says that he has to declare. Yes, he is declaring. He has to declare. But whether to act on that declaration is your own call. He is satisfying Integrity Pact, but whether to act on that declaration is your call. And that is what our instruction says, you're not supposed to act. You have an eligibility condition. You act as per your eligibility condition. Now, why this thing is there and why this thing is so debated upon is that, let us say I am a very small PSU in a very far-flung area, right? I gave a contract for supply of 10 licenses of Microsoft Office to my office. Microsoft said, oh, this 10 licenses, I don't care. I don't go to that far-flung area of India and deliver this licenses, and then they'll not have internet, how to validate the license pin and all. That PSU debars Microsoft. तो आप इंडिया को चला के बताइए. You cannot run. And you cannot make the decisions of a larger PSU dependent upon a very small PSU. It has gone into giving this instruction, and the onus lies on the procuring entity who is making a particular procurement to select the right vendor, rather than taking a soft cushion of debarment in some PSU. Anything else, sir? Now, in this thing, the zone of debarment has been very clearly defined, that which debarment is applicable on which entities, which we have discussed. We also have a reformation process, which we have indicated, that in case you feel that by debarring a particular vendor, the competition will be severely restricted, then instead of debarring the vendor, you can take reformative action. Reformation of vendors is a very established process, and it is one of the first go for most of the developed nations. Impact, I personally feel that this particular instruction is yet to be implemented thoroughly and yet to be understood, because it will take time for implementation, and impact would be known only once it is implemented. So I still wait implementation. Now we have also issued instruction on concurrent application of the two purchase preference policies of MSME and Make in India. I think there were a lot of confusions and how to apply. Different organizations were applying them differently. This particular instruction has come out after interaction between the three ministries, ourselves, DPIT, and Ministry of MSME. It settles lots of disputes in implementation of Make in India and MSE policy. Still, there are some issues, difficult issues, and the process is ongoing. I think the biggest impact is it will settle a lot of questions which were raised by MSEs, that I am an MSE, even if I am less than 20% local content, how can you prevent me from participating in the tender? All such type of grievances have been redressed. Impact, of course, is that procurement process becomes simpler and more certain. Then, of course, this is very famous Rule 144.11, where we are putting certain restrictions on buying goods or services or works from contractors who come from countries which share land border with India. Recently, on 23rd of February, we have issued the revised instruction, amended the instruction to include some specified transfer of technology cases also. The transfer of technology in Schedule 1. So there are the categorization of procuring entities is done into three. One is the Category 1, extremely sensitive sectors like atomic energy and all those. Second is Category 2, where it is reasonably important from national security perspective. And third is where there is no danger. The first category, any TOT would require registration. Second category, the TOT in technologies which are listed in Schedule 3 would require registration. The Secretary of the Ministry can decide that this particular TOT is not critical, so he can decide not to take a registration. And then, of course, the third category, non-sensitive, there is no requirement for registration for TOT. However, the balance part of the instruction, that is, the other sectors will still need to ensure that they don't buy from land border sharing countries. Though, except for TOT, the other instruction stands as it is.
KP, 1 minute, KP.
Sir.
So all the participants may know when you want to leave. Actually, it is approaching almost 6. When is your first flight for the participants? Or if it is continued, is it okay? After some time. Is it okay? He can continue because it's your patience. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you saying that land borders we can share technology?
No, sir. I have the instruction with me. I am not wet memory. So even the instruction which I draft, I forget after 3 days. I have the instruction with me. I can read out and see whether steel is in category 2 or not.
But we can now, there are possibilities that we can have transfer of technology from land sharing country, land border.
Sir,
Procurement
if
is
somebody
stopped,
can just help me. वो मेरा bag होगा वहाँ से मेरे को पकड़ा दें.
He said procurement is still going, but transfer of technology is possible. That's not my understanding is
No,
procurement.
I'll just check whether Ministry of Steel or Mining is in. Yeah, you just hand over this thing. So when I did law, to one of my favorite professors, he said that you don't need to remember law. You just need to know where to refer to when you need the law. So I follow him very religiously. I don't remember my own instructions, but I know where to see them when I need them. I am not like Srinivas. He, I think, remembers my own manual better than me. Sir, mining and extraction, including deep sea projects, this is a sensitive sector, category 2.
Mining.
Mining and extraction is a category 2.
And about steel?
No, mining to steel, iron ore kare ya kuch bhi kare, it is mining.
Mining.
So then, for them, if you are doing additive manufacturing, any equipment having electronic programmable components or autonomous system, example SCADA, any technology used for uploading and streaming of data, including broadcasting, satellite communication, chemical technologies, which is relevant to you, biotechnologies, ICT, and software. If you are having any TOT in these technologies, then you would need registration. Okay. If it is mining. Sir. No, sir, this is only for government procurement, sir. Only for government procurement.
That is what I'm asking. We are a business entity. We have to compete. And we need to also exist, our business. So in that case, why only the government and CPSE? Why not private? This is my question.
Sir, to give you a very brief background why this instruction came, there was, I must tell you, sir, the kinds of agencies which were used, which were involved in issue of these instructions included National Security Advisor, Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of Home, all these security agencies, and they actually wanted complete ban on TOT. It took us 2 years for them to accept only these technologies and these sectors. So yes, we do accept your point, but at the same time, national security is national security. So we couldn't put a question to that. But the official question which I am supposed to answer is that the investment in CPSUs is by the government. So government is willing to, take that risk. So there is something very peculiar problem is of a principal agent problem. As a bureaucrat, we are working for a CPSE. We are agent of the principal. Now, principal is the public, in our case, represented by the executive, that is Prime Minister and all that cabinet, as the Constitution says. Now that principle has decided by CPSU has to work under such constraints. So they have decided, But yes, sir, but this aspect is very well noted, sir. And everybody is aware of this aspect, that these instructions put anti-competitive embargo on the CPSUs. Other recent initiatives, one of the recent initiative I keep on harping on each presentation is the push button procurement. GEM pay push button procurement has been allowed, where for a certain set of items and for under certain conditions, you can go in for a push button procurement. The system does reverse auction. If it satisfies certain predetermined, programmed parameters, the system says that you place order on him. It does not ask you to certify rates, does not ask you to verify the bidders, does not ask you to do a tender committee. Till now, we have permitted it to only tenders up to 5 lakhs, items which are listed on marketplace, where there is sufficient competition and the rates history is available to the system, the data. Why I point out this thing is, as of this is something which not many of us will be aware, but you must take this thing, this issue in cognizance, that data regarding public procurement and decisions on public procurement is being caught by the systems. You are recording the data. The algorithms are becoming more competitive. Your processing speed is becoming more and more faster. Your data handling capacity is increasing. It is quite possible that very soon many tender decisions are taken by the system. So this is a competition which the procurement officials will face, and they will face very soon in their professional lives. And I present it as a good change, so that the procurement officials, rather than wasting their time on very routine procurement cases which the data-driven systems can take decisions, you should be more focused on more critical aspects, more critical procurements. Proportionate performance security in service contracts. This is a sort of clarification which we are given, that the procuring entity can take reduce performance security proportionately to the execution of the contracts. Of course, this is applicable only in milestone-based contracts, and it is already there in certain ways in NHAI HAM, in NHAI EPC, in many service contracts. So it can be used by you also. Even CPWD has something similar. Of course, there are global tender restrictions, and that is why sir always remembers me because I put roadblocks in your procurement. But these roadblocks was with the intention of helping MSMEs. And my personal experience out of all these meetings has been that there has been some movement in development of local industry. Whether that momentum is gained or whether we lose out on momentum, the time will tell, but there is assessment of Indian industry and also the assessment that there is a need for amalgamation of demands so that industry knows what is the requirement of a particular this thing. Now comes the Vivad Se Vishwas one, which most of you would be currently dealing with. This is the relief to MSMEs. This was para 66 of this year's budget, which stated that certain reliefs would be given to MSMEs for actions taken during the COVID period. The COVID period is defined. You have to refund 95% of EMD, SD, risk purchase, cost, whatever you have recovered, or if you have debarred, only in case he has you have debarred him for non-execution of the contract. So these are the reliefs which are to be given. Now, procurements Initially, it was only goods and services. We have amended it to include works. We have again amended it to include all the earning contracts. So in case you are selling your product to an MSE, that is, let's say, ore you are selling to MSE, you're asking him to lift the ore within a particular number of days. He could not lift between those number of days, and his EMD was forfeited, and he is an MSME, and that contract period was within the range. He is eligible for relief. As on 20th of June, when I made this presentation, 15,597 claims were received, valuing 708 crores. 1534 have been approved. Approved and settled is approved and payment yet not made. So 922 payments made, 1775 rejected, and pending is 11,366. Vivad Se Vishwas 2 is regarding contractual disputes. So if you have a dispute with a contractor, there is already an award, either arbitral or court award. You will settle the dispute without going into the question of law or of fact. Settle the dispute as per the scheme. It is 65% if against arbitral award and 85% against the court award. There will be a settlement agreement in terms of section 73(2) of, I think 73(2). Yes, some section of Indian Arbitration and Conciliation Act. It will be a settlement agreement. Essentially, both parties would sign, and then it becomes a equivalent to a verdict of court. Now, of course, these are the critical opportunities which are currently available: dispute resolution, competition assessment, data-based decision making, and of course, we also need to do impact assessment of the policies made by the Department of Expenditure. So I want, if you have dealt with any case of Vivad Se Vishwas 1, or are you aware that this particular scheme is applicable to you? There must have been some cases, or there has been no cases. No, applicable to hai, I mean, they should be aware, na sir. In case you think that ये आपके ऊपर applicable ही नहीं है, the instruction has to come from above somewhere. It seems that you are not aware. You are aware. You have received. I mean, you are processing it. So you are not rejecting, stating that it is not applicable to us.
No, sir.
That is sufficient. So, any confusion in the scheme?
No, sir.
There is also this Vivad Se Vishwas 2 scheme. This is also applicable to these CPSCs. Are you aware of this scheme? Again, the same question. I mean, the reason why I ask is I get many, unfortunately, I have signed on both these schemes and my email ID is given on both these schemes. So I get a lot of representations that many PSUs are not accepting the claim because they say that it is not applicable to them. Vivad Se Vishwas 2 is yet to go live. It is expected to go live on 15th of July. But still people are asking कि ये उस CPSU पे applicable होगा नहीं होगा. So in case you have any doubts about applicability or how to work the scheme, you please ask, because this is some. Hanji? Yes. There is no option. Vivad Se Vishwas 2 scheme gives you a leeway. If the claim is more than 500 crores, then the procuring entity has a reason to not accept and pursue the normal course of going to court, but only where the claim is 500 crores. So let us say there is an arbitral award where the award says that the net amount to be paid to the contractor is 600 crores. But on this scheme, he lodges a claim of 499 crores. Then it is mandatory. It is the claim amount he lodges that makes it mandatory or not. 500 crores 1 rupee, the procuring entity has a option, but then again, it gives you you have to give a long reasoned explanation why you are not accepting this scheme. And mind you, both these schemes, Vivad Se Vishwas 1 and Vivad Se Vishwas 2, were part of budget declaration, para 60, I think 66 and 67. And I can check that also. No, sir, appeal to hogi, tabhi to dispute hai.
No, arbitral award has come.
Pardon me?
Arbitral award has come.
Uh-huh.
Okay, after that, there is further proceedings.
No, sir, dekhiye, arbitral award aa gaya. It has come. You have not taken any action for 4 months. Limitation applies. That means you have agreed to the arbitral award. There is no dispute.
Within 4 months, if some.
Within 4, see, the cases which will come under this scheme are those where you have gone to court. When you have accepted the arbitral award, there is no dispute left.
No, certainly no.
Because there is dispute, that is why there is this scheme. So you are obviously in a court fighting each other.
Okay.
The scheme, you please go through the scheme, it says that the case in the court has to be withdrawn. देखिए ऐसा है, this scheme is applicable where there is already an arbitral award before 31st of January 2023 and a court award before 30th of April 2023. There is already an award. Only on those cases the scheme is applicable. Hanji? Yes. This circular is available on our website, and incidentally, I am carrying it also. I carried it because I knew there would be some questions. So it is there. What I am also trying to emphasize is that it is, these are two different paras of the budget announcement. And if you are aware of how the budget announcements are taken care of, there is a complete committee which sits over the compliance of each budget announcement. And they won't let you off till the time you say that we have complied. So if not today, the pressure will come to comply tomorrow. So the only reason why I'm telling you all this jargon is that you please be prepared for that. Because pressure will come. If it doesn't come today, it will come tomorrow. Because as it is, finance वालों की कोई सुनता तो है नहीं. तो जब किसी से डंडा पड़ेगा तभी सुनेंगे. बताएं, any other question? I generally try to joke a lot, but what happened was that I thought I have very little time, so I didn't crack some jokes. Otherwise, आप लोग हाँ जी? नहीं सुन लेते हैं, act नहीं करते हैं. That is another part of it. But this will have to be acted upon because I'll tell you that Cabinet Secretary takes regular review of implementation of these schemes because the closure will happen at the cabinet level. So till the time each and every claim on GEM is not answered to, वो close ही नहीं होगा. Then I mean it becomes very difficult for us. So what we will do is we'll write to DP. DP has its own ways of taking up with CPSCs. Any other question on this scheme, please, because this is very important. No questions on public procurement also. So I'm really very happy. So this mandates this slide.
Okay, then regarding I have a question.
Sir.
Regarding this, there was an e-reverse auction is mentioned in our procurement, this one. Is it mandatory e-reverse auction for all the items?
No, sir.
We can have, because what is happening, some people have started, because e-reverse auction is there, they stopped participating. They said, we will not participate in e-reverse auction. That's,
Sir, देखिए ऐसा है, if you ask me personally, I would only say that e-reverse auction is only one method of procurement. It should be left to the procuring entity to decide whether that particular method of procurement is suitable for that particular procurement or not. Like, for example, one case which Srinivas was telling that if, let's say, e-reverse auction is started, one bidder has suddenly bid minus 99%. Other bidders will not be able to bid a lower rate, and you cannot accept that rate. So how do you negotiate with the person who is now effectively L1? So those issues come, and those issues come in certain procurements. To say that one size fits all, to me, sounds wrong. But e-reverse auction should be used where it seems to be reasonable. It should not be used in all the cases. But there are certain sites which force you to do reverse auction in certain cases, which is not proper. But there are options available to you to do without reverse auction also.
Because we follow DP guidelines, so we feel that this is mandatory for everything.
No, even
It's not.
DP would not say it is mandatory. DP normally reflects our instructions only. They don't make their own instructions. We have not mandated reverse auction. Reverse auction is one way of procurement. And I mean, if it is relevant to you, you can use it. But I won't recommend it as a standing policy that all the procurements you do will be through reverse auction. I won't recommend. This is a decision which you have to take. And I know almost all the organizations who are doing large projects, they are not doing procurements through reverse auction.
Yeah, that's what, because we have seen that we have been following and mostly we have difficulty in service contracts, because when where service contracts are there, then good parties or reputed parties, they say we...
you are talking about manpower hiring.
Not manpower only, other also.
नहीं, वो जो minimum wage वाले contracts हैं, वो जो GEM पे reverse auction पे minimum 3.85% पे आते हैं. If you're talking about them.
No. Other like turnkey projects or other things where there a lot of engineering is required, on that we give lump sum contract, which is there. Service includes service as well as supply. Then they say some good party, they say we do lot of working out. Then somebody else will quote 1 rupee less than that. Then we have a difficulty. So reverse auction, we have a difficulty to do that. So you will not participate. That's what they are.
देखिए, sir, though I agree that the reverse auction should not be the basis, should not be the default method of procurement, but at the same time, one should not be having one very favorite vendor also. Look, you cannot work out your tendering process in liaison with one vendor and then do an open tender. This aspect was discussed previously also. I'll put a word. There is something called knowledge differential. In public procurement, the contractor will price you on the basis of this knowledge differential. Now, if it is a contract where you want a very simple fabrication thing, you are competent to do the calculation of the cost. Steel kitni aani hai, fabrication mein kitna kharcha lagega, welding per square foot kitna hai, you can do that calculation. Usme the differential of information between you and the contractor is very little. So the margin or the profit he will have is very little. Now you compare it with Microsoft Office license. You have no knowledge how to create that license. You have no knowledge how to make that software. So Microsoft and you have huge differential of information. So he charges you 17,000 rupees for each license for giving you something which is not costing him anything. So till the time you do not bridge this knowledge differential gap between you and your consultant, the consultant will always be overcharging you. So what I indirectly want to say is that you must have technical competencies in-house to know what the consultant would do and how he will do. So that will help you in estimating the cost, and that will reduce the requirement of taking budgetary quotations, as somebody was saying कि वो उसने पिछली बार -30 कर दिया, आपकी बार +12 कर दिया, how to deal with that. And in such cases where somebody is trying to play with it.
No,
So
this is,
in case he is 1 rupee lesser and he is competent, you should not have a problem to give him a contract.
yeah, that's right. OTE only, but whereas only what happens when we give OTE, there are around 7-8 paper players are there, players there. But only thing is what happens, there are some reputed, there are some lower this one also there, they want to compete. They say sometimes the other people we have seen, they say they quote 1 rupee less than that. Suppose in the reverse auction, suppose someone is there, so they do it. Only to say that when if that can do, we can also
I
do.
accept your logic, sir,
So
but
that,
the only counterpoint I would say is in public procurement, we don't differentiate with good reputation and bad reputation. He's either eligible or he's not eligible. Or if you are doing a QCBS, then you give him some point for his good reputation on the basis of certain objective issues on which he has good reputation. QCBS में आप उसको कुछ technical points दे सकते हैं. Otherwise, he's either eligible or non-eligible. Reputation is generally not considered in public procurement. So if he's giving you 1 rupee less, he's giving you 1 rupee less. The reputed person could have given 10 rupee less. He has got option to reduce. I accept that in consultancy, reverse auction is not the best thing because there are many quality related issues. But having said that, either you do a QCBS. QCBS mein, as it is, India mein, there is no QCBS. In QCBS, in India, we have, as of yet, not given you the scheme of how to do a reverse auction in QCBS tender. So QCBS has to be L1 or the best evaluated offer. So consultancy mein you do QCBS and then you follow the normal tendering process. But if you are doing reverse auction only on price, then to jo eligible hai, they are equal.
but it is not mandatory.
It is not mandatory. QCBS consultancy mein to QCBS is permitted.
Normal other purchases also like.
Normal other purchases also, reverse auction is not mandatory. Just that certain procurements on GEM, it forces reverse auction. But those are items which are already available on marketplace and it forces reverse auction on them. Any other question? So I'll take a break. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now that indeed was a showstopper session, like somebody from the audience mentioned that the questions will never get over kyunki aapka session hai. So let's hear a big round of applause for Shri Kanwalpreet, Director. And may I please request our respectable moderator to kindly present the memento to our wonderful speaker. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands up in the air and give a big round of applause for our last and final speaker of day 2 here at Vigilance Conclave 2023. Thank you so much. Well, with that, audience, we almost come to the end of day 2 at Vigilance Conclave 2023. And now for the valedictory section, I request John sir to kindly take over.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. May I request dignitaries to occupy their seats on the dais, please. May I call upon CMD KOCL, CVO NMDC, and additional charge KOCL, Sri Neeraj Agarwal, and Sri Satpathy to come over to the dais, please. On behalf of Ministry of Steel, Government of India, and KOCL Limited, a warm welcome to everyone to the valedictory function of third biannual Vigilance Conclave. We are delighted to have CMD KOCL, CVO NMDC, and additional charge KOCL directors of MOS, Sri Neeraj Agarwal and Sri Devdatta Satpathy on the dais. We welcome you for the valedictory function. After 2 days of highly informative and educative sessions, we are having the valedictory function session today. It was a learning experience for all of us, and let's take a vow that we will put into use the learnings of the sessions. May I request CVO NMDC and the additional charge KOCL to welcome dignitaries on the dais. First, I request him to welcome CMD. May I request him to welcome Sri Neeraj Agarwal, please. May I once again request him to welcome Sri Satpathy with a bouquet. Sri Baswaraj around. May I request Sri Baswaraj to welcome CVO with a bouquet. Thank you very much. Request CVO NMDC and additional charge KOCL to submit report on the various sessions held for the last 2 days as part of Vigilance Conclave and closing remarks.
Respected CMD sir, P. Swaminathan, Neeraj Agarwal, Satpathy, directors from the Ministry of Steel, directors available off the dais, and the participants who are available, a very good evening to all. I think you all gained by the knowledge that is imparted in the last 2 days. But let me wrap up from the day one that has been occurring from the yesterday onwards. It was first welcomed by our Joint Secretary, CVO, Ministry of Steel, Sri Abhijit, wherein he had given some thought processing on vigilance functioning. Afterwards, our Secretary, N.S. Sinha sir, he had given how to function with all practical examples, maybe from the western part of the world, or in India, or in other private sectors. Then our guest of honor, Sri Prechu Sinha sir, he had given how to improve the vigilance system with practical examples when he was former CVC. Afterwards, we had the session on preventive vigilance by Mr. Chandrasekhar, who is the CVO of Neyveli Lignite Corporation. And I must convey that most of the speakers, within a gap of maybe 15 days, 20 days, they have accepted for this meet, and they present themselves. I thank all of them, but none of them are available here, but I thank all of them. Then there was an experience sharing by me, ED Sale, and in the evening by CVO of the MOIL and MSTC. That was a good experience sharing lesson, which we had. And I think, RANL CVO also, Sri Karnababu Garu, he has also given his experience sharing on various vigilance cases. And then in the afternoon, we had Chandrima Roy Madam. She had given a lecture, an extempo lecture on whether vigilance is an impediment or a enabler for our process of working. Afterwards, we had Sri Venugopal Nair. He's a retired IPS officer. He had given his views on objective examination of the vigilance cases and how to fix the responsibility in the entire hierarchy. And afterwards, we had a marketing session given by our Director Commercial, NMDC, Director Commercial of the NMDC, Sri V. Suresh. And in the absence of the maybe proper procedures, how to go about it and how to enhance the transparency while taking the commercial decisions. On the day two, we had in the morning, on the day two, we had Sharat Kumar, who is a fraud examiner and who had given insights to red flags, how to work on the red flags and how to proceed ourselves in the tender management or the contract management system. Then Neeraj Kumar is CEO NHAI. He had shown the highlights of the NHAI working on the effective contract management. First, it was limited to the post-contract management only. Then I asked him to take the entire process of post-contract management because NHAI is typically relying more on third-party agencies. Now, because of the shortage of the manpower in our PSUs of the under Ministry of Steel also, we are going for the management of the work through third-party agencies. So this is one of the important aspects which he covered. We had an interactive session with Maladi, he was earlier a director in the Ministry of Defense. Now he transformed himself into transferred to Ministry of Railways, who is a director in the Gati Shakti in the railway board. We had a very good interactive session there. Afterwards, we had on the establishment matters by Mr. Sri Bhupender Venam. And then now we had a good interactive session on KP by Mr. KP Singh on public procurement and the procurement policies. I think this is the entire gamut of around 10 to 6 in the yesterday and today also 10 to 6 almost. You people might have gained the knowledge by these domain experts. Not only that, you might have got the interactive interactions with all the participants, maybe during your tea break or the lunch break times. And that should have been good for your working whenever you are contacting your counterparts in other PSUs. And of course, Mr. John will give the proper vote of thanks, but it is my duty to give my deep sense of gratitude to Swaminathan sir. He made this entire process so running smoothly, and he made the teams in working because the other day night, day before yesterday, some of the team members have worked the entire night. I was also present for some time in the morning and in the late nights also. So the credit goes to the entire team of KOCL, including their directors and the officials who are present. They may not be visible now, but the teamwork. I hope all the participants, including the guests, are in a convenient position for the last 2 days. And my apologies if any inconvenience is faced by them. And thanking you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you lots.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request CMD KOCL to address the audience.
Good evening to all of you. I'm really grateful to the Central Vigilance Commission and the Ministry of Steel for choosing KOCL as a nodal agency to conduct this Vigilance Conclave 2023 and has given an opportunity for all of our directors and employees for learning on the vigilance part, public procurement, and many managerial decisions how it should be taken. And broadly, they have covered vigilance is not an impediment and it is an enabler for doing the business. And one should have trust in their team and it should have clarity with the proper communication for a decision making. And we should have proper delegations for doing any procurement activity. And we should have clear directions from the down below and proper communications for executing the business. And how to conduct or how to go ahead for the goods and services procurement in the current scenario wherein the government is pushing more and more towards the government e-procurement and the public procurement, which gives enormous opportunity for the MSME to come in and then get benefited, especially in the MSME also, the women entrepreneurs and the SCST entrepreneurs, how they can get benefited from the MSME and how payment should be made in a timely manner, which not only helps the organization, but also helps the partners, those who are joining with us, which eliminates or reduces the corruption part. And during the process of execution, if any dispute arises, how to resolve either through the arbitration or going to the court or through a dispute resolution mechanism, and how to conduct the procurement process in a better way through the tender committee, what tender committee has to do and what the competent authority has to take a call. In case the contractor is defaults, what are the remedial actions? While tendering, if you receive only one qualified offer, what is to be done? And how to leverage the technology for enabling our business and reducing our corruptions, and effective contract management and the knowledge on which the current policy changes, how it will be useful for our public procurement to be more effective, and how one should conduct the do's and don'ts in the organization, what are the measures which higher officials has to correct it. I think these aspects, I think some of the issues which being our day-to-day functions and decision making, I am sure this conclave would have given all of you a great knowledge sharing experience, and you have an opportunity to get in touch with the various speakers who came forward and given their knowledge and shared their experience, so that in case of any doubt, we'll be able to resolve. And also this Vigilance Conclave is basically among the steel CPSCs, and my colleagues, CMDs and chairmen really came forward and joined us coming over here and gracing the occasions, and all the directors of my steel CPSUs Also, many of them had come here for gracing these occasions. And all my CPSE colleagues, those who are really uh, participated from the day one till now, I only just seek what knowledge we learned, we can reciprocate and give it, be available. Every one of us can make use of it. And lastly, I thank each and everyone who has come forward for this program and making it successful. And especially the ministry officials, Secretary Steel, ASFA Madam, Additional Secretary, Joint Secretary, and the ministry officials, directors, ministry officials, my CPFC CMDs and directors, CPSC executives and participants of CPSCs, and the media, and all the people who involved in making this function great successful. I thank each and everyone for having participated and helped us to make this program a great successful. And in case of any, during these 2 days, we tried our best to make you all comfortable. If anything is missing from our side, kindly make it a point to give the feedback. And this will help us in improving in the further programs which we KOCL will conduct. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you one and all. Wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request Sri Neeraj Agarwal to deliver his address.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to pay my profound thanks to CMD KIOCL and CVO KIOCL, to KICL and NMDC for organizing such event. Difficult to organize. We had very short time to organize this, but everything was done meticulously and planned meticulously, and I'm happy that we have been able to achieve what we would set target for ourselves. So I would like to thank CMD KIOCL and CVO NMDC and KIOCL for this. Now, with regard to why we have conceived this conclave, just a very short note on that. So most of the times when we are working in our different capacities in our organizations, sometimes mistakes happen because we are not aware of the rules, not fully aware of different rules, because rules keep on changing. New rules are formulated, new guidelines comes. So to make everybody aware of what kind of rules are there in various scenarios, in contracts, in procurement, so we try to understand and learn what are the rules we need to be aware of. Number one. Number two is right interpretation of the rules, because sometimes even if we know the rule, we have not 100% correct understanding of the rules, or we don't know how to interpret various clauses of different rules. So that was one of the other aspect of it. And the third aspect is, if we know the rule, we know the interpretation or rule, but we have to know right way of implementation or invocation of the rule at the right place, right event, right time. So these are the three main aspects of the exercise which we have conducted over these 2 days. The second aspect which I would like to mention is that we have tried to cover a wide gamut of topics. I can understand that vigilance is such a wide subject, and procurement processes and different topics which we have taken up. maybe 2 days was not enough, and we keep on overstretching our time limits. But we have tried to cover as many relevant topics as possible. Probably we were not able to cover GEM this time. Maybe next time we'll also cover, because there were a lot of questions with regard to GEM. But still, we have tried to cover as many topics as possible. Third point, with regard to the learnings, what we can have from this 2 days of sessions. You see, the best mistake. That is the best scenario. And the second best scenario is to learn from mistakes of others. So we have tried to keep the sessions as interactive and as communicative as possible, with a lot of questions, and we have even had a one entire session dedicated for the question and answers, so that we can understand from your perspective what kind of problems you are facing in your work environment, and what kind of solutions or suggestions we can provide. So that was one of the main objectives of conducting this kind of exercise. And obviously, the ultimate aim, which is the worst scenario, is to make mistakes. So to avoid that worst case scenario, the other two important aspects have to be taken care of. I personally believe that it was, for me at least, this was a very enriching and informative and learning exercise, and I will take away a lot of good information for my work environment when I will be in such kind of positions. And I hope so that you all must have also taken away something or the other from this exercise. Other point, very important, was that it was very heartening to see that there were so many questions being asked, and it was, participation level was very high during the entire 2 days of our interactions. So that gives confidence to us that yes, what we have set out ourselves to do, we were able to at least achieve that to a certain extent. So I think we would be always happy. We have circulated a feedback form also. So we would be happy to receive your suggestions for any improvement or your comments on various sessions. Your takeaways from this exercise. I've already discussed with CVO NMDC that we will compile those suggestions, and we'll take care that we will implement or use those suggestions in future exercise. Last but not the least, I would like to thank all of you for coming over here, participating actively for this exercise, and this I think will lead us to become better managers and take better decisions, and take our respective organizations forward. Last but not the least, thank you for organizing such a good event. Thank you so much.
I must be failing in my duty if I do not acknowledge the efforts of the Neeraj Agarwal, Director, and the Abhijit Narendra Sir, Joint Secretary, and Ruchika Govil Madam, because I used to disturb them in the nights, days, or the weekends about the topics, because they structured in such a way that lot of meticulous inputs had gone into it. And it is not just WhatsApping the messages, but it's also phone disturbance, because as a ministry, they have got a lot of meetings. In spite of that, they have responded me very well. And the other issue is that I have to thank my own viewers of NMDC, because they work day and night for last so many days in organizing this function. Maybe they are all, most of them are in protocol duties of the for the speaker. Thank you for missing these two things on my note actually.
Thank you, sirs. We have come to the last point of the agenda. I'm entrusted with the duty of proposing vote of thanks. I thank CMD and CVO for the gratitude is the fairest blossom which springs from the soul. We are proud to say that Vigilance Conclave is a grand success. May I request Sri Satpathy to talk on this occasion, please?
Happy for this pleasant accident. A very good evening to all of you. Sir Saminathan sir, Vishwanath sir, Neeraj sir. I will just take 5 of your minutes to just summarize what this is the learning for the last 2 days. How many of you are conversant with the name King Divodas? Any idea? Anyway, as for the Hindu theology, there was a great king named Divodas who ruled over the area whose capital was Kasi, Banaras. He was an excellent administrator. He established a government, a flawless governance system that was never seen before. Under his reign, his subjects prospered and justice flourished. The king was so popular that his subjects started worshipping him. Brahmana started chanting his name, reciting mantras in his honor. The yajnas were performed in his name. The ahuti, the samida, the swahas were done in his name. Subjects were so happy with his administration that they stopped going to mandirs. When the subjects stopped going to mandirs, the yajnas were stopped and everything was, the samidas were stopped. The devas and Mahadeva were getting agitated and getting angry that nothing is, we are starving of all those things. All the devatas left Kasi. Mahadeva was at the verge of leaving Kasi. This was closely observed by Narada Muni. He met with King Divodas, told the king, as you have taken birth as a human being, it is inevitable that you are mortal. You will die. You will leave this earth. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not day after, but someday you will live. After your death, after you leave this earth, the person who becomes the next king, he may not be as effective as you are. The devas are worshipped for a reason. The rituals are carried out for a reason. The mandirs are frequented for a reason. The reason is to keep the mortals disciplined. Keep them on the path of dharma. The rituals keep them from straying from the path of dharma. The rituals, the worshipping of devas and Mahadeva keep them pious. Because of those rituals, peace ascends on kingdoms. Subjects don't stray, don't murder, don't commit pap. But because of you, as you are a very effective ruler and very effective administrator, they have forgotten all of those rituals. Though you are an excellent administrator, you never try to enforce the rituals. What you did, you tried to do, create an impression that there is no need to adhere to long traditions or lay down traditions as long as the king is able to take care of everything. And that does an excellent job in administration. That is great. But the issue with such individual heroics that ends the day the king is gone. As subjects have already forgotten the rituals, they will resort to anarchy. There will be chaos. All the good and great things that have been accomplished in your time will be of no value if that could not be continued after the great king demits the office. King Divodas understood this. An ordinance was promulgated to reopen all the temples, all the sacrifices, yajnas were started in the names of Devas and Mahadeva, and normalcy prevailed. What happens in these days? Many senior officers says that I have done that, I have done this, I have taken that window and did that. But these are all individual heroics. What I have, my gain from the government service I have done till date. If those systems they have created by displaying this kind of heroics, the system would have improved. There would be no need for vigilance or the ritual, what I am driving at. So, my opinion, it is strongly my opinion, that we should follow the rules, follow the procedure, follow the ritual. The ritual will keep you at harm's way, keep you safe, keep you steady in your career, in the ladders that you will be stepping up and down. Thank you so much for giving this wonderful opportunity to learn. I will thank CMD KICL sir for providing Ministry of Steel this wonderful 2 days event. Thank you CBO's NMDC sir for organizing such a beautiful conclave that was full of knowledge sharing, that Neeraj sir was also telling that many things we didn't know, many things. And ignorance of law, ignorance of rule is not a bliss when you are in government service. Thank you so much for all the great arrangement that has been done by the KICL team and the vigilance team that has been in its zenith while taking care of all the people who are joined this event from outside. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir. We are proud to say that the Vigilance Conclave is a grand success with the presence and blessings of everyone involved, and it is our moral responsibility to thank each and everyone. Let me start with Pratyushna ji. He was so kind enough to be part of the Vigilance Conclave and participated virtually. His values and vision of vigilance emphasized were amazing, and we are benefited by his wisdom and knowledge. Thank you, sir. Motivation and guidance provided by Secretary Steel, Sri Nagendranath Sinha ji, are the driving force for the Vigilance Conclave. I would like to thank you for all the encouragement. Additional Secretary and Finance Advisor Likki ma'am and Additional Secretary Ruchika ma'am were involved from the planning stage of the conclave and personally present for the conclave. Thank you for your support and guidance. Joint Secretary and CVO Sri Abhijit Narendra monitored all stages of Vigilance Conclave meticulously and supported us physically and mentally. He also delivered welcome address for the inaugural function of the conclave. Thank you very much, sir. Ministry of Steel also represented by Director Sri Neeraj Agarwal and Sri Devidatta Satpathy, Deputy Secretaries Sri Sarathi Raja and Sri Subhash Kumar, Under Secretary Sri Subhendu Hotta, ASO Vigilance Sri Abhishek Kumar. Thank you for your presence and making the conclave meaningful. We would like to thank all CMDs, Director Finances, CVOs under Ministry of Steel for their presence and contribution. Thank all speakers for enlightening us with your experience in their specialized field of expertise. At the end of these sessions, we are enriched by the knowledge shared by you. Thank you, one and all. CMD KUCL was kind enough to support us wholeheartedly and was ready to listen to us patiently and provided us with the necessary guidance. We also thank all directors for their continuous support and guidance. I would also thank and remember Sri Binay Kumar Ji, former Secretary, Ministry of Steel, as Vigilance Conclave is his brainchild. CVU-NMDC and additional charge KOCL is the guiding force who meticulously planned all minute elements and ensured that the team functions like a well-oiled engine. Thank you very much, sir. The way the team KOCL and team NNDC gel together for the conclave is praiseworthy. And I would like to thank each and everyone for their tireless efforts, which made the conclave successful. Sincere thanks to all who contributed, directly or indirectly, to make the Vigilance Conclave successful. From the bottom of our hearts, we would like to thank all participants for attending the function and making it memorable. I would like to thank the press for their coverage. I would also thank Taj Bangalore for their support in all the arrangements made here. And also thank Team O3 Event for their support. I also thank Nitya Ravidran, who was our anchor for the sessions. She has done a wonderful job. I would like to thank her. I would like to conclude with a quote. Theodore Roosevelt said, "No man is above the law and no man is below it, nor do we ask any man's permission when we ask him to obey it." May I request everyone to stand up for the national anthem.
जनगणमनाधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्ज्वल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगल नायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे जनगण